Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Stevedores Mu Rufeng. July 15, 2023 AD. Location, Changsha City, Hunan Province. Squeak-ah. Squeak-ah. Squeak. It was midsummer, and the annoying and loud cry of cicadas came from the big trees in the distance. Mu Rufeng wiped the sweat from her forehead, squinted her eyes and looked up at the sun. His lips were chapped and he was sweating profusely. My walking steps were a little shaky, and my head was a little dizzy. Coming. Mu Rufeng withdrew her gaze and looked at the People's Pharmacy 100 meters away. Outside the People's Pharmacy, there is also a convenience store called Furongxing. Mu Rufeng quickened her pace. Soon, he walked into the drugstore. A cool breeze came towards Mu Rufeng, which refreshed her spirits. Hello, I want to buy something. A young lady in a white coat sitting in front of the counter looked away from the phone screen and asked. Do you have Huaxiang Genqi water? Mu Rufeng said straight to the point. Yes, I'll get it for you. After the young lady finished speaking, she stood up, turned around, and took out a box of Huaxiang Genqi water from the glass cabinet at the back. $15, I'll pay you. Mu Rufeng didn't say anything, but directly took the Huaxiang Genqi water, then opened it immediately and took out a bottle. When a small bottle of Huaxiang Genqi water was taken into the mouth, a pungent smell rushed straight to Tianling Gai. At this moment, Mu Rufeng's face became distorted. It was this smell that made Mu Rufeng's brain sober up. Then the second bottle, the third bottle. After drinking 3 bottles of Huaxiang Genqi, Mu Rufeng felt as if her sense of taste was almost gone. You don't need to drink so much, 1 bottle is enough. Seeing this, the young lady said quickly. This damn weather is so hot. I can't stand it unless I drink 2 more bottles. Mu Rufeng grinned, then complained, and showed the payment code. Beep. Scan the QR code and the customer will pay 15 yuan via duct WeChat. Yes, it's hot. I'm sweating profusely after just 2 steps outside. The young lady looked at Mu Rufeng with some sympathy. Mu Rufeng nodded, took the box of Huaxiang Genqi water and left the pharmacy. After leaving the drugstore, Mu Rufeng did not leave, but turned around and entered the nearby store. I went to the freezer and picked up a bottle of iced 1L jasmine tea. After twisting the cap of the bottle, Mu Rufeng drank half the bottle in one breath. A chilling feeling spread throughout his body. At the same time, the bitter taste in her mouth was suppressed a lot, and Mu Rufeng felt like she was alive. I took 3 more 1.5-liter bottles of ice-cold Nongfu Spring and came to the counter. Jasmine tea is 3.5 yuan, water is 7.5 yuan, a total of 11 yuan, I'll take care of it. Mu Rufeng responded, scanned the QR code to pay and left. Mu Rufeng, male, is 24 years old. As an undergraduate, it has been 2 years since he graduated. 4 years in college allowed Mu Rufeng to learn certain social skills, but in the big environment, it was too difficult to find a good job. The initial salary is 3,000, so I ask you if you are afraid. From 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening, I ask you if you are afraid. There will be 1 meeting in the morning, 1 meeting at noon, and 1 meeting in the evening. I will ask you if you are afraid. A report every day, asking you if you are afraid. Mu Rufeng was afraid anyway, so he didn't choose a job with a professional counterpart. Today, Mu Rufeng works as a loader in a community group buying warehouse. Working 12 hours a day, at the end of the day, my whole body is sore and swollen, and all I have earned is hard-earned money. Very tiring, really tiring, but make money. There are not so many tedious and headaches. For example, several of his college classmates also worked in Changsha for 2 years. The highest salary was only more than 5,000 yuan, and the lowest salary was more than 2,000 yuan. As for him, he has 7,000 a month, and he has food and shelter. This is because there is too much competition in group buying in this community, and business has become bleak. For example, last year, when his business was good, his monthly salary averaged tens of thousands, and during holidays, his salary could be even higher. Of course, if the salary is high, it means risking your life. Just like in this 38-degree weather, under the scorching sun, I have to unload a trailer of goods. A group of stevedores left and then came, most of them middle-aged. Only middle-aged people can endure hardship. Mu Rufeng, for example, is quite able to endure hardships and has persisted here for 2 full years. The cousin who brought him into this industry left Mu Rufeng's job in the 3rd month and could not continue. Of course, Mu Rufeng was not without gains. 2 years of work have also allowed Mu Rufeng, who was originally a little chubby, to gain a strong body. Coupled with the fact that she drinks less, she really has abdominal muscles. Xiao Mu, are you feeling better? Do you want to take a rest? Lao Wang and I will be responsible for unloading half of the cargo. A tall, somewhat dark man stood on the platform. When he saw Mu Rufeng approaching, he immediately spoke. Uncle Lu, it's okay. You're fine after drinking Huaxiang Genqi water. Come on, you guys also drink a bottle. I also bought you ice water. Take a couple of sips and take a rest. Mu Rufeng followed Uncle Lu into the semi-trailer and handed Huaxiang Genqi water and 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring to the 2 of them. You can keep the ice water for yourself. I'm old and have a bad stomach. I brought my own herbal tea. Uncle Lu said, placing the plastic board in his hand on the ground, and then took the Huaxiang Genqi water. After drinking Huaxiang Genqi water, he picked up a large kettle from the ground on one side and gulped down 2 sips of herbal tea. I'm in good health, give it to me, hee. After drinking Huaxiang Genqi water, Uncle Wang went forward and took both bottles of water, and then opened one bottle and drank a big sip. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng smiled and said nothing. The 3 of them walked a few steps towards the platform and came to the rear of the semi-trailer. In this place, the iron eaves above the warehouse can just block the sunlight. As for the unloading place further ahead, sorry, there is no shelter, and the sun is scorching. Uncle Wang is a relatively thin man, in his 40s, and he likes to take advantage of small things. As for Uncle Lu, he is a relatively honest but somewhat stubborn uncle, who is about 3 to 5 years older than Uncle Wang. Xiao Mu, you are 24 this year, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Uncle Wang suddenly said. No. At this age, it's time to find one. Xiao Mu can endure hardships, is strong, and looks good. I'll introduce you to one tomorrow. Uncle Lu said with a smile. That's great. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. I remember that your daughter is about to graduate, isn't it? Isn't this a good opportunity to introduce her to Xiao Mu? Uncle Wang said suddenly. Uncle Lu was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Mu Rufeng smiling and said, Uncle Liu's daughter is from a 211 university. How can I be worthy of her? I just do hard labor. Let's not talk about this. I'll introduce you to a good girl tomorrow. Uncle Lu patted Mu Rufeng and said. Oh, by the way, have you heard that another driver died in the wine warehouse? Old Wang suddenly said in a low voice. Hey? Another one died? Is it true? I remember that one died a few days ago. Old Liu's voice also became a little low. Ding ding ding, the new book is launched. Please add it to your collection, cast a recommendation vote, and remember to read it every day. The success of a new book depends on reading it. Chapter 2 The Invisible Umbrella. Happy National Day. Is it true? How did the driver die this time? Mu Rufeng asked hurriedly after hearing this. My wife told me at noon, it was a car accident. Lao Wang said in a low voice. Lao Wang's wife is a receiver in the wine warehouse. Is the feng shui here bad? Mu Rufeng muttered twice. That's right, and there's something else, I tell you, when the 2 drivers died, they seemed to have an umbrella beside them. Lao Wang said in a low voice. Umbrella. Uncle Lu and Mu Rifeng were a little confused after hearing this. Yes, it's an umbrella, very strange, my wife. Hey, 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 what are you three doing? Hurry up and unload the goods, there is another truck waiting to be unloaded over there. Just then, a man in a red vest walked out of the warehouse. The three heard the words, turned their heads and found that it was the warehouse supervisor. They muttered a few words, put down the water and drinks in their hands, and walked into the trailer. Mu Rifeng came to the goods, moved a piece of goods, and began to stack the goods. The cargo on this truck was 1.5-liter Nongfu Spring, with 12 bottles in each package, and the total weight of the water alone was 18 kilograms. Because the weather was hot, he didn't wear gloves, and Mu Rifeng's hands were a little swollen and painful after only unloading half of the truck. Lao Lu, Lao Wang, and Xiao Mu, don't chat nonsense, okay? Supervisor Ma Jun came to the three of them and said. Yeah. Lao Lu responded. Got it, Brother Jun. Mu Rifeng also nodded. Hey, Brother Jun, is the umbrella thing really weird? Lao Wang was fearless and asked in a low voice. Don't ask about this, don't ask around, and don't talk nonsense, the leaders above have given a death order. Hurry up and unload this truck, there is another truck of Ubeo water to unload over there. Ma Jun said, and then left. After Ma Jun left, the three of them didn't talk about this topic anymore. Young Mu Rifeng couldn't hold back his temper. He was very curious and asked Uncle Wang again. Uncle Lu didn't say anything, but he was also very gossipy. After all, loading and unloading is boring and tiring. Having a topic to talk about can also relieve fatigue. My wife heard all this. She told me last night. I told you not to spread it around, so that Ma Jun wouldn't complain. Uncle Wang said. Don't worry, I'm always very tight-lipped. Mu Rifeng patted his chest and said. Soon, Uncle Wang started talking. The two drivers who died were both delivery drivers for the wine warehouse. The first driver died in the early morning of Monday this week. The driver in the same dormitory went back to change his clothes and saw the body of this driver. He died miserably, with irregular gaps all over his body, and it looked like he was bitten by a wild beast. Mu Rifeng had never seen this photo. Although he posted it in the group, it was deleted in less than an hour. The subsequent investigation has not yet produced any results. When the company leader came to deal with the matter, he found an umbrella in the room. The leader didn't care and thought it belonged to someone in the dormitory. The second driver died last night. He was directly hit and killed by another truck reversing under the platform. There are rumors that the driver had died before being hit. The leader behind came to deal with the incident again. The weird thing happened. There was also a black long-handled umbrella next to the dead driver. The leader asked others to pick up the umbrella, but the people around said they didn't see the umbrella. The leader seemed to know something and immediately issued a gag order to prevent the matter from spreading. However, although the gag order was issued, everyone was bored and gossiped, and it spread completely. Okay, it's scary to hear it, let's unload the goods quickly. Uncle Lu took a puff of cigarette, then threw away the cigarette butt and continued to unload the goods. Yes, unload the goods. Mu Rifeng nodded and started to work. He actually didn't feel anything in his heart. After all, as a socialist successor, how could he believe these things? When Mu Rifeng and the other two unloaded the truck of Ubeo water, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The sun had set, but the sky was not dark yet, or rather, it was still very bright. Let's go and have dinner first. After dinner, there is another truck of Wanglaoji. Uncle Lu said. Well, I'm also hungry and my hands and feet are weak. Mu Rifeng felt that he could eat a cow now. You go, my wife brought me food. Uncle Wang waved his hand and said. Okay. Mu Rifeng and Uncle Lu walked towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria is not close to the wine and beverage warehouse, it is 300 meters away. As a local community group purchase in Hunan, it directly rented the entire logistics park as a transit warehouse. Not to mention anything else, their wine and beverage warehouse alone is as large as 10,000 square meters. The entire logistics park has wine and beverage warehouses, grain and oil warehouses, home appliances, daily necessities, fruits and vegetables, boutiques, return warehouses, and many more. Unfortunately, due to the squeeze from Ugly Group, the traffic was snatched away and the business plummeted. Hey! Suddenly, Mu Rifeng saw an umbrella lying quietly on the cement ground in front of him. This umbrella was black and had a long handle, and it was placed on the cement ground several meters away. Mu Rifeng was very sure that he had not seen this umbrella just now, and it seemed to have appeared suddenly. Mu Rifeng paused. What's wrong? Uncle Lu also stopped and asked. Uncle Lu, there is an umbrella there. Mu Rifeng pointed at the umbrella and said. However, Uncle Liu's next words made Mu Rifeng's heart jump violently. Umbrella? Where is the umbrella? Uncle Lu glanced and said with a puzzled look. Uncle Lu, there is clearly an umbrella there. Mu Rifeng swallowed his saliva and stared at the umbrella. Xiao Mu, you are scaring your Uncle Lu, where is the umbrella? Let's go quickly, if you go too late, there will be no food. Uncle Lu waved his hand, thinking that Mu Rifeng was joking with him, and strode forward. Even, Mu Rifeng saw Uncle Lu stepping on the umbrella. It was a very strange scene. Uncle Liu's foot actually passed through the umbrella and stepped on the ground, as if the umbrella did not exist. And Uncle Lu did not notice anything. Mu Rifeng admitted that he was a little panicked. In particular, he recalled what Uncle Wang said earlier. It was the same black long-handled umbrella, but no one else could see it, only one person could see it. Mu Rifeng took a deep breath and calmed down. As the successor of socialism, he bypassed the umbrella and quickly caught up with Uncle Lu. He decided to pretend that he didn't see the black umbrella. He was just an ordinary person. When he encountered something he couldn't understand, the best choice was to ignore it. Add to favorites, vote and invest. Chapter 3 Entering the Dungeon, Scarlet's Election. There are many people in the cafeteria, most of them are warehouse employees, and there are also many suppliers who deliver goods. The food in the cafeteria tastes good and the price is cheap, so many suppliers who deliver goods choose to eat here. Of course, there are many restaurants outside the logistics park, and the business is also booming. You know, when he came here to work 2 years ago, Yuxuan had just moved here not long ago. There was no one living here. There were not many convenience stores around, let alone restaurants. Nowadays, there are only restaurants on the street behind. In addition, there are a large number of mobile vendors near the 1, 2, and 3 gates of the logistics park. It can be said that this Yuxuan General Warehouse feeds many people. After Mu Rifeng and Uncle Lu got a meal, they found an empty table and started eating. At this moment, Mu Rifeng was so hungry that his hands and feet were weak, so he ate very quickly. It took only 7 or 8 minutes for him to finish a large plate of food. Uncle Lu opposite had only eaten about 1/3 of it. When Mu Rifeng stood up and prepared to get another bowl of winter melon soup, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He saw something, an umbrella, a black long-handled umbrella, right at his feet, no more than half a meter away. Uncle Lu, take a look, is there anything at my feet? Mu Rifeng said tremblingly. What's wrong? Are there mice? Cockroaches? I don't see anything. Did I step on the rice that fell, which is sticky? Uncle Lu looked down and said. Brother, do you see anything at my feet? Mu Rifeng asked the young man who was eating next to him. The young man looked at Mu Rifeng after hearing this, then looked down and said, Nothing, what's wrong? The hot weather, the noisy cafeteria, and the crowded crowd did not bring any warmth to Mu Rufeng. At this moment, he only felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was so cold. No, it's okay. Uncle Lu, take your time to eat. I'll go first. Mu Rufeng said, turned around and walked quickly out of the cafeteria. Mu Rufeng walked out of the cafeteria and looked around. Did he feel relieved when he didn't find the black umbrella? No, he didn't. Mu Rufeng took out his mobile phone and pressed the 3 numbers 110. If you have any difficulties, find the police. But, is it useful to call the police? Mu Rufeng was very entangled at this moment. Should he call or not? It seems that only he can see the umbrella, and others can't see it. Mu Rufeng decided to call. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, the sound of a police car came from a distance. Mu Rufeng looked closely and found that 4 or 5 police cars were entering from the first gate of the logistics park. Behind the police car, there was a Mercedes MPV, and behind it, there were 2 ambulances. What's the situation? Mu Rufeng subconsciously wanted to go over to check the situation. He didn't need to call the police, as there were police there. Fuck, go check the group, there's a big news. Hurry up, it will be deleted soon. Fuck, is it true? Another one died. Wow, it's true, it's so disgusting, I can't bear it, I can't bear it. Listen, who is this? What happened? Outside the cafeteria, employees gathered in groups of 3 or 2, chatting, smoking and chewing betel nuts. Suddenly, they took out their phones and their expressions changed. Mu Rufeng also took out his phone immediately. As a regular employee of the selected group, he still joined a lot of work groups. There was a lot of information in the group, and it was completely flooded. Mu Rufeng looked carefully and quickly scrolled through the chat records above. After scrolling for a minute or 2, Mu Rufeng finally found a video. Mu Rufeng clicked in and his eyes suddenly condensed, and his scalp was numb. I saw a bald middle-aged man lying on his desk, and he seemed to be sleeping. A steel bar went straight through the back of the middle-aged man's head from above. There was a big gap on the back of his head, and a lot of blood flowed out, but no white brain was seen. Mu Rufeng didn't know this man. He looked at the news below again, and then he knew that the leader who dealt with the 2 dead drivers was this bald uncle, Wang Kun. After learning this news, Mu Rufeng swallowed unconsciously and became more panicked. He vaguely guessed whether these dead people were all related to the black umbrella. And now he has also seen the black umbrella, is it his turn next? Mu Rufeng no longer hesitated and strode towards the office. The police cars were parked there. There was absolutely no problem in finding the police. However, just a few steps away, a familiar black shadow appeared in Mu Rufeng's sight again. Pa! Mu Rufeng's right foot had already stepped on the black umbrella. The umbrella appeared very abruptly, and Mu Rufeng didn't have time to react at all. When Mu Rufeng stepped on the umbrella instantly turned into a black smoke and then spread up along his right foot. When Mu Rufeng reacted, the umbrella unexpectedly appeared in his hand. And, his right hand was still holding the umbrella handle, with his thumb on the switch. Shoo! Mu Rufeng wanted to let go of the umbrella. But he found that his hand did not obey his command, as if he had lost control of his palm. No, it was not completely lost, his thumb could still move. The thumb could still move, what does this mean? Was he asked to press the switch and open the umbrella? Mu Rufeng wanted to run to find the police uncle, but his feet could not move either. The only things that could move were his head and the thumb. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Rufeng took a big breath and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, suddenly, a figure passed through his chest. This was a short girl, wearing a small vest in the warehouse, and looked cute. The key was not that she looked cute, but that he passed through Mu Rufeng's body. What does this mean? Does it mean that Mu Rufeng is now like the black umbrella and cannot be touched by others? Mu Rufeng tried to shout a few times around, but found that among so many people nearby, no one responded to him. Press? Don't press. Mu Rufeng already had the answer. He had no choice. Snap! A crisp sound. The black umbrella opened directly. When the umbrella opened, a cloud of black smoke emerged and enveloped Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng lost consciousness instantly. Enter the dungeon, Scarlet selection. Dungeon type, single player. 3 more chapters are here. Please collect and invest. Chapter 4 Your plugin has arrived. After Mu Rufeng opened his umbrella, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself at the gate of Logistics Park 1. Mu Rufeng looked up and looked around. The logistics park seemed to be shrouded in a hazy fog, making the scene inside a little blurry and unclear. He could only see some figures walking around, and some huge objects moving, and even the sound could not be heard. He also looked back and looked outside the logistics park, and found that the surroundings were actually shrouded in a fog. He couldn't see any scene at all. He looked up, and the words Scarlet Logistics Park 1 gate came into view. Mu Rufeng swallowed unconsciously. The logistics park was still the same logistics park, and the scene had not changed at all. It was just that the surrounding facilities had become a little old, and there were some dark red and black stains. He knew that he seemed to have entered a strange place. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng felt a chill on the right. He turned his head and saw a man in a security uniform and pale face sitting in the security booth staring at him. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps in front of him. Because the scene in the logistics park was blurry, Mu Rufeng could only see a blurry figure walking towards him. Soon, a woman in a professional suit came out of the fog. This woman was very tall. Although she was wearing high heels, she was almost level with Mu Rufeng when standing in front of her. Mu Rufeng was 1.8 meters tall. Without the high heels she wore, she was probably about 1.7 meters tall. The pale long legs and the 2 pounds of meat under the shirt, this is definitely a standard beauty, a beauty that makes people very impulsive. I am Lu Mei, the HR manager of Scarlet Optimization. Are you here for an interview? What position are you applying for? Lu Mei looked Mu Rufeng up and down and asked. Just when Mu Rufeng was at a loss, information flashed in his mind, and then a prompt box appeared in front of him. Please select the position you want to apply for. 1. Delivery driver. 2. Tally clerk. 3. Shipment clerk. 4. Receiving clerk. 5. Loader. Delivery driver, tally clerk, shipment clerk, receiving clerk, and loader. Mu Rufeng had 1,000 questions in his mind. Really, he felt that his head was a mess. He traveled to another world? But why was this other world so familiar? Yet so strange. Although the scene at this moment made Mu Rufeng feel overwhelmed, as a young man in modern society, he still had a strong ability to accept. Mu Rufeng forced himself to calm down and began to think about how to choose. There are a total of 5 positions, which are easy to understand from the literal meaning, and even his main job, loader. First of all, he ruled out the delivery driver. Because he didn't have a driver's license, he couldn't drive at all, not to mention that the delivery driver must drive a truck. If it is 4.2 meters, it is okay, it is a blue license plate, C1 can be driven, and the rest of the larger trucks are yellow license plates, so you need to increase your driving license. If you don't even have a driver's license, you will definitely have no chance to apply for a delivery driver. Although there is no prompt, Mu Rufeng feels that if he is not competent for the job, something terrible will definitely happen. As the name suggests, the tally clerk cleans, classifies, and organizes the inventory to make the goods clear, safely stacked, and orderly. It is a relatively tedious job. The shipper takes the required goods from the warehouse according to the customer's order and hands them over to the delivery driver, who then delivers them. The receiver records the goods delivered from outside and then receives them. The loader, needless to say, is loading and unloading goods, which is purely physical work. For the above positions, Mu Rufeng still prefers the loader. Just when Mu Rufeng was considering which position to choose, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Host has entered the dungeon, plugin loaded successfully. Host, please select one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Purification template, possess purification ability, ignore any pollution. 2. Super brain, photographic memory, brain computing power multiplied by 10, immune to mental damage. 3. Zombie template, copper skin and iron bones, invulnerable to swords and guns, infinite strength, bloodthirsty, fearless. The plugin is here. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled. As an old bookworm, Mu Rufeng is not unfamiliar with these. Immediately, he checked these 3 options. When the plugin appeared, Mu Rufeng's heart suddenly calmed down. What am I asking you? Lu Mei's tone was still cold. Mu Rufeng subconsciously looked over, but found that Lu Mei had black smoke all over her body at some point. At this moment, Mu Rufeng could clearly feel that Lu Mei had a strong malice towards him. Not only Lu Mei, but also the security guard sitting in the security room had come out at some point, holding an electric baton emitting a dark red light. Mu Rufeng's heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, a sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Without hesitation, Mu Rufeng directly chose the 3rd plugin. 3. Zombie template, copper skin and iron bones, invulnerable to swords and guns, infinite strength, bloodthirsty, fearless. Almost in an instant, Mu Rufeng felt a powerful force surging in his body. Moreover, the fear in my heart and the chill in my body were instantly cleared away. I'm here to apply for a job as a stevedore. Mu Rufeng said calmly. As Mu Rufeng said these words, the black smoke rising from Lu Mei's body shrank back. Even the security guard slowly lowered the electric baton in his hand. The malice towards Mu Rufeng also subsided, but Mu Rufeng still felt a pressure acting on him. Loader? Okay, this is your temporary work permit. Remember, you must wear your work permit in the logistics park. Come with me. Lu Mei threw over a work permit, then turned around and walked into the mist. Temporary work permits. Position, temporary loader. It is valid for 1 day. Please become a regular employee within 1 day in exchange for a work permit for a regular employee, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Seeing Lu Mei, who had gone far away and could only see a vague figure, Mu Rufeng immediately hung her work permit around her neck. After hanging it up, the hazy fog in front of me instantly dissipated. At the same time, noisy sounds also came from the logistics park. The sounds of vehicles starting, reversing, and some huge machine sounds filled Mu Rufeng's cochlea. The pressure on his body disappeared instantly. He turned to look outside the logistics park, only to find that the fog was still so thick that he couldn't see the scene outside clearly. Rumble. At this moment, a huge truck appeared from the thick fog behind and drove to the side passage. Chapter 5 Things to Note for Stevedores. The security guard who had been staring at Mu Rufeng immediately stepped forward and stopped the truck, holding an electric baton in one hand and a book in the other, as if he wanted to register. Mu Rufeng did not continue to pay attention. Lu Mei had already walked away, so he immediately followed her quickly. Because the zombie template was loaded, Mu Rufeng had no fear at all when facing such a weird thing. This fearless emotion made Mu Rufeng look at the surrounding environment and those weird employees unscrupulously. The entire Scarlet Logistics Park is a one-to-one restoration of the Jiaoxing Logistics Park in the real world. Walking along an open cement road, we came to a huge warehouse. Scarlet Warehouse 1, 4 big characters, printed on a blood-colored plaque, hung above the warehouse. Scarlet Warehouse 1 is very large, from the front to the end, it is hundreds of meters, and the left and right sides are also 100 meters away. However, for such a huge warehouse, there are not many trucks parked next to the platform. After counting, there were only 10 semi-trailers, and there were 7 or 8 4.2 meter and several 9.6 meter trucks. You know, this platform that is hundreds of meters long can accommodate dozens of trucks. Lu Mei did not stop, and continued to walk with him on the aisle on the platform. Mu Rufeng looked at the employees and trucks who were working from time to time. These trucks are no different from trucks in the real world. There are box trucks and trailers, but the carriages are shrouded in a black fog, making it difficult to see clearly. At the same time, those employees obviously look the same as humans, but everyone's eyes are very indifferent. Their faces are also very pale, and there is a faint black aura on their bodies. When looking at Mu Rufeng, a temporary employee, a hint of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes. However, no one dared to stop him or show malice. Soon, Lu Mei took him to the end of Scarlet Warehouse 1. Mu Rufeng looked at this familiar but unfamiliar wine warehouse, and always had a strange feeling. Yes, this warehouse is also a wine warehouse, and it is in the same location as the wine warehouse where Mu Rufeng works in the real world. Hey, Manager Lu, what brings you here? At this time, a fat, bald middle-aged man came out of the warehouse. He had a flattering smile on his face, and his wretched eyes stared at the collar of Lu Mei's shirt. Manager Wang, this is a new loader. You arrange his work. Remember, you have to examine his work ability. I will come again tomorrow to see if he is qualified to become a formal employee. Lu Mei's expression did not change when this guy stared at her chest, and she turned around and left without waiting for Manager Wang to reply. Manager Lu, take care, don't worry, I will definitely examine his work ability. After Lu Mei walked away, Wang Kun reluctantly took his eyes back from Lu Mei's exquisite figure. Mu Rufeng had been staring at the back of Wang Kun's head, and he found that Wang Kun's back of the head looked familiar. Just as Mu Rufeng was thinking, Wang Kun turned his head and looked at Mu Rufeng. At this moment, the flattering expression on Wang Kun's face disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. Your name is Mu Rufeng? There are 2 loaders in our wine warehouse. Because one employee resigned, we recruited you. Your job content is to unload the goods on the vehicle. You can start working. Wang Kun pointed to the 13-meter-long semi-trailer in front of him covered with black smoke. Wang Kun finished speaking, then turned and left. Yes, that's right, just left like that, just gave an order, and then left. He didn't tell Mu Rufeng anything else. This made Mu Rufeng a little confused. At this moment, 10 meters away, a figure walked out of a truck compartment parked on the platform. The figure was about 2 meters tall, with 7 or 8 tentacles with eyes all over his body. 2 of the tentacles were pulling a hand forklift, dragging a stack of goods towards the warehouse. Seeing such a strange scene, Mu Rufeng was shocked. He also guessed that this person must be another loader in the wine warehouse. However, seeing that this guy has so many tentacles, the loading and unloading speed must be very fast. The tentacle monster also turned his head at this time, looking at Mu Rufeng with his dark eyes, and then his mouth slowly opened, revealing a row of dense teeth. He could clearly see that the corners of his mouth were rising. This guy was smiling. Mu Rufeng immediately strode to the front of the truck. The carriage was still shrouded in a black smoke, so Mu Rufeng had no idea how to start. Immediately, he raised his hand and reached into the smoke. A cold touch and a sticky touch came. At this moment, the black smoke above the carriage disappeared instantly. Mu Rufeng also saw the cargo in the carriage clearly. The truck in front of him was a semi-trailer, and the whole body was blood red. The sticky feeling on the carriage was the red blood. And the carriage was filled with a car full of red drinks. The packaging is similar to Nongfu Sanquan, with a transparent film that combines 12 bottles of 1.5 liters of drinks into one. Scarlet eyeball. Net content, 1.5 L. Ingredients, water, fresh blood, fresh eyeballs of eye demons, corpse worm mucus. Effect, the taste is extremely delicious, with a slight improvement effect. Long-term use can continuously enhance vision and strength. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year X month X day. What kind of magical drink is this? Mu Rufeng found an eyeball in the drink bottle. Most importantly, the eyeball inside seems to be alive. Fortunately, Mu Rufeng now has the attribute of fearlessness. He is not afraid of this scarlet eyeball drink, but is very curious. Even Mu Rufeng is considering whether to try it to see how it tastes. What am I thinking about? Mu Rufeng stopped thinking about it. This truckload of goods will take a lot of time. In any case, let's do our job well first. As for the rest, let's take it one step at a time. Mu Rufeng found a hand forklift in front of the warehouse with ease. With a forklift, we need a pallet. He looked around and finally found a large number of red pallets in the corner on the right. Mu Rufeng walked over and saw a stack of pallets that was taller than him. Immediately, Mu Rufeng used a forklift to drag the stack of pallets to the side of the truck. Shaking his arms, Mu Rufeng felt the strong power in his body and prepared to unload the goods. The moment his hands touched the goods, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Notes for stevedores. 1. Please try to keep the goods intact. 2. The goods on each pallet must be consistent, except for the tail plate, which must not exceed the specified layer height or be less than the specified layer height. 3. Please unload the goods as soon as possible. 4. If the driver asks you for a benefit, please don't give it to him. 5. If an employee wants to help you unload the goods, please don't agree, but if you think the unloading is too slow, you can ask another stevedore for help. Chapter 6. How come you unload so quickly? There are 5 points of attention in total, which made Mu Rufeng a little dazed. His fearless nature made Mu Rufeng's brain unusually active. The first point is easy to understand, that is, don't break the goods, keep them intact. If you are careful, it will be easy to do. The second point is to stack the goods neatly and according to certain specifications. This needs to be determined by Mu Rufeng himself. The third point is not to drag on the time, and to unload the goods as quickly as possible. If the unloading is slow, something bad will happen. He didn't know the specific time, and the employees should confirm it themselves. The fourth point is that the driver asked for benefits. It should be a beggar, right? The fifth point is very interesting. You should refuse others active help, but you can ask others for help. Is this a contradiction? Mu Rufeng temporarily suppressed his thoughts. The most important thing now is to unload this truckload of goods. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The precautions for the loader have been made very clear, and the goods must be unloaded as soon as possible. Mu Rufeng didn't know the time, so he could only hurry, hurry, hurry. When he was loading and unloading in the real world, if there were 2 people, a semi-trailer would take about 2 hours to unload. If there were 3 people, it would take about an hour and a half. If it was 1 person, he had never done it before, but he estimated that it would take at least 5 hours. After 5 hours of unloading, the daylily would be cold. Mu Rufeng reached out and grabbed one side of the cargo, and with a slight force, a scarlet eyeball was taken down by him. According to the above, a bottle of scarlet eyeball is 1.5 L. 12 bottles in one, that is 18 L, equivalent to 32 kilograms. The weight of 32 kilograms, Mu Rufeng only felt that it was like foam in his hand, unusually light. This is the infinite strength in his plug-in zombie template. Mu Rufeng immediately stacked the cargo, then stood up, raised his hands, grabbed 2 cargoes on the left and right, and quickly started loading and unloading. Just as Mu Rufeng was loading and unloading, in the cab of the truck, a dark figure suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the rearview mirror in the middle, only to see a countdown appear on it at some point. 1 hour 59 minutes and 55 seconds. 2 hours, it turned out that the loading and unloading time was 2 hours. This dark figure was sitting in the cab, and it was obvious that he was the driver of the truck. The driver did not get off the truck, or rather, he could not get off the truck. The driver just raised his head, staring at the countdown on the rear-view mirror. The Scarlet optimized board is relatively wide, and can hold 14 pieces, a total of 4 layers high, that is, 56 pieces of goods. In just 2 minutes, a board of goods was stacked by Mu Rufeng, and the speed can be said to be extremely fast. He operated with both hands, and the goods were as light as a feather, which made his speed extremely fast. There is no need to worry about damage to the goods, because the film, which is made of unknown material, is extremely tough. Mu Rufeng did not delay and immediately used a forklift to pick it up. Just as he was about to drag it out, he found that the goods were somewhat scattered. In this way, the goods may collapse with just a slight bump. I almost forgot that I have to wrap it with film, otherwise the goods will fall easily. Mu Rufeng put down the forklift and immediately walked into the warehouse. Looking around, he saw some film in the left corner. Mu Rufeng walked over and found a rule written on the wall next to him. Guidelines for the use of film. 1. Each roll of film must be paid 10 soul coins before it can be taken away. 2. New loaders can take 1 roll for free. 3. Please keep your own film. 4. Please do not lend your film to others except loaders. Mu Rufeng thought carefully and then wrote down these rules. Without any hesitation, Mu Rufeng took a roll of film and walked towards the truck. Although he did not know what soul coins were, he still unloaded the goods first. He returned to the truck and wrapped the goods with the wrapping film for several times. Then he held the wrapping film in one hand and pulled the forklift with the other hand and walked towards the warehouse. He glanced at the tentacle monster that was also dragging a pallet of goods not far away, and found that he just placed it in an open space in front of the warehouse. Mu Rufeng also placed it nearby. He knew that if the goods were not received, the goods could not be pulled into the warehouse for placement. Although this Scarlet selection was a bit weird, it was still very similar to the selection outside. The large open space in front of the warehouse was used to place goods that had not been received. Just as Mu Rufeng was pulling the hand forklift to unload the goods in the carriage, he saw the loader tentacle monster coming over. Are you a new loader? Hello, my name is an Lu. The tentacle monster an Lu introduced himself. Well, my name is Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng also introduced himself. There are only 2 loaders in the entire wine warehouse. We should help each other. An Lu said. Well, you're right, we should help each other. Mu Rufeng nodded. By the way, let me remind you that the unloading time is 2 hours. If you can't unload it, you can come to me for help. An Lu smiled, then turned and left. Mu Rufeng looked at an Lu who was leaving, thinking. Back in front of the truck, Mu Rufeng began to unload the second load. In a flash, 10 minutes had passed. Mu Rufeng put the 5th load away and returned to the carriage. Just as he was about to continue unloading, he suddenly felt something was wrong. For some reason, the carriage had become cold. At this moment, Mu Rufeng was not afraid of the cold, but he could clearly feel that the carriage had become cold. Even the mucus in the carriage under his feet was getting more and more, and there was a sizzling sound when he walked. Mu Rufeng ignored it and continued to unload the goods. Even if there were some inexplicable sounds in his ears, Mu Rufeng didn't pay attention. In a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The carriage was already mostly empty. Mu Rufeng finished loading another load, dragged it with a forklift, and was about to leave when suddenly, footsteps came from behind. Mu Rufeng turned around and saw a black shadow coming from the rear of the car. Hey? How come you unload so fast? The black shadow was shocked. The man was not tall, only about 1.7 meters, and his whole body was covered by black fog, barely revealing a human figure. Fast? I think it's too slow, I'll be done unloading soon. Mu Rifeng said, exerting force with both hands, pulling the pallet and walking out. Fast, too fast, how can you unload so fast? The black shadow blocked Mu Rifeng. Who are you? Make way, I want to drag the goods out. Mu Rifeng said. It seemed that the black shadow could not refuse Mu Rifeng's words, and actually leaned aside obediently. I'm a truck driver, Chong Feng. The black shadow said. Chapter 7 Driver, why are you giving me money? Signed. Too fast, can't do this, can't do this. The driver muttered, and the black mist on his body began to fade. After a while, the driver's figure became clear. It was an extremely terrifying person, with gaps all over his body, as if he was bitten. As the black mist around the driver faded, the car became colder, and even under his feet, there was a thick layer of blood-red mucus. When he walked, there was a pull wire effect. Driver. Mu Rifeng looked up and down at the driver. Facing this terrifying driver, Mu Rifeng's heart was not shaken. The fearless attribute given by the zombie template is really too practical in this weird copy. If it was the previous Mu Rifeng, he would definitely be scared to his hands and feet. The changes in the surrounding environment did not affect Mu Rifeng. Even if there was a pull wire effect when walking, it did not slow down Mu Rifeng's speed at all. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? The driver looked at Mu Rifeng, who was not affected, and suddenly became very anxious. The driver immediately caught up with Mu Rifeng. However, at the rear of the carriage, the driver stopped. Obviously, the driver could not leave the carriage, or in other words, could not leave the range of the truck. After a while, Mu Rifeng dragged a forklift and an empty board into the carriage. Hey! Brother driver, why are you still here? Mu Rifeng said. The driver did not speak, lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. Mu Rifeng shrugged and ignored it. He came to the goods and continued to move the goods. It's sticky, and I still feel a little uncomfortable. Let's unload the goods quickly. Mu Rifeng was still affected by the sticky blood on the ground. However, this influence accelerated Mu Rifeng's unloading speed. After stacking the goods and wrapping the film, when he was about to drag them out, he saw the driver coming over again. This time, the black mist around the driver was very light, and his terrifying body was unusually clear. Dark red liquid began to flow out of the wounds that were bitten. And, it was accompanied by a foul smell, which made Mu Rifeng's nose uncomfortable. Driver, what's wrong? Mu Rifeng stopped and asked. Here you go. The driver stretched out his right hand with 2 fingers missing and handed over a piece of paper. Mu Rifeng was skilled and bold, and he took it. 10 yuan soul coin, the universal currency of the copy world, worth 10 yuan. Hey? This is money? No, driver, why are you giving me money? Mu Rifeng said in surprise. You unloaded the goods too fast, can you unload them slower? The driver said. Slower. Yes, slower. Sorry, driver, this is my job, you should take the money back. I want to work. Mu Rifeng returned the 10 yuan bill to the driver and prepared to continue working. Seeing this, the driver seemed anxious and grabbed Mu Rifeng's arm. Here, all for you, all the money I have, can you unload the goods slower? At least, the unloading time cannot be less than 1 hour. The driver said, and took out a few more banknotes and stuffed them into Mu Rifeng. There were 4 in total, each with a denomination of 10 yuan. Adding the previous 10 yuan, there were 50 yuan in total. Why do you want me to unload the goods slower? Mu Rifeng said puzzledly. According to his guess about the rules of stevedores, the faster the unloading, the better. 50 yuan, the unloading time cannot be less than 1 hour, I owe you a favor. The driver said. Okay. okay. Mu Rufeng took the banknotes and agreed. Soul coins are the universal currency in the copy world, and they should be very useful. Thank you, thank you. The driver's indifferent expression fluctuated slightly. Immediately, he let go of Mu Rufeng's arm, and his figure was slowly wrapped in black mist, and then disappeared. It's a bit creepy, but fortunately, I'm not afraid. Mu Rufeng smiled and put the banknotes away. Then, he looked at his arm again. The driver had grabbed it before, leaving some black marks, but it only took a few seconds for the black marks to disappear. No, it shouldn't be said to disappear, it seems to be absorbed by his body. Mu Rufeng didn't care too much. After dragging the cargo out and placing it, Mu Rufeng forked another empty cargo and came to the carriage. He looked at the cargo inside and roughly estimated that there should be only 2 or 3 cargoes left to unload. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. When he came in, there was no signal on the mobile phone, but it was still okay to use it to check the time. Although he didn't know what time it was here, the time on the mobile phone showed 2 minutes after 8. He unloaded the cargo at 7 o'clock, went to the cafeteria to eat, and entered this weird dungeon world at 7:15. In total, it took him only about 32 minutes to unload the cargo. For loaders, the unloading time of a vehicle should not exceed 2 hours. And for drivers, the unloading time should not be less than 1 hour. So, Mu Rufeng still has plenty of time. After thinking about it, Mu Rufeng decided to be safe. He planned to unload most of the remaining goods, leaving only the last bit of the tail plate. In this way, even if there are any problems, the remaining goods can be unloaded quickly. Mu Rufeng started to stack the goods quickly. In a short time, a pallet of goods was stacked. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed. Mu Rufeng stacked the last pallet of goods, and there were only 10 pieces of goods left in the carriage. When the wrapping film was wrapped and ready to be towed away, the driver Chongfeng appeared again. You don't keep your word. A sharp shout burst out from Chongfeng's mouth. Mu Rufeng felt a little harsh, rubbed his ears, and said, "Driver brother, aren't there still 10 pieces of goods? I'll go outside to fish and be lazy later, and I will definitely not make it difficult for you." The driver did not speak, staring at Mu Rufeng, and finally, he nodded slowly. "By the way, driver brother, do you know where this is?" Mu Rufeng asked. The driver heard this and said, "This is Scarlet Optimum." "Of course I know this is Scarlet Optimum. I'm asking, why am I here?" Mu Rufeng said speechlessly. The driver heard this and did not answer. Instead, he hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I'm just a driver delivering goods." Mu Rufeng is not a fool. This guy hesitated, which proves that he knows. The contract has been signed. You can vote for the monthly ticket and reward it. Chapter 8. The first copy is Chongfeng. Mu Rufeng now wants to know what kind of place this is, why he appears here, and how to leave. "Brother driver, I gave you face, you should also give me face, right? You don't want to." Mu Rufeng inadvertently turned her head and looked at the few dozen pieces of goods left in the carriage. Chongfeng only felt a deep malice. When Mu Rufeng saw that the driver didn't move, he couldn't say much, so he picked up the empty board on one side and placed it on the ground. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Mu Rufeng had just moved 3 pieces of goods, and the driver quickly came forward and grabbed Mu Rufeng. Wait, don't unload. I'll tell you whatever you want to know," the driver said quickly. "This is the right thing to do. I'll help you and you help me." Mu Rufeng stopped what she was doing and stood up with a smile on her face. "I want to know how I can leave here." Mu Rufeng asked the question he was most concerned about. "As long as you become the driver, you can leave here," Chongfeng said. "Well, I didn't explain clearly. I mean, how to leave this weird place and return to the real world." Do you know the real world? It's the world where humans live. Mu Rifeng said. I know. Chong Feng nodded. Seeing Chong Feng nodding, Mu Rifeng nodded secretly in her heart. Sure enough, these weird people knew about the human world. For a long time, Chong Feng did not continue to speak, which made Mu Rifeng, who had been waiting, feel a little pained. Mu Rifeng was about to speak when she saw Chong Feng finally spoke. Did you enter this weird dungeon because of an umbrella? Chong Feng suddenly said, but Mu Rifeng was shocked. How do you know? Mu Rifeng looked at Chong Feng suspiciously. Because, I entered this place because of this umbrella, or in other words, because of this umbrella, I became what I am now. Chong Feng said slowly. Mu Rifeng stared at Chong Feng. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and a familiar picture appeared in his mind. Are you the first driver to die in the wine warehouse? The driver whose whole body was eaten by wild beasts. Mu Rifeng suddenly exclaimed. So, I'm not the only one who died. Chong Feng said after hearing this. What's going on? What's going on with that umbrella? Mu Rifeng asked. If you want to leave here, you must first become a regular employee. After becoming a regular employee, there should be information about leaving. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I applied for a job as a driver, and I didn't even get a full-time job. Also, I was not bitten by a wild beast. Chong Feng's voice was hoarse, which made people feel a little itchy. For a moment, Mu Rifeng thought a lot. What Chong Feng said also proves that the second driver who died and the third leader who died should have entered this Scarlet preferred copy. However, they all died here for some reason. And Chong Feng was the first to enter the Scarlet choice. In the real world, he had died, but here he became a truck driver? Does that mean that the second driver and leader who died now also hold some kind of position in Scarlet Prime? Wait a minute. That bald manager Wang Kun. Mu Rifeng suddenly remembered that the bald male supervisor Wang Kun he met earlier was not the leader who died in the real world? You were probably bitten to death by some kind of monster while delivering goods, so why did you become the driver again? Mu Rifeng said. Silence. Chong Feng was silent. Mu Rifeng didn't push her and waited quietly. When I was making a delivery, I broke the rules and was chewed to death by the service station supervisor. Later, when I woke up, I became a truck driver. I couldn't leave the car. Even if I drove out, I couldn't get out of the car. I could only move within the confines of the car. My advice to you is, you must not die, and you must not be contaminated, otherwise you will be like me. I still have my own thoughts now because I just became a driver not long ago. I have already felt it. My thoughts are becoming more and more indifferent and cold. It should not be long before I am no longer me. Can I ask you something? Chong Feng said. Say. Mu Rifeng didn't know how to answer at this moment, so she could only spit out these two words. I know you are not an ordinary person. The unloading speed is so fast. Even another stevedore, an LU, would need an hour and a half to finish unloading. With your ability, you will definitely achieve great things. While I still have thoughts, I hope you can help my family when you are capable in the future. Chong Feng actually revealed a sad emotion in his words. Okay. Mu Rifeng nodded heavily. Thank you. I have a daughter who is still in kindergarten. Unfortunately, I can't see her growing up. This is a damn world. Chong Feng cursed, and his figure gradually faded, and finally turned into a black mist, blending into the carriage. Looking at Chong Feng disappearing, Mu Rifeng sighed. He sympathized with Chong Feng's experience, but there was nothing he could do. If he hadn't owned the plug-in, Mu Rifeng felt that she would have followed in Chong Feng's footsteps. However, Mu Rifeng would naturally help Chong Feng's request if he could. At least, the driver also cleared up some doubts for Mu Rifeng. Remind you, you have to be careful of Wang Kun, the warehouse supervisor. You unload goods so quickly, you can help another loader more so that Wang Kun can't find fault with your work ability. Of course, you have to be careful of an Lu, the last loader was eaten by him. Also, in the truck, the driver cannot attack the loader unless the unloading time exceeds 2 hours. Suddenly, Mu Rifeng heard Chongfeng's voice. Eat. Mu Rifeng thought slightly in his heart. Thank you. Mu Rifeng, who had a little clue, thanked the driver Chongfeng. When Mu Rifeng dragged the pallet out of the car, another large truck stopped nearby at some point. At this moment, an Lu was standing in front of the large truck, and it seemed that he was ready to unload the goods. Apparently, the car an Lu had just unloaded had already been unloaded. An Lu also saw Mu Rifeng coming out. Mu Rifeng, wait, are you almost done unloading the goods in your car? An Lu stepped forward and stopped in front of Mu Rifeng. Yes, what's wrong? Mu Rifeng nodded. You are just an ordinary human, why are you unloading so fast? And why is there no change in your body? An Lu asked. $10. Mu Rifeng stretched out his hand and said. Chapter 9 New Goods, Blood Flower Beer. What 10 yuan? An Lu looked at Mu Rifeng in confusion. Give me 10 yuan and I'll tell you. Mu Rifeng said. An Lu was stunned for a moment, as if he had been greatly insulted. His lips began to move, and he made a strange grinding sound. This was the sound of his sharp teeth rubbing against each other. We should help each other, you. An Lu didn't want to pay. 10 yuan, give it to me, and I'll tell you. Mu Rifeng said. Okay. An Lu was silent for a moment, and finally took out a 10 yuan note and handed it to Mu Rifeng. After Mu Rifeng took it, he said directly, I am born with supernatural power, and I used to work as a loader, so I unload goods very quickly. No more. An Lu was obviously stunned for a moment. No more, I've told you. Mu Rifeng said, pulling the goods and continuing to walk inside. An Lu did not stop Mu Rifeng, nor did he shout, but just looked at Mu Rifeng with cold eyes. Rumble. Just then, another large truck emitting a thick black gas stopped in front of the liquor warehouse and began to reverse. After a while, it stopped next to the platform. An Lu glanced at it, and immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it directly into the black mist. The next second, the corners of An Lu's mouth rose slightly. He glanced at Mu Rifeng, then at the large truck he was going to unload earlier, and immediately walked into the warehouse. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng didn't pay attention, and he didn't continue to go back to the car to unload. He promised the driver Chongfeng that he would fish outside. Calculating the time, he had to fish for at least 20 minutes. He didn't plan to fish until the time required for unloading was approaching. After all, he hadn't been converted yet. Mu Rifeng took the wrapping film and dragged the forklift, and began to wander around the area where the goods were placed in the front of the warehouse. He didn't dare to go into the warehouse. After all, he was just a temporary worker now. If he was caught, it would be bad. In just a few minutes, Wang Kun and an Lu came out of the warehouse together. Mu Rifeng, why are you wandering around here instead of unloading the goods? Wang Kun immediately scolded Mu Rifeng when he saw him. Oh, it's Manager Wang, I'm looking for the board. Mu Rifeng said. Are you blind? Isn't the board over there? Don't run around next time. Wang Kun said coldly. Okay, Manager Wang. Mu Rifeng responded. By the way, 2 more trucks of goods have arrived. After you unload that truck, unload the one on the right. An Lu, you unload the one on the left. Wang Kun ordered. No problem, Manager Wang. Without waiting for Mu Rifeng to speak, an Lu stepped forward and patted his chest with his hand. Although Mu Rifeng felt a little strange, he didn't care and said, Okay, by the way, Manager Wang, let me ask, what are our working hours? Wang Kun heard this, raised his left hand, glanced at the mechanical watch on it, and said, "It's 10 minutes past 8 now. We go to work at 6 in the morning and get off work at 12. There is an hour break at noon, and we go to work at 1 in the afternoon and get off work at 6 in the evening. After get off work in the evening, come to my office and I will arrange accommodation for you. You can go to the cafeteria for dinner. If you don't know where the cafeteria is, you can ask an LU. Okay, hurry up and work." Wang Kun waved his hand and turned away. "Work hard. If you can't finish unloading, you can come to me for help." An LU patted Mu Rufeng's shoulder with a smile and strode towards the truck on the left. He saw an LU put the docking plate and prepared to unload the truck on the right before, but now after coming out with Wang Kun, he actually unloaded the truck on the left. Needless to say, the cargo of the two trucks is different. Maybe the cargo loaded in his truck is more difficult to unload. Mu Rufeng didn't care much. He went straight to the truck. He stretched out his hand and pressed directly on the black fog. In an instant, the information of the cargo appeared in his mind. Blood flower beer. Net content, 580 ml. Ingredients, corpse water, fresh blood, hops demon, wheat cannibal worm, yeast worm. Effect, the taste is slightly bitter. After taking it, you can get a short-term improvement in mental attributes and be in a drunken state. Long-term use can slowly improve mental attributes. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year X month X day. Warm reminder, fragile items, please handle with care, damage will be compensated according to the price. Mu Rufeng didn't pay attention to the others. He only paid attention to the one at the bottom. Fragile items, handle with care, damage will be compensated according to the price. Mu Rufeng pondered carefully. This blood flower beer is in glass bottles, 12 bottles each. Because it is a glass bottle, it needs to be handled with care during loading and unloading, otherwise it is very easy to break. If Mu Rufeng wants to load and unload, he can't fiddle with it as he did with the Scarlet eyeball before. In addition, the blood beer is packed in cartons, and it is even more impossible to grab a piece of goods with one hand. The unloading speed may be reduced a lot. Mu Rufeng let go of his hand, turned his head, and looked at Anlu. I saw that Anlu had already started unloading, and 4 or 5 tentacles started working at the same time, and each tentacle lifted 2 pieces of goods. The speed was very fast. Moreover, Mu Rufeng also found that the goods that Anlu was unloading seemed to be similar to instant noodles. It is obvious that Anlu's instant noodles are more difficult to make than Mu Rufeng's blood flower beer. How could Mu Rufeng not know Anlu's little thoughts? However, Mu Rufeng was a little strange. Isn't this a wine warehouse? Why are there instant noodles parked here? Shouldn't it be parked in the snack warehouse? Mu Rufeng couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it. He immediately pulled the forklift to fork another stack of pallets and came to the front of the truck. Yes, Mu Rufeng planned to start unloading the blood flower beer directly. Fishing? No, he has to work hard and make money. He didn't forget Chongfeng's reminder. Take down a pallet and put it away. The black fog on the tailgate of the truck has dissipated. Mu Rufeng put his hands into the cargo, and then he worked hard to move 4 boxes of beer out. The net content of blood flower beer is 580 ml, including glass bottles, which is about 1.1 kilograms. There are 12 bottles in each case, and the cartons are negligible, a total of 26.4 pounds. If there are 4 boxes, it would be about 105 kilograms. At this weight, it is still as light as a feather for Mu Rufeng. He handled the 4 boxes with care and put them away. He recalled that for beer, it should be stacked 5 layers high, with 17 yards per layer. 4 horizontally, 3 rows, 5 vertically, 1 row, a total of 17. However, if you put the goods in this way, you need to change the piles, so that the stacking will be more stable. Mu Rifeng also considered this situation, so each time, he only took 3 boxes. The first, second, and third layers were not changed, and the fourth, and fifth layers were changed. At the same time, the fourth and fifth layers directly took 2 layers of 4 pieces of goods with both hands to stack the goods. In this way, the speed was actually faster than the speed of stacking the scarlet eyeballs. And Mu Rifeng handled it with care, and there would be no damage. Chapter 10 Unloading. 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 On the other side, an Lu finished unloading a pallet of goods comfortably, and subconsciously looked at Mu Rifeng. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but it made Anlu's eyelids jump. He saw that Mu Rifeng had also finished unloading a pallet of goods and was wrapping it. What's going on? The speed of unloading blood flower beer is faster than his speed of unloading instant noodles? As if he noticed Anlu's gaze, Mu Rifeng also turned his head to look. Mu Rifeng smiled at an Lu and said, "You have so many hands, so the unloading speed is a bit slow. If you can't unload it, you can come to me for help." After Mu Rifeng finished speaking, he dragged the beer into the warehouse without waiting for an Lu to reply. Although the wine warehouse is very large, the space in front of the warehouse for placing goods is not small, but because of the scarlet eyeballs unloaded by Mu Rifeng, it occupies more than 20 piers. Fortunately, the goods that an Lu had unloaded earlier had been collected and most of them were dragged in by the warehouse staff. Mu Rifeng immediately pulled it over there and placed it. Seeing this, an Lu also immediately wrapped the wrapping film and dragged the goods over to place it. There are limited places. If they are all occupied, he can only place them on the platform. And placing them on the platform will be fined. There is a clear rule posted on the wall of the warehouse. It is not allowed to place goods on the platform. Violators will be fined 10 yuan per board. When the two of them crossed, an Lu said, "Your scarlet eyeball should have finished unloading the goods, right? You hurry up to receive the goods and don't occupy the position here." Hearing this, Mu Rifeng smiled and said, "Sorry, I haven't finished unloading yet, so I can't receive the goods." An Lu didn't continue to speak, just looked at Mu Rifeng with resentment and left. Mu Rifeng looked at an Lu who was leaving, touched his chin, and thought, "I should be able to squeeze a lot of soul coins from this, but I have to speed up the unloading." Immediately, Mu Rifeng returned to the front of the truck and began to unload the goods frantically. In a flash, half an hour passed. Mu Rifeng wrapped the goods with wrapping film. Looking at the front of the car, there were only 20 or so pieces of goods left. Half an hour, just half an hour, Mu Rifeng was about to unload. Miraculously, the truck driver never came. Of course, with the reduction of goods, the environment in the car has also changed a lot. Not only was there a foul smell, the blood under his feet had already covered Mu Rifeng's instep, and the surroundings became extremely cold. There was a long white mist between Mu Rifeng's breaths. However, these changes did not slow down Mu Rifeng's unloading speed. It had no effect on Mu Rifeng at all. It seemed that his zombie template was directly immune to all this. If an ordinary person was here, he would have been frozen to death long ago. Mu Rifeng used a forklift to drag the goods out of the truck. When he came to the warehouse, the front position was already full of goods. Mu Rifeng found an empty position in the corner. Only 4 pallets of goods can be placed here. Except for the aisle, the rest of the space is occupied. Almost done, let's go to Anlu to have a look. Mu Rifeng smiled, put the goods away, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Anlu also came over with a pallet of goods. "Mu Rifeng, have you unloaded both trucks of goods? Go and ask the receiver to collect the goods." Anlu said. "Not yet." Mu Rifeng said in surprise. "I have counted the goods you unloaded. Even if you haven't unloaded them yet, there shouldn't be much left. If you don't collect the goods and take up all the space, how can I put the goods?" Anlu said coldly. You are good at arithmetic, but I have unloaded 2 trucks of goods in a row, and my whole body is sore. I may need to rest for more than half an hour before I can continue unloading. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. Okay, you want to play, right? Okay, I remember that your Scarlet eyeball unloading time has passed for more than an hour. I'll take the remaining position, let's see if you can wait or I can wait. An Lu snorted coldly. Oh, okay, you go. Mu Rifeng didn't care at all. Seeing this, an Lu stopped talking and turned away. Mu Rifeng didn't continue unloading, and turned to walk into the Scarlet eyeball's truck. Chongfeng, are you there? Mu Rifeng shouted in the car. Are you going to finish unloading the goods? Yes, it's been an hour. Chongfeng's figure suddenly appeared in the car. Don't worry, let me ask you something, what will happen if I take more than 2 hours to unload the goods? Mu Rifeng said. Chongfeng paused after hearing this and said, if you take more than 2 hours to unload the goods, then you have violated my rules. Then you will be my prey, I can attack you, and I can also use the power of the truck to double my strength. Double the strength? Can you beat that tentacle monster? Mu Rifeng asked again. Under normal conditions, I am not his opponent. If he breaks the rules, I can injure him, but I can't kill him. Chongfeng replied. Okay, thank you, I will unload the goods at the last minute. Mu Rifeng said. Thank you. Chongfeng also thanked him. Mu Rifeng also figured it out. The slower the unloading time, the truck driver can absorb some kind of power to improve himself. And once the limit of 2 hours is exceeded, he can attack the loader. It seems that the employees in this weird dungeon world are not so peaceful. Mu Rifeng smiled. Since Onlu wants to play with him, he will play with him. He also said that he took up all the space, leaving no place for his scarlet eyeballs. This is also a joke, as if he didn't know to drag the blood beer back to the truck. After all, there is no regulation in the warehouse that the goods cannot be dragged back. Even if there is a regulation, I have misplaced the goods, don't you let me change the board and replace it. Mu Rifeng looked at the remaining 10 scarlet eyeballs. Mu Rifeng moved all the goods to the loading board, and then walked straight out of the truck. Onlu was still unloading the goods quickly with his 5 tentacles. There were some scattered trucks or employees passing by on the main road in front of the platform. Seeing Mu Rifeng, they all showed curiosity, greed, and a bit of pity. Mu Rifeng took out his mobile phone and started to take pictures of these scenes. Coming to this strange dungeon world, the mobile phone can still be used, so naturally I want to take pictures of these strange things. Whether it is to keep it as a souvenir or to give it to the relevant departments as evidence, it is all fine. Not long after, Onlu used 2 pallets of goods to occupy all the remaining positions. Only 40 minutes had passed. Please give me some votes. Chapter 11 $100 deposited. After 40 minutes, Mu Rifeng's blood flower beer only had 1 tail plate left. And Onlu's instant noodles, 2/5 were left. Moreover, as time went by, the changes in the truck would make Onlu's unloading speed slower and slower. The total unloading time is roughly estimated to be about 1 hour and 20 minutes. This means that an Lu has about 40 minutes of free time. Of course, an Lu did not dare to calculate the time so strictly, and would definitely advance it by about 10 minutes. On the other hand, Mu Rifeng's side, the unloading time of Scarlet Eyeball had only passed 80 minutes, and there were still 40 minutes left. As for blood flower beer, there was no need to worry. Mu Rifeng, you only have 40 minutes left, let's see what you are going to do. An Lu laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, Mu Rifeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He yawned and walked directly into the truck of blood flower beer. But after Mu Rifeng stacked the remaining blood flower beer, the truck actually began to vibrate violently. The next moment, a black mist emerged and eventually turned into a pale man. How can you unload the goods so quickly? Are there 3 of you unloading the goods? The driver shouted. Driver, why are you shouting so loudly? I am the only one unloading the goods. This is the last board. Can you please make way? Mu Rifeng, who originally wanted to sleep here, saw the driver appear, and suddenly had an idea and spoke immediately. 1 person? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I am delivering blood flower beer, which is easy to break. It is absolutely impossible to do it so quickly. How did you do it? The driver stared at Mu Rifeng. I am strong and unload the goods quickly. What's the problem? But driver, I remember that if the unloading time is less than 1 hour, something bad will happen, right? This driver, you don't want this to happen, right? Mu Rifeng smiled and stretched out his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together slightly. The driver originally wanted to scare Mu Rifeng, but was confused by Mu Rifeng's action. The driver's eyes fell on the work permit hanging on Mu Rifeng's chest. Nonsense, you are a new loader, stay here, I will. The driver was interrupted by Mu Rifeng before he finished speaking. Sorry, driver, please make way, I want to go out. Mu Rifeng said, picked up the goods with a forklift, and then dragged them outside. Wait, I'll give it to you. The driver panicked and stopped him without thinking too much. Then he took out a $5 bill from his body. This is Soul Coin, the universal currency of the copy world. This is a good thing, I give it to you. The driver handed $5 to Mu Rifeng and said proudly. Mu Rifeng didn't even say anything, he just pulled the goods forward. Wait, do you think it's too little? 10 yuan, I'll give you 10 yuan. 20 yuan, I'll give you 20 yuan, 20 yuan is a lot. Mu Rifeng stopped in front of the rear of the car, turned his head, looked at the driver, and slowly said, the last driver gave me 100 yuan, are you sending away a beggar? The driver's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. 100, I'll give you 100 yuan. The driver immediately took out a bloody 100 yuan bill. Please, you must unload the goods later. The driver said with great heartache. Well, this is not bad, okay, I'll sleep here. Mu Rifeng smiled and took the 100 yuan bill and put it away. Thank you, thank you. The driver was grateful when he saw Mu Rifeng agreed. But he did not leave, as if he was afraid that Mu Rifeng would let him down, so he stood directly at the rear of the car, perfectly blocking Mu Rifeng's way. Mu Rifeng didn't care either. He set several alarms on his phone, at 30, 31, and 32 minutes. 3 alarms can ensure that Mu Rifeng wakes up. He really needs to take a nap. Although he feels that he is quite energetic, he has been busy all day and suddenly came to this strange world and unloaded 2 trucks of goods. The zombie template made him feel not tired, but it did not prevent him from wanting to take a break. He remembered that the time here is opposite to that in the real world. It should be 8:50 in the evening in the real world, but here it is 8:50 in the daytime. This means that there are still 9 hours before get-off work ends, so it is right to take a break now. Mu Rifeng lay on the 10 pieces of goods. Logically, he should feel nauseous, but he seemed to feel nothing. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. 2 years of stevedore career not only made Mu Rifeng a strong body, but also gave him a magical skill of falling asleep in seconds. Imagine, after a tiring day, you return to the dormitory and don't want to do anything. You only have one thought, sleep. So Mu Rifeng can fall asleep on the bed, even if it is a hard wooden board or uncomfortable cargo, it doesn't make any difference. Of course, he is not the kind of sleeper who can't be awakened even if the sky falls and the earth breaks. The alarm clock can easily wake him up. As for whether he is worried that the driver will attack him or steal his soul coins, Mu Rifeng is not worried, because both drivers and employees must abide by the rules. When the loader is in the truck, the driver cannot attack him, even if it is to steal. In a blink of an eye, Half an hour has passed. Mu Rifeng's alarm clock rang on time. Mu Rifeng also woke up immediately, turned off the alarm clock, and turned off the other 2 alarm clocks that were not ringing. Mu Rifeng then staggered to take the hand forklift. In front, the driver was gone at some point. Apparently, because the unloading time exceeded an hour, he returned to the cab. Mu Rifeng dragged the forklift out of the truck. An Lu, who was far away, saw Mu Rifeng coming out, and was surprised at first, and then sneered. Mu Rifeng ignored an Lu and walked directly into the truck with the Scarlet eyeball with the forklift. When Mu Rifeng forked the tail and prepared to drag it out. But he saw black smoke coming out in front again, and Chong Feng came. "This is the delivery note, you need this to receive the goods." Chong Feng handed a white sheet to Mu Rifeng. "Okay, thank you." Mu Rifeng took the delivery note, nodded to him, and walked out of the truck with the goods. As soon as Mu Rifeng came out, a lot of black smoke suddenly came out of the truck. Boom! The truck's engine made a violent roar. After a while, the truck started and then drove away from the platform. It was really on time. As soon as the goods were unloaded, the truck drove away. Chapter 12, Chunny, the receiver. Mu Rifeng dragged the goods to Enlu's side slowly. "It seems that there is only 1 hour left." Mu Rifeng said with a smile. "Yes, there is only 1 hour left." An Lu also said with a smile. "Aren't you going to collect the goods quickly? After the goods are unloaded, the receiver must collect the goods within 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, there is no place to put them, right?" An Lu said again. "Oh, 10 minutes, that's enough time, but, do you still have time to unload the rest of the goods?" Mu Rifeng said and looked into the truck. The truck compartment was still wrapped in black fog, and it seemed that only an Lu could see inside. At this time, an Lu smiled and waved his hand, and the black fog slowly dispersed. Soon, the situation inside was revealed. I saw that it was full of pier boards. On each pier board, the goods were stacked and even wrapped with wrapping film. 2 pier boards were placed in each row, and a total of 5 rows of pier boards were placed. That's 10 pier boards in total. When Mu Rifeng saw this, he was a little surprised, and then relieved. Sure enough, this guy is not a fool, it's impossible for him to wait here in vain. He stacked the goods and didn't drag them out, so he saved a lot of time. It is estimated that the remaining goods can be unloaded in about 20 minutes. In other words, even if 70 minutes have passed, plus the 20 minutes required to unload the goods, an Lu can still wait at least 20 minutes. You are quite smart. Mu Rifeng smiled, and immediately stopped talking to an Lu, dragging the goods to the warehouse. He didn't waste time, and directly dragged out his own board of blood flower beer and forked the board of Scarlet eyeballs in. Then, Mu Rifeng dragged the board of blood flower beer back and went directly into the truck of blood flower beer. An Lu was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. He never thought that Mu Rifeng would actually pull the goods back. An Lu had never been bothered by the location issue during his long time of work, so he naturally didn't think about it. Now, he has seen it. In this way, Mu Rifeng can be completely invincible. It's really a hard nut, forget it, after he receives the goods, I have to unload the goods quickly. An Lu knew that there was no way to deal with Mu Rifeng for the time being, and he could only find a chance later. After Mu Rifeng placed the blood flower beer, he took the wrapping film in his hand and entered the warehouse. Not long after, Mu Rifeng came to the place where the wrapping film was placed. There is a small table 5 meters away from here. There is a notice on the small table. Please press this button, and the receiver will come. Please note that if you have not unloaded the goods, please do not press this button, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Mu Rifeng immediately reached out and pressed the button. Hoo! A gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and then the drawer of the small table opened, and a black mist poured out from it, and finally formed a woman wearing a small red vest. The woman was not old, at most about 35 years old. She was not very beautiful, but she was not ugly either. On the back of the small vest the woman was wearing, there were 3 big characters: receiver, living person, new employee. Have you unloaded the goods? The receiver looked Mu Rufeng up and down, and then spoke. Yes, it's unloaded. Mu Rufeng nodded. Where is the goods? Take me to see. The receiver said. Here. Mu Rufeng hurriedly took the receiver to the goods placement area. Yes, not bad, the goods are neatly stacked, not too high. How many boards are there in total? Where is the delivery order? The receiver took out his mobile phone and asked while fiddling with it. Sister, I can't remember how many boards there are, can you count them yourself? This is the delivery order. Mu Rufeng said, handing the delivery order to the receiver. You want me to count? The receiver's face turned gloomy. Suddenly, the receiver's face was slightly startled. She pinched the delivery note, quietly opened a corner, and revealed the corner of a banknote. The amount was not large, just a denomination of 10 yuan. The receiver clamped the banknote unnoticeably and then put it away. Next time, remember to count it yourself. This time, I will help you count it. The receiver said calmly. Beauty, I still hope you can count it slowly, and you must count it clearly. Mu Rufeng paused at the word slowly. The receiver immediately understood, nodded slightly, and then said, Don't worry, I will count it slowly, and I will definitely count it clearly. 10 yuan, it doesn't seem like much, but it's free. She is a receiver, she can delay the time for receiving the goods, but it's useless, and she can't make any money. Those loaders and unloaders don't care about her. No matter how slow she is, the goods have been unloaded anyway. Now, Mu Rufeng directly bribed 10 yuan, which was also considered as unexpected money, so he would naturally give face. Time passed by minute. Soon, 10 minutes passed. This is the 10th board, the 11th board, the 12th board, I think I have counted this board. Oh, it's messed up again. The receiver exclaimed. Sister Chunny, it's okay, count it again if you make a mistake. Mu Rufeng followed behind the whole process, nodding from time to time, humming twice, and was extremely serious. Well, Xiao Mu is right, I will count it again. Chunny nodded. Just then, an Lu came over dragging a pallet of goods. Hey? It's been so long, why haven't you finished collecting yet? An Lu frowned when he saw the receiver still collecting goods. What? Do you have any objections? The receiver glanced at an Lu and said. It's been more than 10 minutes since he unloaded the goods. He hasn't finished collecting the goods yet? I have no place to put my goods. An Lu didn't give any face to the receiver who looked unhappy. Brother An Lu, Sister Chunny has always been very serious and responsible in collecting goods. She must not make mistakes. It's normal to be a little slow. Mu Rufeng said. Hey, Xiao Mu is right. If I make a mistake, will you be responsible? Chunny's face darkened, snorted coldly, and came to the front again and continued to count. Counting, she counted wrong again. Chunny started counting again, several times in a row, and an Lu next to her was furious. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't accept the goods, I will complain to you. An Lu shouted angrily. Complain? Okay, you can complain. It's just right to transfer me to another position. I've been in that drawer enough. Chun and I didn't care at all and continued to count. You. An Lu was furious at this moment, and his 5 tentacles were flying everywhere, which was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, an Lu didn't do it in the end. An Lu suppressed his anger and said, Mu Rufeng, let me talk for a moment. Chapter 13 Food in the Canteen. Mu Rifeng laughed and said, Sister Chunny, you count, I'll talk to him. Well, go ahead, Xiao Mu, I'll count slowly. Chunny nodded. Immediately, Mu Rifeng and an Lu walked out of the warehouse. An Lu said coldly, what are you going to do? I didn't do anything. Mu Rifeng said. Hurry up and take the goods. Tell me what conditions you have. An Lu said. 100 yuan, as long as you give it, I will let Sister Chunny take the goods immediately. Mu Rifeng said straight to the point without beating around the bush. You're looking for death. An Lu's tentacles suddenly spread out. An Lu's figure also became unusually tall, and his mouth split directly under his ears, revealing dense and sharp teeth, which was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng was not panicked at all. If you want to do it, don't worry, I will definitely not fight back. Mu Rifeng said with a faint smile. I don't have that much money. An Lu suppressed his anger and returned to normal. How much do you have? Mu Rifeng said. I only have 50 yuan. An Lu said. 50 yuan? Haha, the truck drivers who have just come here for a few days have 50 yuan on them, and you, an old employee, tell me that you only have 50 yuan. Mu Rifeng laughed. Here, food, clothing, housing and transportation cost money, and wrapping film also costs money. Moreover, I just went to see Manager Wang and I only have 50 yuan on me. An Lu said. Okay, give me 50 yuan. Mu Rifeng thought for a moment, then reached out and took 50 yuan. After receiving 50 yuan from an Lu, Mu Rifeng walked into the warehouse with a smile. Sister Chunny, have you counted enough? Mu Rifeng walked to Chunny's side. Well, Xiao Mu, I'm almost done counting. Only the tail plate is left. I'll count it again. Chunny nodded. After Chunny counted the quantity, she confirmed it on the list and handed the phone to Mu Rifeng. Come, sign your name and take a photo before you can store it. Chunny said. Mu Rifeng nodded, took the phone, signed his name on it, and returned it with 2 10 yuan bills in his hand. Sorry to bother you, Sister Chunny. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. No trouble, no trouble. Chunny quickly put away the 20 yuan, and the smile on her face could not be stopped. After taking the photo, Chunny said, this is the goods. By the way, you also unloaded this blood flower beer. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yes, Sister Chunny, I also unloaded it. There are only 2 pallets left. Mu Rifeng said. Is that so? Okay, you go and unload it. I will help you count the goods here first. When you finish unloading, you can directly receive the goods. Sister Chunny said. Okay, thank you, Sister Chunny. Hey, what's there to thank for this, go quickly. Looking at the 2 people talking and laughing, Anla felt furious. When he passed by the 2, he snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Just when the goods were received, an employee came out from the warehouse. The employee took an electric forklift and directly dragged a plate of Scarlet eyeballs away and walked into the warehouse. Then a second one came out and also forked away a plate of Scarlet eyeballs. Seeing this, an Lu immediately placed his goods in the vacant position. Mu Rifeng did not bother an Lu again, but pulled the remaining blood flower beer out of the truck. With the delivery note given by the driver, the second truck of goods was also unloaded by Mu Rifeng. Sign it. Sister Chunny handed the phone to Mu Rifeng. After Mu Rifeng took it, he signed his name, and after a photo was taken, the blood flower beer was also received. Sister Chunny, how many trucks of goods can come this day? Mu Rifeng asked. We are holding an event these days, so there will be more cars. There will be at most 4 or 5 cars in the morning these 2 days, and more in the afternoon, about 7 or 8 cars. But you don't have to worry, anyway, we get off work at 6 o'clock, no matter if there is any cargo, you don't have to unload it. When the event is over tomorrow, there will be fewer cars. There is still some time until noon, you can take a rest on the platform. Sister Chunny said. Okay, Sister Chunny. Mu Rufeng smiled and nodded. Time flies, and it is 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Ring ring ring. A piercing bell sounded in the logistics park. At the moment the bell rang, all the employees who were working put down their work at the same time, as if they had agreed, and walked straight in one direction. Mu Rufeng just stood up from the ground, and saw an Lu jumping off the platform and heading straight towards the canteen. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng also stood up immediately and followed an Lu. Speaking of which, when he came in, he had just finished dinner, so he was not hungry. It was 12 o'clock, and Mu Rufeng's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. After walking for only 4 or 5 minutes, he saw the familiar cafeteria. It can be said to be familiar, but also strange. Because the cafeteria here is too gloomy and a bit dark. Mu Rufeng followed the crowd into the cafeteria. The layout of the cafeteria is quite different from the actual preferred one. There are many tables and chairs, and many employees, but there are only 3 windows for serving food. There were long queues at these 3 windows. Mu Rufeng did not queue up, but went directly to the window. Sure enough, when Mu Rufeng saw the food sold here, he was numb. There were not many varieties of dishes, only 5. Each of them was served in a huge aluminum basin. Just looking at the name of the dish, Mu Rufeng felt a little numb. Mu Rufeng did not think that these names were false. So where did these ingredients come from? Mu Rufeng smelled the bloody smell coming out of the dish basin and swallowed unconsciously. Damn, I'm not a real zombie, I don't suck blood. Mu Rufeng forced himself to suppress the thought in his mind. Boy, these dishes taste very good. I see that you are so strong, so the taste should not be bad, right? At this time, the employee who was queuing on the side spoke sinisterly. Obviously, he also recognized that Mu Rufeng was a human. I heard that the company recruited employees from the human world. Is this the 3rd or 4th one? It's the 4th one. I ate one. It tasted really good. It's much fresher than those in the cafeteria. An exceptionally tall man licked his tongue and said. Chapter 14 Vending Machine. Mu Rufeng turned his head to look at this guy, and directly ignored the employees who were staring at him, and began to walk around the cafeteria. Wherever Mu Rufeng passed, all the employees looked at him with a weird look. Some employees even swallowed their saliva unconsciously, as if Mu Rufeng was very delicious. However, even if they were very greedy, no employee dared to take action directly. Mu Rufeng also saw that most of these employees maintained their human form. A small number of people were no longer human, with strange shapes, such as the weird tentacle monster. There were also people who looked like Chongfeng when he died. Fortunately, Mu Rufeng had the attribute of not being afraid, otherwise he would have been shaking. Hey! Vending machine! Mu Rufeng found a very modern vending machine in a corner of the cafeteria. Mu Rufeng came straight to it, and when he saw the things inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. There are many commodities inside, such as mineral water, beverages, spicy strips, bread, and even instant noodles. As for the price, it is magically exactly the same as the price in the real world. Of course, what is needed here is soul coins, not RMB. There are also some commodities in the weird copies, such as blood flower beer, scarlet eyeballs, corpse worm spicy strips, etc., which are naturally sold with soul coins. Mu Rufeng touched his stomach, he was really hungry now. The stronger the physical fitness, the faster he gets hungry, and similarly, the more he eats. Man is iron, rice is steel, and he will be hungry if he doesn't eat for a meal. He has a lot of soul coins on him now, as much as 180 yuan, anyway, they are all free, so he doesn't feel bad about using them. Mu Rifeng thought about it, and then chose 2 buckets of instant noodles, plus 2 breads and 2 bottles of mineral water. 2 buckets of instant noodles cost 10 yuan, 2 breads cost 6 yuan, and mineral water cost 2 yuan, a total of 18 soul coins. Mu Rifeng took out 2 10 yuan bills and stuffed them directly into the cash register. Hwa wah wah, chi. The vending machine shook a few times, and then, with a few clangs, the goods he bought fell into the delivery port below. Mu Rifeng squatted down, reached out, and took out the things inside. When Mu Rifeng saw the goods clearly, he was dumbfounded. There were only 3 things in his hand, namely Zio Dangjia instant noodles, wife cakes and a 330 ml bottle of mineral water. What's the situation? Was it given to the wrong person? He had eaten Zio Dangjia instant noodles and liked them very much when he was a child, but he bought 2 buckets of Kang Shaofu instant noodles. The price on Zio Dangjia was 1 yuan, and 2 buckets of instant noodles were 10 yuan. The price difference between the two was 10 times. Also, 2 breads of 6 yuan became a wife cake of 1 yuan, and 2 bottles of 500 ml mineral water became 1 bottle of 330 ml mineral water? This time he was cheated out of more than 10 yuan. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Suddenly, a scolding voice came from the vending machine. Hey! Alive! Mu Rifeng said with some surprise. I saw a pair of eyes suddenly appear on the vending machine in front of him, and the delivery port below had turned into a mouth. I say, did you make a mistake? I gave you 20 yuan, chose something worth 18 yuan, and you gave me something worth 2.5 yuan. Mu Rifeng said. Hey? Are you saying I gave you the wrong thing? The voice of the vending machine became cold. The next moment, a pair of arms and a pair of thighs suddenly grew out of the vending machine. The vending machine was taller than Mu Rifeng, and after growing legs, it became even taller. Yes, you are wrong. Mu Rifeng nodded, not afraid at all. Boy, I think you are tired of living. The vending machine reached out and grabbed Mu Rifeng's collar, and then suddenly lifted it up. Tear. The t-shirt that Mu Rifeng bought for 30 yuan was torn directly. Boy, get out of here quickly, or I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The vending machine snorted. Mu Rifeng's clothes were torn, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Excuse me, can you do something to me? Boy, I think you are really tired of living. Okay, don't you think the things are wrong? Then give them back. The vending machine still did not attack Mu Rifeng, but reached out and snatched the instant noodles, wife cakes and mineral water from Mu Rifeng's hand, threw them directly into his mouth, and returned them to the shelf. You should be violating the rules by doing this, right? Mu Rifeng suddenly said. Hehe, you are right, I violated the rules, but what can you do to me? Want to buy food? Okay, the price will be 10 times higher. The vending machine's hands and feet retracted again, looking at Mu Rifeng with a smug look on his face. Obviously, he was sure that as long as Mu Rifeng wanted to eat, he could only buy food from him. After all, in the entire Scarlet Optimum, only he would sell things from the human world. And in this weird place, he didn't dare to cheat the employees, after all, they were all tough guys. But as for humans, he would cheat as many as he could. Mu Rifeng was not the first person he cheated. Even if he violated the rules and was suppressed by Scarlet Optimum. But so what, humans couldn't beat him, and if they started fighting, he could still fight back and then eat the human. Oh, you mean, I can do something to you? Mu Rifeng said with a smile. What? You want to fight me? Okay, I'll stand here and let you hit me 3 times. The vending machine also said with a smile. As long as Mu Rifeng made a move, he could fight back, and in this way, he would have blood food. That's what you said. Mu Rifeng slowly raised his right hand. Yes, come on. The vending machine said disdainfully. Although he is just a vending machine, his strength should not be underestimated. Humans really eat one by one, come a pair, eat a pair. Then I'll do it. Mu Rifeng took a step back with his right foot, clenched his right fist, swung his arm back, and twisted his upper body slightly to the right. This posture can punch with the greatest force. I don't know how strong I am, so I'll just use you to test it. Mu Rifeng muttered. Come on. The vending machine still looked disdainful. Boom. There was a loud noise. The vending machine hit the wall behind it heavily. At this moment, the glass window in front of the vending machine had a big hole. Because it hit the wall behind it, the body of the vending machine also suffered great damage. The huge movement directly attracted a lot of attention. When they saw the broken vending machine, they were all surprised. Oh, did I hit you too hard? Why are you so weak? Mu Rifeng was a little surprised in his heart, but he was very exaggerated on the surface. He immediately walked towards the vending machine. Chapter 15. It tastes really good. When Mu Rifeng came to the vending machine finally reacted. Don't come over here! The vending machine screamed in fear. Mu Rifeng ignored him and helped the vending machine up from the ground. This is just the first punch, there are 2 more punches. Mu Rifeng put the vending machine in place and raised his right hand again. Don't do it, brother, let's talk it out, now it's a civilized society. The vending machine said hurriedly. You are right, now it's a civilized society, but you don't seem to be a civilized person. Mu Rifeng said lightly. Civilization, I am a very civilized person. The vending machine said hurriedly. Aren't you a vending machine? Mu Rifeng said. Brother, I will give you everything you want, everything you want. The vending machine did not dare to refute, and quickly spit out 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water from its mouth. Well? I think I still want to punch the remaining 2 punches. Mu Rifeng raised his hand and said. Brother, I was wrong. I will return the money to you. The vending machine immediately spit out 2 10-yuan bills from the cash register. That's good enough. Let's not punch you. Mu Rifeng said. Hey! The vending machine was relieved when he heard this. However, when he saw Mu Rifeng raised his fist again, he panicked. Brother, why are you hitting me again? The vending machine was anxious. Mu Rifeng's punch directly caused him to be seriously injured. If he wants to recover quickly, it will cost a lot of money. If he hits him again, he is afraid that he will die on the spot. When I hit you, my right hand seems to be broken. I need money to see a doctor. Don't you want to show your appreciation? Mu Rifeng said. Ah! The vending machine was shocked when he heard this. Hey! Yes, it's my fault. I have to show my appreciation. I must show my appreciation. The vending machine immediately spit out 2 10-yuan bills. The vending machine looked at Mu Rifeng carefully, but found that Mu Rifeng was still staring at him. The helpless vending machine could only spit out another 30 yuan. My hand seems to be not only broken, but also broken bones. Mu Rifeng clenched his fist and looked at it repeatedly. The vending machine heard this and roared in his heart, but he could only force himself to hold it in and continue to spit out money. It was not until it spit out 200 yuan that the vending machine finally stopped. Brother, I only have 200 yuan. The vending machine said carefully. But you have also torn my clothes. I have nothing to wear now. How can I see people? Mu Rifeng said with a stern face. The vending machine heard this and said with a sad face, Brother, I really have no money. So, I will pay for your 3 meals in the future. How about it? Well, this is more like it. Mu Rifeng nodded and immediately put away the 200 yuan. This guy must have more than 200 yuan, but there is definitely not much left. After all, he even vomited a 1 yuan bill. They were even willing to pack him a meal. I ate a lot, so I took a few more buckets of instant noodles. By the way, you seem to provide boiled water here, right? I saw it written on it, buy instant noodles plus 1 yuan, and provide boiled water. Mu Rifeng took 2 more buckets of instant noodles from the broken hole and pointed to the words above the vending machine. The vending machine did not dare to stop him at all. When it heard Mu Rifeng talking, it immediately said, yes, yes, I provide boiled water here, forget about the money. Yet. Mu Rifeng nodded, and then started to make instant noodles. After a while, the aroma of instant noodles spread. Mu Rifeng made 4 buckets at once, and with the bread, it should be enough to fill his stomach, right? Mu Rifeng was not sure, but he was not worried. After all, there was a vending machine here. Mu Rifeng sat at a table not far away with instant noodles. There were several employees sitting there eating. Seeing Mu Rifeng coming, their eyes became more greedy. Even Mu Rifeng's punch just now did not bring any deterrence to these weirdos, but made them more eager to eat Mu Rifeng's flesh and blood. Mu Rifeng, who was already hungry, ate the instant noodles and bread like a whirlwind, and even drank the soup. He was not full, and he only felt half full after eating the wife cake and crisp noodles together. Mu Rifeng turned back and took a lot of spicy strips, bread and crisp noodles in the horrified eyes of the vending machine. After eating all these and drinking a bottle of water, Mu Rifeng felt that he was about 70% full. After eating, Mu Rifeng felt refreshed. Turning around, he came to the vending machine again. "Big brother, are you still not full?" said the vending machine. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything. He looked at the vending machine and found that the damaged part of the vending machine had been repaired by 50%. It took less than 15 minutes in total. The recovery was really fast. "Nothing. I see that you still have scarlet eyeballs in it. Give me a bottle so I can taste it," Mu Rifeng said. "Ah!" The vending machine was shocked when he heard it. "You know, scarlet eyeballs are specially eaten by weirdos. If humans eat them, they will be contaminated in an instant, and then their bodies will undergo terrible changes. Why, you can't bear to part with it," Mu Rifeng said lightly. Scarlet eyeballs are available in 500 ml and 1.5 L. The former is priced at 3 soul coins and the latter is priced at 5 soul coins. In the weird world, it is extremely popular. The vending machine rolled its eyes and said without any reminder, "Brother, here, if it's not enough, come to me again." As it said, the vending machine directly spit out a bottle of 1.5 L scarlet eyeball, and then an arm grew directly on the right side, stretched into the delivery port, took out the scarlet eyeball, and handed it to Mu Rifeng. "Another small bottle," Mu Rifeng said. "Okay, brother." The vending machine took another 500 ml bottle of scarlet eyeball. "Yet." Mu Rifeng nodded, took it, and turned to walk out of the cafeteria. "Hehe, this guy is probably crazy? Is he scared silly? It's the first time I heard that a human dares to take the initiative to eat our food. Haha, I think he wants to be polluted quickly and then become us, haha." Some of the employees in the cafeteria were disdainful, some were excited, and some laughed. These, for Mu Rifeng, are irrelevant. To be honest, he was really interested in this scarlet eyeball. For some reason, the scarlet eyeball had an attraction to him. He also longed to drink a sip. When he unloaded the goods, he had this feeling. He really wanted to drink a sip. Mu Rifeng also had some guesses about this. He had seen the ingredient list, which contained fresh blood. And Mu Rifeng loaded the zombie template, which had several attributes such as copper skin and iron bones, invulnerability, infinite strength, bloodthirstiness, and fearlessness. Among them, the bloodthirsty attribute must be the reason. Zombies, aren't they bloodsuckers? He remembered that after loading the zombie template, it seemed that he was not affected by the black fog in the carriage. Then, there should be no problem for him to drink this scarlet eyeball. Mu Rifeng is really skilled and bold now. After leaving the cafeteria, on the road, Mu Rifeng directly unscrewed the bottle cap, put it to his mouth, and swallowed it down. I drank half of the bottle in one go, chewing an eyeball in my mouth. I had a very strange feeling, and I didn't feel sick at all. It tasted really good. Chapter 16 Phone Card of the Strange World. Mu Rifeng felt that his body suddenly began to heat up slowly. At the same time, his stomach also felt full. He waved his fist, his eyes slightly shining. My strength seems to have become stronger, and it is only 8/10 full. I drank half a bottle and I was full. Mu Rifeng looked at the scarlet eyeball and became more and more satisfied. It looks disgusting, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious and effective. Not bad, really good. I'll go to the vending machine to get 2 bottles in the evening. Mu Rifeng quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, Mu Rifeng returned to the wine warehouse. He originally wanted to go shopping in Scarlet's selection after dinner. But after thinking about it, it was still too dangerous. Sister Chunny, I'm eating. Here, this is for you. As soon as Mu Rifeng entered the warehouse, he saw Sister Chunny eating a bowl of food. Oh, Xiao Mu, you are too polite. You brought me something to drink. Sister Chunny said this, but she took the scarlet eyeball immediately. She had to buy a bottle of this stuff every day, but she must be happy to save it. Sister Chunny, I remember you didn't go to the cafeteria. Mu Rifeng said. Hey, I can't leave the warehouse for my job. I can only leave after get off work at night. This is what I cooked in the morning. How about it, do you want to try it? Sister Chunny said. Ah? This. Mu Rifeng didn't know how to start for a while. He really didn't want to eat it. The weird food was either human flesh or all kinds of disgusting things. How could he eat it? Haha, sister knows you are a living person, don't worry, there is no human flesh, corpse worms mixed salad, the taste is pretty good, all bought on Scarlet Optimum. Sister Chunny said with a smile. No, sister, my stomach is very full now. Mu Rifeng still couldn't accept this kind of food. Oh, by the way, have you downloaded the Scarlet Optimization app on your phone? Suddenly, Sister Chunny spoke. I haven't downloaded it yet. Can I download it on my phone? Mu Rifeng said. If you want to download it on a phone in the human world, you need to activate a phone card in the weird world to download it. But living people can't activate it, but I have an extra phone card here, so I'll give it to you. Just remember to pay 50 yuan for the phone bill every month. Sister Chunny said. Thank you, Sister Chunny. Mu Rifeng was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly thanked her. You're welcome. Sister Chunny smiled and took out a phone card and handed it to Mu Rifeng. Ghost phone card, in the weird world, the phone secondary card sold by the large group Ghost Communications requires a monthly phone bill of 50 yuan. P.S. The phone bills of the main card and the secondary card are the same, and the main card owner can withdraw the secondary card at any time. Mu Rifeng was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. His phone card is a secondary card, and Sister Chunny must have a main card. The phone charges for the main card and the secondary card are universal, which means that Mu Rifeng has covered all the 50 yuan phone charges. Sister Chunny can save 50 yuan in phone charges every month. She is not worried about losing the secondary card. If Mu Rifeng dies due to some incident, Chunny can take back the secondary card at any time. Sister Chunny, how do I pay this phone charge? Mu Rifeng asked. For the 50 yuan phone charge every month, Mu Rifeng does not think it is too much. This must be very useful. Turn off the phone first, then insert the phone card. After turning on the phone, there will be a Ghost Communication app on the desktop. Just pay it directly on it. Sister Chunny said. Mu Rufeng nodded, turned off the phone, and directly put the ghost phone card into the slot of card 2. When he turned on the phone, an option appeared. They are entering the normal system and entering the ghost system. Choose the ghost system. The normal system can only be used in the human world, and the ghost system is used in the weird world. Sister Chunny reminded. Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded and immediately chose to enter the ghost system. The layout of the mobile phone desktop is similar, but it is a little gloomy and dark. There are many apps in it, all of which are those in the real world, but they are all grey and cannot be opened. Only SMS, calls, application center and ghost communication apps are lit. Of course, both SMS and calls are empty, without any records. Come, I'll tell you how to pay the phone bill. Sister Chunny directly helped Mu Rufeng open the ghost communication. Then he found a recharge interface in it. Take out 50 yuan. Sister Chunny said. Okay. Although Mu Rufeng was puzzled, he still took out 5 10 yuan bills. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. I saw that some black smoke suddenly emerged from the camera of the mobile phone, directly covering the 50 yuan, and then returned to the mobile phone. Ding dong! Recharge of 50 yuan phone bill successfully, the balance in the card is 50 yuan. Okay, if you open an account in TND Bank in the future, you can also pay online directly, and you don't need to use cash. Sister Chunny said. Chunny was very happy at this moment, because she saved another 50 yuan, and as long as this kid is lucky, maybe he can save 50 yuan every month. TND Bank. Mu Rufeng pondered for a while, and was quite surprised. This strange world is definitely not simple. There are not only communication groups, but also banks. There is also Scarlet optimization. I think this strange world is similar to the real world. The former is a place where strange people live, and the latter can only live with humans. Okay, I'll download Scarlet optimization for you. You can log in directly with your mobile phone number. Also, my mobile phone number has been saved in the address book. You can call me if you have anything. Sister Chunny said. Okay, thank you Sister Chunny. Mu Rufeng took the phone and thanked her. By the way, Sister Chunny, I saw a truck of instant noodles coming before. We are the wine warehouse. How come there are instant noodles unloaded here? Mu Rufeng suddenly asked. Oh, you are talking about this. Because the snack warehouse has been full, the instant noodles are arranged to be unloaded here. After the activities in the past few days are over, the instant noodles will not be unloaded here. Sister Chunny explained. I see. Mu Rufeng nodded. You can take a rest here. I'm going to take a nap. Sister Chunny said, and then she turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared into the drawer. Mu Rufeng looked at Sister Chunny who was leaving, smiled, and then sat down on a chair beside her. He took out his mobile phone and opened the Scarlet Selection app directly. He was ready to see what products were in it. Chapter 17 Braised Crazy Beef Noodles. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, it really scares Mu Rufeng. There are many kinds of goods inside, and there are multiple divisions, similar to the classification of daily necessities, vegetables, fruits, snacks, alcoholic beverages, etc. This is exactly the same as the selection in the real world. It's just that the goods here are more peculiar, all for the residents of the weird world. Mu Rufeng first clicked on the category of alcoholic beverages, and the first product that caught his eye was the Scarlet Eyeball. The second one was also the Scarlet Eyeball, the former was 1.5 liters, and the latter was 500 ml. Mu Rufeng scanned all the classified goods, and still felt a little unsatisfied. It's a pity that 99% of the goods inside can't be used by living people. It's just that Mu Rufeng looked at the price of the Scarlet Eyeball and compared it with the price in the vending machine. Mu Rufeng just wants to say that the Scarlet Selection is really cheap. The price of the vending machine is benchmarked against the normal price of the weird world. For example, a 1.5-liter Scarlet eyeball costs 5 yuan in a vending machine, but only 3 yuan in Scarlet Preferred. Of course, you have to buy it in bulk. Similarly, a 500 ml Scarlet eyeball costs 1.5 yuan per bottle, and you also have to buy it in bulk. If you buy it on the same day, the goods will be delivered the next day. And, the magical thing is that it can be delivered directly to you. Of course, you need to pay a certain fee. If you want free delivery, you can only set the location at a pickup point near you, and when the goods arrive, you can pick them up at your door. It is also extremely convenient. Time passed by minute. Just 10 minutes before work, a large truck slowly stopped on the platform. Mu Rifeng did not forget Chongfeng's reminder to work harder. He immediately stepped forward, reached into the black fog, and touched the goods inside. Magic braised crazy beef noodles. Net content, 105 grams, noodles, 76 grams. Ingredients, noodles, special wheat flour, refined crazy beef butter, starch. Meat sauce package, crazy beef butter, magic beef, green onion, edible salt. Seasoning package, edible salt, maltodextrin, message, white sugar, spices, edible spices. Vegetable package, dehydrated cabbage, dehydrated carrots, dehydrated crazy beef cubes, dehydrated green onions, dehydrated egg yolks, dehydrated soybean paste, dehydrated corpse worms. Effect, has a strong sense of fullness and extreme umami taste, and can slightly improve its own ability after consumption. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year X month X day. Wow, braised crazy beef noodles. Mu Rifeng was a little stunned. The truck of instant noodles unloaded by the tentacle monster in the morning was just fresh and fragrant corpse worm noodles, but this time it was braised crazy beef noodles. Mu Rifeng thought about it. This thing sells for 45 yuan per piece on Scarlet Optimum. Each piece has 12 buckets, which means 3.75 yuan per bucket. In the vending machine, this bucket sells for 5 yuan. I have to say, it is really much cheaper. Thinking back to what Sister Chunny said, you can also work during the lunch break. Mu Rifeng directly took the hand forklift, dragged a stack of pallets over, and started unloading directly. I have to say, this instant noodle is really too light. Mu Rifeng can move 10 pieces at a time with both hands. And it is easy to stack the goods. There is no need to change the size at all, as long as it is not too high. The reason why he is so sure is that he also knew it when he saw an Lu unloading the instant noodles in the morning. If the unloading speed is like this, Mu Rifeng thinks he can solve the battle within 20 minutes. This is definitely not Mu Rifeng's boast. When an Lu just started unloading the instant noodles, because of the many tentacles, the unloading speed was even faster than Mu Rifeng. The final unloading time was 1 hour and 20 minutes because the truck driver would interfere. Of course, this was not a direct move, but taking advantage of the driver to change the environment in the car, thereby delaying the unloading speed. Because Mu Rifeng loaded the zombie template and had multiple attributes, he was directly immune to the unfavorable factors and was not affected at all. In a flash, 10 minutes passed. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to go to work. An Lu, who had been missing for a long time, also appeared in front of the warehouse on time. When he saw Mu Rifeng unloading instant noodles, he was extremely shocked. It was not because Mu Rifeng unloaded the goods quickly, but because he regretted why he didn't come earlier, so that he could grab this truckload of goods. Unfortunately, there is no if. Haha, it depends on whether you can survive tonight. An Lu looked at Mu Rifeng, sneered, leaned against the wall, and sat there directly, waiting for the next truck to arrive. Scarlet Optimum is an extremely peaceful place during the day, but once it is night. Another 10 minutes passed. There was only one tailgate left on that truck. Like the previous 2 trucks, the frightened driver gave Mu Rifeng 100 yuan bill and told him to take a rest and unload the goods in an hour. Mu Rifeng put away the money, got out of the truck and stood on the platform. Coincidentally, an Lu came out of the truck with a truckload of goods. He looked at Mu Rifeng with an extremely cold look. Just when Mu Rifeng was unloading the goods, the second truck arrived. This truck was carrying blood flower beer. An Lu was extremely careful in unloading the goods, so the speed was naturally very slow, but there was no problem with 2 hours. It can be said that the current situation was in sharp contrast to the morning. Take a nap. Mu Rifeng still needed to wait for at least an hour. He was bored and wanted to sleep again. This time he did not go to the carriage, but came to the receiving area and fell asleep on the table. Of course, he did not forget to set a few alarms. However, Mu Rifeng was woken up by someone before the alarm clock woke him up. The person who called him was an Lu. Mu Rifeng, can you help me unload the goods? An Lu's tone was extremely strange, as if he was forcing it out. Ah! Mu Rifeng had just woken up and was still a little confused. He did not react for a while. I am unloading too slowly. Can you help me unload the goods? An Lu said with difficulty. What? You are unloading too slowly? You want me to help you unload? Mu Rifeng seemed to have heard something incredible. I say, Brother Anlu, you have 5 tentacles and a pair of hands, and you tell me that you are unloading too slowly. Even if it is blood beer, no matter how slow you are, you should be able to unload it in 2 hours, right? Mu Rifeng looked at Anlu suspiciously. Anlu showed a very reluctant smile and said, this truck driver is not easy to deal with. He has a great impact on me. Blocked, the instant noodles here will be changed to braised devil beef noodles. Chapter 18, After Get Off Work Settlement, Excellent Employees. It's not impossible for me to help. Mu Rifeng smiled and rubbed his hands. The meaning was also very clear. If you want to help, you have to pay some labor fees. I don't have money now. How about I give you money after get off work and when I get paid? An Lu said. No money? Is the salary paid daily? Mu Rifeng said with some surprise. Yes, it's paid daily. Help me unload the goods, and I'll give you 50 yuan after get off work. An Lu said. Okay. Mu Rifeng slowly stood up. Thank you. An Lu thanked him. Mu Rifeng took a big sip of the Scarlet eyeball, and then took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was now 1:40, which means that he was woken up by an Lu after only sleeping for half an hour. Immediately, Mu Rifeng followed an Lu to the truck. He glanced at the goods inside, and there were still 3/4 left. You know, this truck arrived at 1 o'clock. 40 minutes, an Lu only unloaded a quarter. No wonder an Lu came to Mu Rifeng for help. At an Lu's speed, it would certainly take 2 hours to unload the goods. You are so slow in unloading, you only unloaded a quarter in 40 minutes. Mu Rifeng said. Why are you not affected? An Lu did not answer, but was extremely surprised. At this moment, the truck was not very clear, and there was a layer of hazy fog. Even if an Lu was here, he would need to consume ghost energy to stay awake. There was not much blood under his feet, only up to his ankles, but it was extremely sticky, and every step took a lot of effort. That's why An Lu's unloading speed was so slow. These signs show that the driver of this truck is very powerful. Now seeing that Mu Rifeng seemed to be unaffected, he was naturally shocked. Is this strange? By the way, did the driver ask you for a favor? Mu Rifeng suddenly asked. An Lu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, well. How much? Mu Rifeng asked again. This time an Lu did not answer, but just shook his head. You don't want to tell me? Okay, I'll go. Mu Rifeng turned around and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute, he asked me for 100 yuan. An Lu finally said it. 100 yuan? Okay, start unloading. Mu Rufeng pouted and didn't say anything, and immediately started unloading. Seeing this, an Lu didn't say anything, and immediately came forward, stood on the left, waved his tentacles, and started unloading. However, because an Lu was always affected, the unloading speed was slow. In addition, when Mu Rufeng unloaded the goods, the amplitude was relatively large, and he almost knocked the goods over. Mu Rufeng frowned immediately, and then said, "You go to the side, you are responsible for pulling the goods and wrapping the film, I will unload the goods." Okay, and Lu heard the words and nodded in response. He also wished for this. Because as long as you ask for help, if you don't unload the goods in 2 hours, the driver will definitely take action against Mu Rufeng first. And he can take the opportunity to run away. Then someone will ask, if you hide in the warehouse and wait for 2 hours, the driver will not be able to do anything to you. Of course not, as long as the unloading time exceeds the limit, the driver can leave the truck and cause trouble for you, even if there is a fight in the warehouse, it will not violate the rules. Without an Lu's interruption, Mu Rufeng's unloading speed increased a lot. Even if the fog in the carriage became thicker and the blood under his feet became more viscous, it did not affect Mu Rufeng at all. It was an Lu who was pulling the goods with the film that was affected. The whole person felt confused and was dawdling when pulling the goods. Mu Rufeng followed him and directly put 2 boards to start unloading. In 30 minutes, Mu Rufeng finally unloaded the goods. He still failed to blackmail the driver. The driver was really cunning. He actually removed all the properties of the fog, leaving only the fog that confused the vision. This situation greatly reduced Mu Rufeng's unloading speed. Otherwise, Mu Rufeng would definitely be able to unload the goods within an hour. When the truckload was unloaded, An Lu's attitude changed suddenly, and he ignored Mu Rufeng completely. Mu Rufeng was too lazy to pay attention, and went back to his truck and unloaded all the remaining instant noodles. Time flew to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Ring ring ring. The harsh ring sounded throughout the Scarlet Logistics Park. It's time to get off work. Mu Rufeng, who was sitting on the ground and dozing off out of boredom, suddenly woke up and stood up immediately. Finally off work, an Lu, where's my money? Mu Rufeng came directly to an Lu and said. An Lu rolled his eyes at Mu Rufeng and said coldly, didn't I tell you that I'll give it to you after I get paid? Wait here, Manager Wang will be here soon. Oh, I'm finally off work. I've been sitting in the drawer, and my back and waist are sore. A stream of black smoke emerged from the drawer of the table, and finally changed into the appearance of Sister Chunny. Xiao Mu, do you want to come to my dormitory tonight? I'll make you something delicious. Sister Chunny teased when she saw Mu Rufeng. Sister Chunny, I don't like your food. I'll go find a vending machine in the cafeteria. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Then you won't have a good time. Sister Chunny's eyes flashed with disappointment. Not long after, Wang Kun walked out of the warehouse. Wang Kun first glanced at Mu Rufeng, his eyes were a little strange. He obviously felt that Mu Rufeng was a little naked. Li Chunny, this is your salary, you can go home. Wang Kun took out a 50 yuan bill. Thank you, Director Wang. Li Chunny took the bill, turned around and left without any hesitation. Immediately, Wang Kun looked at an Lu again. An Lu, your basic salary is 50 yuan, unloading 4 trucks, the commission is 40 yuan, but you asked Mu Rufeng to help, the commission of this truckload of goods should be shared with Mu Rufeng. Your salary today is 80 yuan. Wang Kun took out 80 yuan and handed it to an Lu. Thank you, Manager Wang. An Lu also thanked him and took the money. Just as Wang Kun was about to speak, Mu Rufeng suddenly took the 50 yuan bill from An Lu's hand. 50 yuan, this is what you agreed on before. Mu Rufeng said. Yes, it was agreed on. An Lu suppressed his anger and slowly uttered a few words. Then, without looking back, he turned around and left. Haha, kid, you made a lot today. Mu Rifeng, because you are a temporary worker, your basic salary is 25, and you will get a commission of 60 yuan for unloading 6 trucks, including in-loose truck. You helped an LU unload a truck of goods, and you will get an extra commission of 10 yuan. You unloaded 6 trucks today, and you are an excellent employee of the wine warehouse, and you will get an extra 20 yuan. Your total salary today is 115 yuan. Wang Kun took out the bill and handed it to Mu Rifeng. The first round of trial is here, and it depends on everyone's follow-up reading. Please read it. Please vote for the monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. The first round of trial is here, it depends on your reading. Please read it. Please vote for the monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. Chapter 19, Regularization Conditions Met. Mu Rifeng quickly took it. Thank you, Manager Wang. Okay, you can get off work. Wang Kun waved his hand and left. Director Wang, I would like to ask, where is the dormitory? Also, my work efficiency today, can I be promoted to a regular employee? Mu Rifeng asked. The dormitory is in the building behind the cafeteria. Ask the dormitory manager and he will make arrangements for you. Your work today was very good. You can be transferred to a regular job. When Manager Lu comes to work tomorrow, you can officially join the company. Wang Kun said. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Mu Rifeng's mind. Has met the requirements for regularization. Countdown to regular employment, 11 hours 55 minutes and 22 seconds. Transformation mission, players are asked to survive until work tomorrow, meet with Manager Lu, and complete the regularization. Mu Rifeng's expression remained unchanged, but her heart felt a little turbulent. Finally, the copy finally gave a prompt. He has met the requirements to become a regular employee. Mu Rifeng guessed that the requirement should be achieved by completing normal daily work. The professional title of Mu Rifeng, an outstanding employee, should also gain points. It was just that Mu Rifeng saw the message behind and allowed him to survive until he went to work the next day. This made Mu Rifeng think. Obviously, whoever is the Scarlet pick during the day needs to abide by the corresponding rules. And once it comes to night, there will be no rules? No matter what, as long as there is news, he has a cheat, so he has no fear at all. Wang Kun left, but did not go back to the warehouse. Instead, he went to the canteen. Apparently he also got off work. Mu Rifeng put the money away and walked slowly to the canteen. He currently has a total of 495 soul coins, which he earned in just one day. Oh, this is more money than I make in the real world. If I make this much every day, it would be more than 10,000 yuan a month. Mu Rifeng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If only it could make this much money in the real world. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Mu Rifeng just wanted to eat now. He was really hungry. If he hadn't drank a bottle of Scarlet Eyeball, he felt he would be hungrier. Sure enough, the stronger you are, the faster you get hungry. Not long after, Mu Rifeng arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria at this moment was bustling with people. However, when Mu Rifeng walked in, the entire cafeteria quickly became quiet. Every employee's eyes fell on Mu Rifeng, and none of them concealed the greed and malice in their eyes. Boy, where do you live? I have something to ask you tonight. An employee suddenly said. Mu Rifeng was about to speak when she saw another employee next to him sneered. I said, are you stupid? New employees have to be arranged by the dormitory manager. Yes, it's up to the dormitory manager to make arrangements. I hope this guy will be placed in my dormitory. You are the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Boy, which dormitory is yours? The labor and management will come to find you in the evening. Fuck, just come, I'm afraid of you, labor and capital are at 305. A group of cow ghosts and snake gods were barking at the side. Mu Rifeng unconsciously plucked her ears, and then went straight to the vending machine. Although it's time to get off work now, dinner time is from 6 to 7, so don't worry too much. Only after 7 o'clock, the Scarlet optimal suppression of them will drop to freezing point. From 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning, it is definitely a chaotic time where demons are dancing. From 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, it is breakfast time, and there will be suppression as well. These were all taken out of the vending machine's mouth by Mu Rifeng. Hello, is my dinner ready? Mu Rifeng came to the vending machine and said hello. Choose the food you need, and then please insert the coin. The vending machine said solemnly. At this moment, the vending machine has returned to its brand new appearance, and the injury has obviously healed. Hey? Throw a coin? Are you talking to me? Mu Rifeng said in surprise. Buying goods and paying soul coins is very reasonable, what? Are you trying to rob it? Or do you think you are awesome because you beat me at noon? The vending machine said disdainfully. Now that he has not violated the rules and his strength has not been suppressed, he will naturally not give Mu Rifeng a free dinner. If Mu Rifeng takes action, Mu Rifeng will violate the rules and be suppressed. In this way, the vending machine feels that it can eat the blood of living people. Oh? Then, for the remaining punch at noon, Before Mu Rifeng could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by the vending machine. Haha, do you think I'm still the same me at noon? Want to take action? Okay, you can do it. Mu Rifeng was a little surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect that the small vending machine would become so arrogant in just one afternoon. Everyone, listen, if this kid is assigned to one of your dormitories, come to me with his head tomorrow morning, and I'll pay for his cigarettes for 3 days. The vending machine suddenly shouted at the employees in the cafeteria. This move was definitely his deliberate attempt to provoke Mu Rifeng into action. The cafeteria was quiet for a while, and then violent discussions broke out. Vending machine, are you serious? Can you pack cigarettes for 3 days? I don't smoke, is it okay to pack betel nuts? You don't have enough cigarettes, why don't you at least pack betel nut and cigarettes? In an instant, the attention of all employees was drawn here. Okay, cigarettes and betel nuts are fine, as long as you can bring this guy's head to me. The vending machine said. Okay. Don't worry, as long as you are assigned to my dormitory, I guarantee to bring his head to you. Yes, me too. Me too. A group of weirdos spoke up. Mu Rifeng sneered at this moment, waving his huge fist and smashing it directly at the vending machine. At this moment, Mu Rifeng suddenly felt a terrifying pressure on him. Almost instantly, Mu Rifeng felt a heavy burden on his body. His strength was suppressed by half. This was the consequence of his action. Violating the rules will not kill you, as long as you can bear the punishment. If you are strong enough to fight against the rules of Scarlet optimization, it doesn't matter whether you are suppressed or not. Mu Rifeng is now violating a rule in Scarlet optimization. Fighting is prohibited. This rule is posted in front of every warehouse. The vending machine has been paying attention to Mu Rifeng. When he saw Mu Rifeng take action, he was secretly happy. He reacted quickly and had already stretched out his right hand. When Mu Rifeng took action, his fist followed closely. The fists of both sides collided with each other. Bang! There was a loud noise. Mu Rifeng's fist was like a broken bamboo, and it hit the vending machine's fist. The first round of trial is here, and it depends on everyone's follow-up reading. Begging for follow-up reading. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 20 Immunity of Temporary Workers. Please read on. The huge force once again caused the vending machine to hit the wall hard. Similar to the morning, the glass facing the customers' shopping had a big hole again. The body of the vending machine was also slightly damaged because of hitting the wall. But overall, it was weaker than the damage at noon. It must be said that this suppression still worked. You. How is this possible? The vending machine fell to the ground with a look of fear. He never thought that Mu Rufeng, who violated the rules first and was suppressed in strength, could still be so strong. Now, it's our turn to settle the accounts. Mu Rufeng stepped forward and said slowly. At this moment, the employees around were a little surprised. They didn't expect things to develop like this, and it was beyond their expectations. This kid is not simple, I am even more greedy, haha. Slurp. My saliva is almost flowing out. God bless, I hope he can be assigned to my dormitory. Guanyin Bodhisattva bless, God bless, Sanking Daezua bless, he must be assigned to my dormitory. The employees became more excited. I say, have you forgotten that the security will take action in this situation now? A voice suddenly sounded. This sentence instantly hit these excited employees. Yes, they almost forgot that the security will take action in this situation now. Okay, I'll help you up, now let's talk about compensation. Mu Rufeng helped the vending machine up in the horrified eyes of the vending machine. Big brother, I was wrong, I was wrong. The vending machine was panicked, and it was panicked. Well, so, how are you going to compensate me? Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Brother, I really have no money. The vending machine said with a sad face. No money? Then use the goods to deduct. Come on, does anyone want to buy something? 60% off, 60% off, all 60% off, no waiting after the deadline. Mu Rufeng stood up and shouted to the employees behind him. With Mu Rufeng's shouting, the noisy cafeteria suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. You can't buy at a loss, you can't buy and be fooled, 60% off, 60% off, all 60% off. Mu Rufeng shouted again. Is it really 60% off? An employee closest to them said. Of course, whatever you want, as long as the vending machine has it. Mu Rufeng nodded and said. Okay, 2 packs of Furong Wang and 2 packs of Wangling Tianxia. This employee reacted the fastest and took out the money at the first time. Okay, 2 packs of Furong Wang are 50 yuan, 2 packs of Wangling Tianxia are 100 yuan, and with a 40% discount, the total is 90 yuan. I'll charge you 100 yuan, and give you 10 yuan back. The remaining 10 yuan will give me 3 bottles of 1.5 liters of Scarlet eyeballs, and the remaining 1 yuan will give me a bottle of 500 ml Scarlet eyeballs. Okay. Although he lost 2 cents, Mu Rufeng still agreed generously. He paid the money and received the goods. Mu Rufeng made 100 yuan and was very happy. The employee also made money and was equally happy. The remaining employees also reacted and swarmed in. Soon, except for the goods for living people, the vending machine was sold out by Mu Rufeng. Adding up the scattered goods, Mu Rufeng made a total of 1,328 yuan. No more, woo, all gone. The vending machine collapsed, completely without any energy. Security, security, someone is robbing. Suddenly, the vending machine shouted loudly. At some point, 2 men in security uniforms walked into the cafeteria. Seeing this, the 2 security guards walked over quickly. Hey! Not only fighting, but also robbing, you are really tired of living. The 2 security guards took out the electric batons from their waists, pressed the button, and the grey electric light flashed. The 2 looked at Mu Rufeng greedily. Employees fighting is not just about suppressing strength. Because some powerful people can defeat some weak weirdos even if they suppress their strength. In this way, this rule is completely useless to them. And the responsibilities of the security guards are reflected. If the employee who violates the rules loses, then the security guards will not care. Once the employee who violates the rules wins, then this employee who violates the rules will become the prey of the security guards. The security guards can be said to be the strongest group in the entire Scarlet Optimum. The weapons in their hands were even more ridiculously powerful. As long as the electric baton hit, the strange man would lose consciousness instantly and be at the mercy of others. The group of employees looked over here with a look of pity on their faces. The security guards took action. Obviously, this living person could not become their prey. Mu Rufeng's face changed slightly. He also felt the power of the two security guards. He never thought that the action could attract the security guards. Why didn't the security guards show up when he took action in the morning? Can I beat them? Mu Rufeng's heart sank, and he thought frantically in his mind. Hey! You are a temporary worker. A security guard suddenly said. Temporary worker. The brows of another security guard frowned instantly, and his eyes fell on Mu Rufeng's chest. Yes, I am a temporary worker. Mu Rufeng was stunned for a moment, and quickly showed the work permit hanging around his neck. The two security guards stared at Mu Rufeng. Humph, you got it easy this time. The two security guards snorted coldly and turned around and left. This time, not only Mu Rufeng was stunned, but also the employees around him were stunned. Ah, security, security, why are you leaving? He violated the rules by fighting and robbed my money and goods. Why don't you care? When the vending machine saw the two security guards leave, the expression that was originally waiting to see the show suddenly became terrified. However, the two security guards completely ignored it and directly ignored the vending machine's words. The vending machine wanted to chase the security guard, but unfortunately, under Mu Rufeng's watchful eyes, it did not dare to cross the line. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. It's really strange, what's going on? Mu Rufeng was also a little puzzled at this moment. Because you are a temporary worker, a week ago, the preferred recruitment of live people, the position of temporary worker appeared. There are new regulations from above, temporary workers have one exemption. Now your exemption has been used up, the next time you violate the rules, they will definitely take action against you. An employee said. Mu Rufeng heard this and looked at the employee, but found that it was the employee who first asked him to buy 40% off products. So that's how it is, thank you for clearing up the confusion. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. He was still confused in his heart. This rule was known to so many employees, but this guy knew it clearly. Chapter 21 The Dormitory Manager and Number 039, S Secret Candles. Please read on. Is there anything else you can say? Temporary worker? Oh, I want to be a temporary worker too. Working here, the salary is getting lower and lower. If I had no way to leave my job, I would definitely go to Ghost Preferred. Haha, in this case, this living person might be assigned to my dormitory. Hehe, that's right. Mu Rufeng looked at the employee who explained his doubts. This man is not very tall, only about 1.65 meters tall. White bandages were tied all over his body, with only one eye exposed. You can tell from her physique that she is a woman. Although the voice was a bit hoarse, you could barely tell it was a female voice. Mu Rufeng could also smell a strong burnt smell from her body. From the looks of it, the employee maintained the same appearance as when he was burned to death. You're welcome. The bandaged woman replied, turned, and left. Mu Rufeng looked at the time and found that it was already 6:20. There are only 40 minutes left until 7 o'clock. Mu Rufeng immediately took a lot of instant noodles and food from the vending machine. The vending machine trembled and prepared 5 buckets of instant noodles for Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng did not sit at the dining table to eat this time, but sat next to the vending machine. While eating, I learned the news about Scarlet choice from the vending machine. After dinner, Mu Rufeng was only 80% full, and then drank a bottle of Scarlet Eyeball, which made Mu Rufeng feel a little full. Immediately, he walked towards the dormitory building carrying a 1.5-liter bottle of Scarlet eyeball. Although Mu Rufeng sold out all the products in the vending machine, she still kept some for herself. The dormitory building is not far away, and it is only a 3-minute walk from the cafeteria. On the way, there were many employees heading to the dormitory like him. Of course, there are also many people who feel that they are powerful and seem to be preparing to hunt at night. It can be said that every night, the number of employees in Scarlet Premier will be reduced. In addition, the competition pressure is now high and it is difficult to recruit employees. Therefore, Scarlet Preferred recruits live people from the real world. Moreover, this is just an experiment. If it is really feasible, the survivors will not be recruited one at a time. These are all the information Mu Rufeng obtained from the vending machine. Although there may be some inaccuracies, it is estimated that 80% of them are true. Mu Rufeng also asked curiously, since it is so dangerous at night, how did you avoid those employees? The vending machine replied, I am a vending machine. Unlike them, I can shut down my phone and go to sleep from 1 to 7 o'clock. During the shutdown period, I belong to the public property of Scarlet Preferred. Even if it's night, they don't dare to damage the public property of Scarlet Preferred, otherwise. The staff dormitory building is a 7-story building with a large area. They are all enclosed, even the first floor is completely enclosed by hard iron fences. Mu Rufeng made a visual inspection and found out that there were 20 rooms on the first floor. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seems that the doors open to opposite sides, which means that the number of rooms must be multiplied by 2. In other words, there are 40 rooms on the first floor, and on the 7th floor, there are a total of 280 rooms. He didn't know yet how many people lived in a room, but it was definitely not a single room. At the entrance to the dormitory building, there is an extended L-shaped building. Mu Rufeng ignored the looks of the employees and walked into the dormitory building. There is a fence door at the main entrance of the dormitory building, but it is open now. As soon as he entered, Mu Rufeng felt a gust of cold wind coming, which made Mu Rufeng's hair stand up. He was not wearing a shirt right now. If he wasn't afraid of the cold now, he would definitely catch a cold tomorrow. After entering, what comes into view is a dormitory room. The window of the dormitory room faces the main door. On the other side of the window, there was a fat ant looking at Mu Rufeng. Are you a new employee? Come here. The dormitory ant raised her plump hand and waved to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng responded and quickly came to the window. This time, he saw it more clearly. I saw that the lower body of this dormitory ant was not her legs, but a plump ball of flesh. Mu Rufeng sniffed, and a greasy smell filled her nose. Hey? Are you a living person? A temporary worker? Hee hee. Let me see which dormitory to arrange for you. The dormitory ant licked her lips, then took out a booklet and began to read through it. By the way, you must have just settled your salary. Do you want to buy some candles? The dormitory ant said suddenly. Candle? Can you show it to me? Mu Rufeng's heart moved and she quickly said. This is a good thing, it can save your life. The dormitory ant quickly handed over a yellow candle. Secret candle made by the ant in charge of the dormitory, it is a candle made from the fat in the body of the ant in charge of the dormitory. Effect, after being ignited, it can exude the power of the dormitory ant. During the ignition period, all weirdos that are weaker than the dormitory ant will retreat. Note, during the lighting period, there will be a certain probability of attracting the hostess to come. Mu Rufeng only felt that her hands were greasy and a little disgusting. It is said to be a good thing, and it is indeed a good thing, but it will attract the dormitory ant to come over. This dormitory ant must be extremely powerful. It is estimated that as long as it is lit, safety will definitely be guaranteed. However, if the dormitory ant is attracted, what will happen next is unknown. Sister Lu, how do you sell this candle? Mu Rufeng glanced at the tag carried by the dormitory ant and asked. 1 piece is 100 yuan, 3 pieces are 10% off, and 5 pieces are 20% off," said the dormitory ant. Mu Rufeng didn't know how to answer for a moment. $100 a piece? Is it expensive? Very expensive. 100 yuan, the basic salary of these employees is only 50 yuan. Only some specific positions have commissions, and most of them are a dead salary of 50 yuan a day. With 2 days' salary to buy a potentially dangerous candle, Mu Rufeng felt that the business of the dormitory ant must be very bad. If you don't have money, you can use your flesh and blood to offset it. Don't worry, even if you cut off your arm, I can help you heal the wound quickly. The dormitory ant said, it seems that this is his real purpose. Sister Lu, just give me 5. Mu Rufeng took out the banknotes and handed them in through the window. The dormitory ant was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic, and immediately reached out and grabbed the money. Okay, okay. Haha. The dormitory ant suddenly laughed happily. Come on, this is your candle. I just opened my business today, so I'll give you one more for good luck. I hope you'll be lucky. The dormitory ant took a plastic bag, put 5 candles in it, and handed it to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng immediately took it and put the candle in her hand into a plastic bag. Chapter 22 Dormitories Notes. Okay, your dormitory is 301. Just a reminder, when there is danger, remember to light 2 candles together. By the way, I will give you a box of matches. The dormitory ant handed over another key and a box of matches. Matches, a box of ordinary matches can be lit anywhere. Key, an ordinary key that can open the door to room 301. Thank you, Sister Lu. Mu Rufeng thanked her and turned around and walked inside. The employees who were watching on the sidelines all had expressions of pity on their faces when they saw this. It's actually 301. It's a pity that I wasn't assigned. Although he wasn't assigned to my dormitory, I'm right next door to him, hehe. This guy, Datu, is lucky. He was assigned to a dormitory. Yes, Datu hasn't come back yet. Let's wait for him here and let him leave some flesh and blood for us. The taste of being alive is so unforgettable. Let me tell you, this guy made a lot of money from the vending machine. Yes, I actually bought so many candles. It will be a bit difficult to capture him tonight. Datu, I think Xian is going to give the dormitory an advantage. The sky outside had already become dark, but because it was not yet dinner time, the street lights kept the Scarlet Logistics Park from being completely dark. Even inside the dormitory building, there are dim lights so that people can't see the way clearly. There were many employees in the dormitory building. Mu Rufeng was not afraid of being stared at by those people as she walked along, but she was also a little uncomfortable. Mu Rufeng came to the 3rd floor and stood in the passage. He looked left and right and found that the 2 sides were completely dark. Only the balconies at the ends of both sides could be illuminated by the light from the street lamps outside. It looked so eerie and terrifying. Room 301 is located at the far left end of the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. Mu Rufeng walked along the aisle and came to the end. During this period, there were many strange employees hidden in the darkness, staring at Mu Rufeng without saying a word. If this had been Mu Rufeng before, he would have been frightened out of his wits. Mu Rufeng stood in front of the door of room 301. Next door to room 301 is room 303, and the opposite door is room 302. He looked at the balcony again and found that the balcony was also closed by an iron fence. Mu Rufeng took out the key blade, inserted it into the hole, and twisted it slightly, and the door opened with a sound. The room was pitch dark, and it could be said that you couldn't see even your fingers. Mu Rufeng immediately groped on one side of the wall. Soon he touched a switch and Mu Rufeng pressed it directly. Click! With a sound, the old light bulb turned on, emitting orange light. The room is not too big, with 2 beds on the left and right sides against the wall. In the middle is a dusty square table. At the end of the room, there is a door and a window. The windows were nailed shut with some wood and red cloth, and they were covered tightly. If he guessed correctly, there should be a small balcony behind the door, and the toilet on the right side of the small balcony. A very standard dormitory. This condition is extremely luxurious in the real world. I don't like turning on the lights, please turn them off. A voice suddenly sounded. Mu Rifeng was slightly startled, and when she looked around, she found someone sitting on the bed on the left-hand side. Moreover, she is an acquaintance, the bandaged woman who is covered in bandages. No rush, I'll choose the bed first. Mu Rifeng said with a smile, and then closed the door. Which beds are empty here? Mu Rifeng asked. The one next to you and this one are both empty. Miss Bandage said. Mu Rifeng looked at the two beds. One was the bed on the right side of the door, with a mattress on it, nothing more. The second one is the bed on the left-hand side near the balcony. There is also a mattress on it. On top of the mattress, there are also a lot of sundries, including clothes. Then I'll choose this one. Mu Rifeng simply sat on the bed on the right. At this moment, Miss Bandage reached out and pointed at Mu Rifeng's back. Mu Rifeng was slightly startled and immediately turned around to look. But he discovered that some words appeared on the wall behind him at some point. Notes on dormitories. 1. Please keep quiet. 2. Please do not go out between 7 p.m. and 5 a.m. 3. Please try not to turn on the lights in the dormitory. 4. After turning off the lights, please remember to lock the door. 5. If someone knocks on the door, do not open the door under any circumstances, even if it is the dormitory manager. 6. Please make sure that there are all your roommates in the dormitory. If not, you can throw him from the balcony. 7. It is absolutely safe when there are no outsiders in the dormitory. Hey! Mu Rifeng was slightly startled. It turned out to be something to note in the dormitory. Thank you. Mu Rifeng looked at Miss Bandage and thanked her. Can you turn off the lights? Miss Bandage asked again. Of course, it's no problem. Mu Rifeng stood up and turned off the light. The whole room became pitch black again. In the dark environment, it had no impact on Mu Rifeng. The dark environment is also perfect for zombies. By the way, I think there should be a roommate in that bed, right? Mu Rifeng asked Miss Bandage. Yes. Miss Bandage lay back on the bed now. What's your job? Mu Rifeng asked again. The work permit was hidden in the bandages by Miss Bandage, so Mu Rifeng didn't know Miss Bandage's job position and name. Please follow the rules and keep quiet. Miss Bandage replied. Sorry. Mu Rifeng apologized and stopped talking. In the dark environment, Mu Rifeng felt sleepy. Before he came into this copy world, he had been tired all day. Now, after another day of busy work here, he was really sleepy. However, before going to bed, Mu Rifeng thought of something, got up immediately, and then locked the door directly. There is still a roommate who hasn't come back. I locked the door. Should it be okay? Mu Rifeng asked Miss Bandage. No problem, that guy hasn't returned to the dormitory for several days anyway, maybe he died outside tonight. Miss Bandage was silent for a while, and finally responded to Mu Rifeng. Since there is no problem, Mu Rifeng is not worried. Immediately, he lay on the mattress and fell asleep. After a while, Mu Rifeng's even breathing sounded. In the darkness, Miss Bandage slowly turned sideways and pointed her face towards Mu Rifeng. The eye under the bandage stared at Mu Rifeng, and the scene suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. Time passed slowly, and it was 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock was the time when dinner time ended. The lights were all turned off. At this moment, there was no light at all in Scarlet's election. The moonlight in the sky was also covered by thick fog, making the world fall into darkness. Please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend the ticket, and please read it. Chapter 23 The Burnt Bandage Lady Monthly Ticket Request. Mu Rifeng slept soundly. It was just that there were knocks on the door from time to time, which annoyed Mu Rifeng. But he was too sleepy and ignored the knocks. The knocks did not last too long, just knocks from time to time. After an unknown amount of time, there was some noise outside the door. Mu Rifeng was still sleeping. In a flash, the time came to 12 o'clock in the morning. As soon as 12 o'clock passed, a gust of wind blew in the entire Scarlet optimum. The thick fog in the sky was blown away, and a blood moon appeared. The blood-colored moonlight fell down, dyeing the entire logistics park with a layer of blood. Mu Rifeng, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly shuddered and woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a face wrapped in bandages. This scene would scare anyone to death. Mu Rifeng said very calmly, "Miss Bandage, why are you standing at my bedside instead of going to sleep?" After the words fell, Miss Bandage's mouth opened, revealing a row of white teeth. Then, Miss Bandage's mouth opened and closed, as if she was speaking, but no sound was made. Although Mu Rifeng did not understand lip reading, he still recognized such simple words. "You spoke." This is what Miss Bandage said. "I spoke." Mu Rifeng thought in his heart, and suddenly, he thought of the first rule of dormitory precautions. 1. Please keep quiet. Just as the literal meaning, keep quiet. So, Mu Rifeng broke this rule when he spoke just now? No, there is a seventh rule here. 7. When there are no outsiders in the dormitory, it is absolutely safe. He and Miss Bandage are both people in the dormitory, not outsiders. In this case, doesn't the first rule conflict with the seventh rule? Thinking of this, Mu Rifeng spoke again, "Are you going to fight me? Under the provisions of Article 7, you should not be able to fight me, right? How do you know that I am from this dormitory?" Miss Bandage's hoarse voice slowly sounded. "Hey? You are not from 301. Mu Rifeng was slightly surprised. After he entered the room, the first person he saw was Miss Bandage, and he naturally subconsciously thought that Miss Bandage was in the same dormitory with him. Miss Bandage is a female employee, and it is reasonable that she should not be in the same dormitory with male employees. But Mu Rifeng felt that this could not be thought of according to common sense, so he did not think about it carefully. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Miss Bandage took action. The bandages on her body suddenly all fell apart, revealing the charred body inside. A strong smell of burning filled Mu Rifeng's nose. Those scattered bandages instantly wrapped around Mu Rifeng's body, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped Mu Rifeng tightly. Living people, this is a real living person, not those soulless clones in the cafeteria. Let me see, where should I eat first? Miss Bandage swallowed her saliva, as if she had encountered some extraordinary delicacy. Blood, drink blood first. Miss Bandage licked her tongue and sat on the bed. Afterwards, she hugged Mu Rifeng's body horizontally in her arms. The neck has always been the best place to suck blood. Miss Bandage just blew gently, and the bandage on the neck dissipated, revealing Mu Rifeng's bronze skin. Miss Bandage couldn't hold back any longer, and bit down on Mu Rifeng's neck. Dang! There was a crisp sound. Miss Bandage's teeth seemed to bite on steel. What's going on? Miss Bandage was a little stunned. How could she not have thought that she couldn't bite this living person? Squeaky! A sound of teeth rubbing against each other sounded. Miss Bandage was dumbfounded. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bite through Mu Rifeng's skin. Just then, a big hand suddenly held her down. A huge force came, causing Miss Bandage's body to lean back. Mu Rifeng slowly sat up straight. At some point, he had already broken free from the bandages on his body. Mu Rifeng's left hand was still holding a bunch of bandages, and he kept squirming, but he couldn't get out of Mu Rifeng's control at all. Although you were burnt and smelled burnt, I still smelled the blood in your body. Since I was born, I have never drunk any other blood except pig blood and blood duck. Although the conditions are a bit worse, I don't mind it. Mu Rufeng finished speaking, opened his mouth, and a pair of sharp zombie teeth appeared. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Yu. Miss Bandage was frightened by this sudden scene. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. SHH. Don't talk. Mu Rufeng leaned close to Miss Bandage's ear and whispered. The bandage was directly stuffed into Miss Bandage's mouth by Mu Rufeng, and his left hand directly covered her mouth. Immediately, Mu Rufeng bit Miss Bandage's tender neck. It was crisp and crisp. Miss Bandage's body instantly became stiff. And, it was accompanied by a slight tremor. As time went by, the amplitude of the tremor became smaller and smaller, but the body became more and more stiff. During this period, the knocking sound outside the door has not stopped, and even became more urgent. Just at this time, the knocking sound stopped abruptly. Mu Rufeng vaguely heard the sound of a door closing. Mu Rufeng let go of Miss Bandage. Miss Bandage immediately fell on the bed. Her mouth was wide open, her body twisted, and her body became more hunched and thin. Dead, Miss Bandage is dead. The remaining blood and energy in her body have been sucked dry by Mu Rufeng. At this moment, Mu Rufeng's eyes were filled with blood. He did not feel any discomfort, but was refreshed. The power in his body became stronger. Sure enough, zombies have to suck blood to become stronger. Even the word blood, even the ghost energy in her body, was sucked dry by Mu Rufeng. By the way, I remember she bought a lot of things. Mu Rufeng immediately began to grope Miss Bandage. However, as soon as it was touched, Miss Bandage instantly turned into a tiny black sand, and soon, it turned into black smoke and disappeared. Only a group of squirming bandages were left. The bandage didn't disappear. Mu Rufeng reached out and grabbed the bandage in his hand. Smelly bandage, because it was worn by a weird person who was burned to death for a long time, it became smelly. It seems that the smell can be dissipated by washing. Effect, it has extremely strong toughness and extensibility, is not afraid of sharp blades and flames, and can extend up to 20 meters. When wrapping wounds, it can speed up recovery. Hey? It seems to be a prop, a good thing. Mu Rufeng was slightly surprised. Thank you Filong in the underworld for the 11,000 points reward. Thank you Shenjao Redemption Tachi for the 600 points reward. Thank you Su Maria for the 250 points reward. Thank you for the thoughtful puppets and book friends 201908120025275881 for the 100 points reward. Thank you for the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 24, Open the Door, Dormitory Inspection. Please read on. After thinking for a while, Mu Rufeng wrapped the bandage around himself. Although it was a bit smelly, it could at least be worn as clothes by Mu Rufeng. The bandage seemed to be alive and had already recognized Mu Rufeng as its master. Mu Rufeng had just started to use it when he saw the bandage spread out and then wrapped around Mu Rufeng's body. This time, he did not wrap his whole body, but followed Mu Rufeng's idea and wrapped his entire bare upper body to form a bandage short-sleeved shirt. Wearing a bandage short-sleeved shirt was still quite cool, but because it was a bandage, it looked weird. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng's nose twitched, and a strong smell of oil poured into Mu Rufeng's nasal cavity. This smell of oil was very familiar, and Mu Rufeng immediately remembered that this was the smell of the secret candle made by the dormitory ant. Strictly speaking, this should be the smell of the dormitory ant. The two smell exactly the same. Mu Rufeng was sure that the smell was not coming from the candle he placed at the head of the bed, but from outside the door. Is the dormitory manager here? Mu Rufeng listened carefully, but did not hear any movement from outside. Dong! A loud noise. Mu Rufeng did not move at all, but his face showed some surprise. He really did not hear the sound of someone walking outside the door, but there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. There were 3 more knocks on the door. Mu Rifeng still did not move. Bang bang bang. The person outside the door increased the intensity of the knocks. A voice came from outside the door, "Open the door, dormitory inspection." Mu Rifeng heard that it was the voice of the dormitory manager. He still sat at the head of the bed without any response. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was 10 minutes past 12 in the morning. I have to say that since installing the phone card of the Weird World, the battery of the mobile phone has directly increased from the original 30% to max. It has been so long, and it is still max. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, I know there's someone inside, open the door quickly, check the dormitory. The dormitory manager knocked harder. The dormitory manager knocked on the door several more times, and found that there was still no response from inside, so she left. Although she left quietly, the strong smell of grease dissipated, which also proved that the dormitory manager had really left. Mu Rifeng lay down on the bed again, and he was ready to continue sleeping. It has only been 5 hours since 7 o'clock, and he is still very sleepy. However, just after lying down, his nose twitched a few times again. It came from under the bed. Mu Rifeng immediately got up, walked down the bed, and then came to the bed opposite him. This bed was where Miss Bandage slept before. Mu Rifeng leaned down and looked under the bed. Sure enough, there was a figure underneath. The stench of corpse he smelled was emitted from this figure. Miss Bandage is not from dormitory 301, so this weirdo is most likely the owner of this bed. Mu Rifeng reached out and grabbed it, and with a sudden force, he pulled it out from under the bed. This is a very strange guy. His head is as big as a cow, but his body is extremely thin and hunched. In addition to the stench of corpse, there is also some burnt smell on his body. Even if Mu Rifeng pulled it out, this guy still didn't react. It was obviously taught a lesson by Miss Bandage, and he hasn't woken up until now. It stinks a bit, but it's acceptable. Mu Rifeng wiped the neck of the big-headed ghost with his hand, and his fangs turned outward, and then he bit on the neck. A smell that is difficult to describe in words filled Mu Rifeng's mouth. This is not blood, it's completely corpse water. Mu Rifeng opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of corpse water. Although Mu Rifeng's taste was not bad, he still found it hard to accept the idea of eating the corpse water. He took the scarlet eyeball, drank a mouthful, and rinsed his mouth. The feeling in Mu Rifeng's heart was gone. Mu Rifeng wiped his mouth, stepped forward, and bit the big-headed ghost's neck again. This time, Mu Rifeng had experience and only sucked blood, not touching the corpse water at all. It took only a few breaths of time to see the big-headed ghost's body shrink, slowly becoming hunched and twisted. Even the big head gradually became the size of a normal person, while the body had become like a child. Hey! Mu Rifeng dropped the body of the big-headed ghost and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Mu Rifeng was like an old smoker who had quit smoking for a month and took a puff of cigarettes. Become stronger again. Mu Rifeng waved his fist, feeling his own strength. The big-headed ghost died, but the body did not disappear. Mu Rifeng thought about it and picked up the body of the big-headed ghost. He walked straight to the door of the balcony. He stretched out his hand and opened the door, and Mu Rifeng walked to the balcony. Outside, it was not pitch black, but there was a blood-red full moon hanging in the void. The blood-red moonlight fell down and dyed Mu Rifeng's body red. Mu Rifeng raised his hand and threw the body of the big-headed ghost from the balcony. He wanted to continue to sleep, but now he suddenly didn't want to sleep. For some reason, Mu Rifeng felt that the bloodthirsty color in his heart was aroused. Mu Rifeng guessed that it was because of the blood moon, but Mu Rifeng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he licked his tongue excitedly. There are so many weird things in the building. If I suck them all out, how strong can I be? Mu Rifeng thought to himself. Mu Rufeng already had a bloodthirsty attribute. He sucked two weird things one after another. Now the blood moon has detonated the bloodthirsty attribute in his heart. At this moment, he was inflated. Even if Mu Rufeng returned to the room and was not exposed to the blood moon, he still maintained a bloodthirsty state. Mu Rufeng also liked this state. Back in the room, Mu Rufeng began to search in the house, especially the beds. Unfortunately, Mu Rufeng didn't find anything good. He only found 30 yuan under the mattress of the big-headed ghost. Even a mobile phone from the weird world was not seen. Does this big-headed ghost have no mobile phone? Click. There was a sound. Mu Rufeng opened the door of room 301 directly. Coincidentally, the door of room 302 opposite was also opened at the same time. This was a very thin and strange creature. The whole face was left with only one eye and a mouth. The mouth also occupied 2/3 of the whole face, which looked extremely scary. When the big-mouthed ghost saw Mu Rufeng opening the door, he was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. To be honest, the big-mouthed ghost really didn't expect that he had knocked on the door for several times, but there was no response from inside. Now, he actually opened the door on his own initiative? Chapter 25 increases damage to men by 50%. Please read on. Haha, I'm lucky today. The big-mouthed ghost came forward and stretched out his hand to grab Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng did not resist, and just let the big-mouthed ghost pull him into room 302. Click. The door was closed. The layout of room 302 is basically the same as that of room 301. However, the beds here seem to be full. Moreover, the scene in this dormitory is a bit weird. 3 weird creatures with strange shapes are sitting around a table. They all have a deck of cards in their hands and are playing a silent card game. Among the 3 weird creatures, 2 of them have a cigarette in their mouths, and the other one is chewing betel nut. The whole dormitory has no odor at all, and it is all covered by the smell of cigarettes. When the big-headed ghost brought Mu Rufeng into the room, the 3 weird creatures looked over here at the same time. Living people! A weird creature with a mouth on his head exclaimed. The other 2 people's eyes suddenly lit up, and they stopped playing cards and stood up directly. Hee, I won't eat this living person alone, I want his head and a thigh. The rest, you 3 share it, and I will pay you off, how about it? Big Head laughed. Their voices were very low, so low that people outside the door couldn't hear them even if they put their ears against the door. The 3 weirdos looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They saw the unremitting efforts of the big-mouth ghost all night. They didn't have any hope, but they really did it for him. In this way, they can sit at home and have a full meal, and they don't mind writing off the money they lost from playing cards. I want a thigh and an arm. Then I want an arm and half of the body. Then I'll take a loss and just the heart and the remaining half of the body. The 3 weirdos finished the distribution in an instant. I say, have you distributed my body now? Mu Rufeng said slowly. This living person is really brave. How can he not be brave? He is so strong that he smashed the vending machine. Strong? Can he be as strong as us? Humph, if the vending machine hadn't been turned off after get off work, I would have robbed it long ago. At this time, the big-mouthed ghost said, then I will take his head first. After the voice fell, the big-mouthed ghost's big mouth suddenly expanded twice, and then bit towards Mu Rufeng's head. Looking at this look, it seems that he is ready to bite off Mu Rufeng's head in one bite. Mu Rufeng didn't say anything, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the big-mouthed ghost's neck with lightning speed. And then, before the big-mouthed ghost could react, Mu Rufeng pinched it fiercely, and the big-mouthed ghost suddenly stagnated. Mu Rufeng's left hand had been pressed on the top of the big-mouthed ghost's head without knowing when. I saw that Mu Rufeng exerted a little force and turned the big-mouthed ghost's head 540 degrees directly. In an instant, the smell of the stinky mouth weakened a lot. Mu Rufeng opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth, and then bit the big mouth ghost's neck. The blood in Mu Rufeng's eyes became deeper. While sucking blood, he looked at the three weirdos in front of him. This scene seemed extremely eerie and terrifying. The three weirdos were also shocked when they saw this scene. What is going on? What is this living person doing? Fangs? Living people have fangs? Zombie. Isn't he a living person? How can he be a zombie? A weirdo said. Zombie? How can there be zombies in the weird world? Have you heard of it? I have only seen corpse ghosts, but I have never seen zombies with fangs and sucking blood. The three were really frightened by such a terrifying Mu Rufeng. Although the strength of the big mouth ghost was the lowest in the dormitory, it had no room for resistance and was sucked dry of blood. The originally thin body, because of the blood and energy sucked out, was like a dried corpse, which was very scary. Mu Rufeng casually threw the body of the big mouth ghost on the ground. It's your turn. I hope your blood doesn't smell weird. Mu Rufeng licked his lips and looked at the three weirdos with a ferocious look. Boy, don't think that you can kill the big mouth. A weirdo just opened his mouth, and saw Mu Rufeng's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he felt that his shoulder and right ear were covered by a palm respectively. A huge force acted on his shoulders and head. The head unconsciously shifted to the left, and the shoulders sank, revealing the position of the neck perfectly. Not good. Weird was shocked, and a thick black mist quickly rose in his body. However, Mu Rufeng's fangs still bit Weird's neck without hindrance. Weird's body stiffened instantly, and he had no ability to move. Mu Rufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the moment of sucking blood. The other two weirdos on the side were shocked and immediately distanced themselves. Then they reacted and became furious. Without saying a word, they attacked Mu Rufeng at the same time. The weirdo on the left puffed up his belly, and then a huge mouth appeared. It opened its mouth and directly sprayed out a dark green corrosive liquid with bubbles. Before the stomach acid splashed, the bandages on Mu Rufeng's body suddenly emerged and then intertwined into an airtight shield. The stomach acid poured onto the bandage, and the bandage flicked lightly, and the stomach acid actually returned to the original path and poured directly onto the body of the weirdo. Looking at the bandage again, there was actually no damage at all. And the weirdo on the right, at some point, had already pulled out the knife that was stuck in his head and slashed at Mu Rufeng's neck. Mu Rufeng did not move and continued to suck blood. A crisp sound of clang spread throughout the dormitory. Ah! The stomach acid ghost was poured on his body by his own stomach acid. The intense pain made him forget the rules and shouted loudly. How is this possible? The knife ghost looked at his kitchen knife and only left a white mark on Mu Rufeng's neck. He was so shocked that he was speechless. His kitchen knife was extremely sharp. Even an ordinary weirdo could cut off a body with one knife. Now, he actually cut a living person's neck without breaking the skin? The knife ghost refused to believe in evil, so he pulled back the kitchen knife and swung it again. This time, he chopped the back of Mu Rufeng's head. Just as the kitchen knife was about to hit, a hand suddenly grasped the blade of the kitchen knife firmly in its hand. Your knife is good, it belongs to me. Mu Rufeng snatched the kitchen knife from the knife ghost's hand. Resentful kitchen knife, this kitchen knife carries a woman's strong resentment, and it wants to kill all men. Effect, abnormally sharp and hard, it can slowly repair itself after being damaged, and can increase the damage to men by 50%. Chapter 26 Dormitory Manager, there are zombies, help me please read on. This attribute. It seems to be not very friendly to men. No wonder, Mu Rufeng felt a little pain in his neck, and there was a mark on it. It turned out to be the bonus damage of this. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that this Daogui is an ultimate scumbag. Mu Rufeng said in his heart. Obviously, this was a girl who was scummed by Daogui and killed Daogui with a knife. My knife, this is my knife. Daogui was furious when he saw his kitchen knife was taken away. However, before Daogui could make any move, a cold light flashed. A thin blood line appeared on Daogui's neck. Bang! A muffled sound. Daogui's head fell directly to the ground. Mu Rifeng slowly put away the knife. It's really a good knife. Who are you? How can a living person be so powerful? Daogui spoke. Only the head was chopped off, and Daogui did not die. Even his body did not lose the ability to move. Instead, he retreated in big strides and was ready to pick up his head. Me? I'm just an ordinary temporary worker. Mu Rifeng threw the kitchen knife fiercely. Bang! With a sound, the kitchen knife cut off the stomach acid ghost's legs, and then the trend did not slow down, piercing the floor, half immersed. Ah! The stomach acid ghost who wanted to escape screamed again, and then fell to the ground. I can't let you run away, you are my prey. Mu Rifeng walked forward with a smile. Let me go. The knife ghost was terrified at this moment, and his body was stiff, not daring to move at all. Let you go? Sorry, I can't do it. Mu Rifeng bit the gap in the knife ghost's head. Pure energy and residual blood were continuously absorbed into Mu Rifeng's body. After a long time, Mu Rifeng discarded the knife ghost's body, and then strode towards the door. Click! A sound. When Mu Rifeng passed by, he crushed the knife ghost's head with his big feet. Help! Help! Dormitory manager, there are zombies, help! Even though the stomach acid ghost lost his legs, he still crawled to the door, and his hands were on the door handle. He pulled it down suddenly, but the door handle did not move. The stomach acid ghost seemed to be too scared and forgot that the door was locked by the big mouth ghost, so he did not open the door. Mu Rifeng was standing behind the stomach acid ghost at this moment. He raised his hand, grabbed it, and bit his neck. The stomach acid ghost's consciousness was instantly occupied, and then gradually disappeared. It was at this time that Mu Rifeng's nose twitched, and a familiar smell of grease emerged again. He knew that it was the dormitory manager Enti who came. Because of the screams and shouts of the stomach acid ghost, the dormitory manager Enti was attracted again. It seems that because the dormitory Enti is a meatball, she walks completely silently. If it weren't for the strong smell of grease, Mu Rifeng would have found it difficult to detect. Bang! There was a loud noise. The door of room 302 shook violently. Someone was knocking on the door very hard. Your dormitory is too noisy, open the door. The dormitory auntie's cold voice sounded. Hurry up and open the door. Bang bang bang. Several huge force hit the door again. Mu Rifeng discarded the dry corpse of the stomach acid ghost. He ignored the knocking of the dormitory auntie outside the door and began to search room 302. In the end, Mu Rifeng only found 325 yuan, plus a few packs of cigarettes and a few packs of betel nuts. Whether it was a mobile phone or other props, they were not found. Mu Rifeng finally knew. Earlier, when killing Wei Yi, Mu Rifeng saw that the mobile phone belonging to Wei Yi placed on the table turned into a black mist and disappeared. Presumably because of some rules, when the owner died, his mobile phone would be recycled for some reason. However, to be honest, these Wei Yi were really too poor. 4 big men had a basic salary of 50 yuan a day, and it was paid daily. This did not count their commissions. The total was only 325 yuan. Looking at the vending machine in the cafeteria, he alone contributed more than 1,000 soul coins to Mu Rifeng. Hua la la! Suddenly, there were many sounds of keys colliding outside the door. If you don't open the door, I can only come in by myself. The sound of the key being inserted into the keyhole came. The dormitory auntie was in charge of the spare keys for the rooms in the entire dormitory building. However, if the dormitory staff did not violate the rules, even the dormitory auntie could not open the door with the spare key. The next second, there was a sound of click. And the door was opened. An extremely fat face stretched out from outside the door. You violated the rules, I'll eat you. The dormitory ant stared at Mu Rufeng in the room, her mouth slightly open and thick and sticky saliva dripped onto the ground, making a hissing sound. Obviously, the dormitory ant's saliva was extremely corrosive, even more corrosive than the stomach acid of the stomach acid ghost. The dormitory ant wanted to enter the room, but because she was too fat, only the upper body squeezed in, and the huge meatball of the lower body was restricted outside the door. It's so crowded, so crowded. The dormitory ant murmured, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Mu Rufeng through the air. Mu Rufeng suddenly felt a huge force acting on him, pushing him towards the door. Mu Rufeng exerted a little force on his feet and stopped in place. Why does the dormitory ant seem to have no reason at night? Mu Rufeng looked at this dormitory ant, who was completely different from the one who sold him candles before. If the breath and body were not exactly the same, Mu Rufeng would think this was another weird one. Come here quickly! The dormitory ant suddenly shouted angrily. Hoo hoo hoo! A gust of wind blew from the balcony, blowing the objects in the house flying around, making a violent collision sound. The weird power acting on Mu Rufeng increased directly. Mu Rufeng couldn't help but take 2 steps towards the door, but that was all. He stopped again. One good thing about zombies is that as long as they suck enough blood, they can quickly become stronger. If it was before, Mu Rufeng might still be slightly inferior, but he has absorbed 6 strange energies, and his strength has also been greatly improved. Mu Rufeng calmly bent down and picked up the kitchen knife at his feet. Although this dormitory auntie is a female, the kitchen knife has no damage bonus. But it is definitely better than Mu Rufeng's bare hands. I always feel that it's a bit hard to swallow. Mu Rufeng looked up and down at the dormitory auntie and swallowed unconsciously. Come in, come in, come in! A rough roar burst out from the throat of the dormitory auntie. Thank you for a leader who lives up to you Chu and lives up to his heart. Thank you for the 100-point reward from HA6. I'll save the extra chapter first and make up for it when it's on the shelves. Chapter 27 Slippery, Slippery please read on. The door frame was already covered with grease, and it was the lubricating effect of the grease that actually squeezed the huge meatball of the dormitory ant's lower body in. Because it was an extreme squeeze, the dormitory ant was like a spring, and actually rushed directly towards Mu Rufeng. It smells so good, I'll eat you, eat you. Looking at the bloody mouth with open arms, which was bigger than Mu Rufeng's head. Mu Rufeng not only did not dodge, but took a step forward, waving the kitchen knife in his hand, and chopped it from top to bottom. The kitchen knife chopped on the dormitory ant's head without any surprise. A magical scene appeared, and the kitchen knife was seen along the dormitory ant's skin, all the way down, and then to the meatball. Looking at the dormitory ant again, the chopped skin can only be seen with a shallow mark, separating the grease on the dormitory ant's body. And her skin itself was not damaged at all. So slippery. Mu Rufeng was shocked. He never thought that his full-strength knife would be easily slit away by the grease. Just when Mu Rufeng was surprised, the fat hands of the dormitory auntie had already hugged Mu Rufeng. The huge body completely wrapped Mu Rufeng in it, and then the momentum did not slow down and directly crashed into the bed beside him. Boom! There was a loud noise. The bed was directly knocked down. Fuck you! Mu Rufeng cursed, and then his whole body shook, and he actually broke free from the fat hands of the dormitory auntie. However, to Mu Rufeng's surprise, a large amount of fat meat swarmed in again, perfectly wrapping Mu Rufeng. Look carefully, isn't that piece of fat meat the meatball in the lower body of the dormitory auntie? At this moment, Mu Rufeng only felt that his whole body was slippery, and he had been stained with a layer of grease. A huge suction force was sucking Mu Rufeng into the depths of that meatball. There was more and more grease, and there was a huge squeezing force acting on Mu Rufeng's body. From this point of view, the meatball of the dormitory ant is the real mouth that eats people and the stomach that digests. Mu Rufeng felt very uncomfortable, and he kicked hard with his feet, but his feet slipped and he lost his balance. Being in the slippery meatball made it impossible for Mu Rufeng to master his balance, let alone use the force. Because whether it was punching or kicking, he would always be slipped away by the slippery grease. This is simply a low-profile version of the ability user of the slippery fruit. In other words, this low-profile version of the ability user of the slippery fruit is really ugly. Soon, the suction force disappeared. The surrounding space became a little bigger, as if he had entered the stomach of the dormitory ant. All around was extremely thick mucus, very slippery, and extremely corrosive. His pants, shoes, and socks had all been corroded. Fortunately, he still had a smelly bandage on his body. At the moment of being corroded, Mu Rufeng controlled the bandages to wrap his whole body. It can't be said that he wrapped it up, but the bandages formed a set of clothes and put it on his body. If he wrapped his head, he would definitely be the bandage monster in Conan. At the same time, the things he carried on his body were also wrapped in bandages to prevent them from falling off. Mu Rufeng now felt that he had strength but couldn't use it. There was no way, it was too slippery. Even if Mu Rufeng had great strength, no matter how hard he tried, he would slide away. The dormitory ant wanted to digest Mu Rufeng, but his zombie body was not afraid of the dormitory ant's gastric juice at all. How to escape? Mu Rufeng touched his chin and thought. Wait, grease. Mu Rufeng thought of something and immediately took out a box of matches from the bandages. Matches, a box of ordinary matches that can be lit anywhere. This was given to Mu Rufeng by the dormitory ant after he bought the candles. Mu Rufeng opened the match, took out a match, and then lightly struck it and lit it directly. A little flame rose up. Mu Rufeng slowly pointed the match at the greasy gastric juice. However, the match went out instantly as soon as it touched. Can't light it? Or? Mu Rufeng didn't give up and took out another match. The result was still extinguished instantly. Mu Rufeng thought for a while, and then took out another match and lit it. However, this time he didn't light the thick greasy gastric juice around, but reached out and went to the top. The flame burned the grease on the stomach wall, and a wisp of smoke appeared, but soon, the flame went out again. Is it because the flame is too small? It can really be lit, but the flame is too small. It is estimated that he can't light the grease even if he lights all the matches. After a moment of silence, Mu Rufeng suddenly took out a candle and lit it with a match. An inexplicable breath emanated. The candle flame was very large, several times larger than the flame of a match. He pointed the candle flame at the stomach wall and began to burn it, and a series of chi-chi-chi sounds were heard. That was a sign that the fat was being heated. It seemed that the dormitory manager noticed something was wrong in the stomach. The stomach shook violently a few times, and a large amount of gastric juice churned instantly, and it actually directly submerged the candle. However, a magical scene appeared. Even in the thick fat gastric juice, the candle flame was still burning. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng's eyes lit up immediately. Without saying anything, 3 more candles popped out, approached the lit candles, and lit all 3 candles one by one. The 4 candles burned together. Each candle exuded the breath of the dormitory ant. In this way, the breath of the dormitory ant was superimposed layer by layer, and the weirdness in the entire dormitory building could clearly sense the terrifying breath of the dormitory ant. At this time, the weirdness still staying in the dormitory trembled, not caring about what was going on, and dared not make any noise. As for the weirdness that had not returned to the dormitory and was wandering outside, they did not dare to approach the dormitory building at all. Even the weirdness that wanted to go back to the dormitory building to sleep was afraid of being discovered and swallowed by the dormitory ant. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The 4 candles burned together, and a large amount of bubbles began to appear in the gastric juice. It took only a few breaths, and with a sound of squeak, a cluster of flames burned on the gastric juice. When this cluster of flames rose, they quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the whole stomach was occupied by flames. Highly flammable combustibles, completely enclosed space, plus flames, the three elements of explosion are gathered. Boom! There was a loud noise. The dormitory building shook violently, as if an earthquake had come. The violent flames illuminated the entire Scarlet optimization. The terrifying explosion resounded throughout the Scarlet optimization. A large amount of thick smoke rose up, and in an instant it enveloped the sky above the Scarlet optimization, covering the blood moon hanging in the sky. Ask for monthly tickets, ask for a reward, not too little, 100 points are not too much, and it's okay to make the fan list look better. Chapter 28 The Dormitory Manager and Number 039, S gorgeous transformation. Please read on. The flames that shot up into the sky gradually dissipated. The thick smoke continued to rise, covering the sky and the sun. The strong smell of grease spread throughout the dormitory building and the entire Scarlet Optimum. Room 302, which was at the center of the explosion, was already riddled with holes, the main door was broken, and the balcony door and glass were all shattered. The outer wall on the left was even more bumpy and broken. The wall did not collapse, but the rusted steel bars inside were exposed. However, many cracks have appeared on the outside of the dormitory building. There is also the dormitory 304 next door. The walls were blown down, and the objects inside were directly destroyed. As for the weirdness of living in it, it must have disappeared. Of course, room 202, located below, was also very regrettable. The floor was blown down, and all the things and weirdness below were destroyed. These are all the aftermath of the explosion. I have to say that the quality of this dormitory building is really good. In addition to rooms 302, 202, and 304, room 301 opposite the door and room 303 diagonally opposite also had some charred marks, which seemed to be not affected by the aftermath of the explosion except for being burned by the flames. As for room 402 upstairs, it was a little more miserable, and the entire ceiling was blown through. The weirdness inside was probably blown to ashes. The weirdness living in rooms 304 and 402 was really an unprovoked disaster. At the door of room 301, there was a charred object. Just at this moment, the charred figure trembled. The next second, the charred figure stood up with difficulty. Mu Rufeng looked at his current appearance and felt a little painful. He was shocked all over, and the charred dead skin on his body broke instantly, revealing Mu Rufeng's delicate skin. The originally bronze skin, because of this time, was reborn, from a masculine man to a fair and tender handsome man. However, it was a little strange that his whole body was bald, without even a hair. Whether it was hair, eyebrows, sweat hair, or hair in some private places, none of them could be seen. Where's the hair? Where's my hair? Mu Rufeng also found that the hair on his body seemed to be burned. Pa! There was a sound. A charred object fell from the door. Mu Rufeng was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and picked it up. This thing was nothing else but a burnt bandage. The bandage slowly moved, revealing the wrapped object. A key, 2 candles, a box of matches, 2 packs of cigarettes and a pack of betel nuts, plus the 2,178 soul coins that Mu Rufeng earned. It's hard work, can you still move? Mu Rufeng looked at the intact soul coins and nodded with satisfaction. The bandage moved again, as if responding to Mu Rufeng. It's okay if it can move. Come on, turn it into clothes and put it on. It's too shameful to be walking around. Mu Rufeng said. The bandage finally wrapped around Mu Rufeng's body and turned into a charred piece of clothing and pants. Although the clothes were black, at least he was not naked. The bandage has the property of self-healing, and it will surely return to its original appearance in the future. The soul coins and props on his body were also put back on his body and wrapped by the bandage. By the way, what about the kitchen knife? Mu Rifeng used this kitchen knife very well. If it was destroyed, he would feel very sorry. At this moment, there was some movement in the shabby room 302. Mu Rifeng stepped forward and looked down through the collapsed wall. I saw a thin figure slowly standing up from the ruins. When Mu Rifeng saw the person clearly, his eyes suddenly fixed. This is a woman, with a very thin figure, but with a protruding front and a curved back. She is definitely going for E. Although she was not wearing any clothes, the key parts were covered with black smoke, so it was hard to see clearly. Such tender skin, it must be very comfortable to bite it, and the blood should be sweet, right? Mu Rifeng swallowed unconsciously. The fat on my body is gone, the fat is gone, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. The woman's eyes fell on Mu Rifeng, and then her face became extremely hideous. The familiar breath was the dormitory ant. However, the current dormitory ant had a figure and face that was not inferior to Manager Lu. I think it was because Mu Rifeng ignited the fat on the dormitory ant's body, causing an explosion, so that the fat stored in the dormitory ant was cleared out, and she became thinner. The dormitory ant, no, it should be the dormitory lady, she exerted force on her feet, as if she wanted to pounce on Mu Rifeng. However, before she had even jumped half a meter, she uttered a cry and fell to the ground helplessly. The current dormitory lady had very little strength left, and even an ordinary person could easily defeat her. Ms. Dormitory Lady, you are still pretty now. Mu Rifeng jumped down from above and came directly to the side of the dormitory lady. Eat you, I will eat you. The dormitory lady shouted fiercely. Mu Rifeng smiled, grabbed the dormitory lady, exposed her delicate neck, and then bit it. The dormitory lady, who was still struggling frantically and attacking Mu Rifeng, stopped her movements and her hands fell down helplessly. After a long time, Mu Rifeng threw the mummy lady on the ground, still with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Although the dormitory manager's body has little energy left, this is a higher level of energy than the other weird ones, and the quality of the two cannot be compared. It seems that I am a little full burp. Mu Rifeng touched his stomach and burped. A sense of fatigue emerged. After eating and drinking, it is time to sleep and rest to digest the energy in the body. Oh, I almost forgot, the kitchen knife. Mu Rifeng searched in the ruins, but did not find the kitchen knife. Immediately, he jumped up from 202, looked around, and finally found his kitchen knife on the door of room 303. Because of the power of the explosion, the kitchen knife was directly embedded in the door, leaving only a knife handle outside. When Mu Rifeng pulled out the kitchen knife, a gap appeared on the door. And behind the gap, there was actually a red eye, which was extremely creepy. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Mu Rifeng scolded. The next second, the pupil of the owner of the eye shrank violently, and then disappeared quickly. From beginning to end, there was no movement in room 303. He checked the kitchen knife and found that it was intact and not damaged by the explosion. He immediately put the kitchen knife into the bandage, then took out the key and opened the door of room 301. After locking the door, Mu Rifeng set the alarm clock, then lay on the bed, and fell asleep soon. Chapter 29, Aftermath of the Explosion. Please read on. Outside the door, the shabby room 301, from beginning to end, no strangeness came. No matter the strangeness living in the dormitory building, or the security guards patrolling in the park, or the senior executives of Scarlet Optimization, they have never seen it. It seems that the movement here is not of concern to anyone. No words all night. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. At 5:30 in the morning, Mu Rifeng's alarm clock rang on time. Yawn. This sleep is comfortable. Mu Rifeng got up, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. There was still some noise outside, but Mu Rifeng didn't care. After getting up, Mu Rifeng went to the balcony. He glanced at the toilet, but Mu Rufeng didn't enter. For some reason, he seemed to have lost his 5 grains and reincarnations. Since entering the dungeon world, a total of about 22 hours have passed, and there has been no urgency to urinate or defecate. Obviously, it is definitely the convenience brought by the zombie physique. Coming to the wash basin, Mu Rufeng turned on the faucet. For a long time, there was no response. There is no water here. Forget it, go to the cafeteria to find a vending machine to get water to wash your face. Mu Rufeng shook his head and went straight out of the dormitory. When Mu Rufeng left the dormitory, the rooms 302 and 304 opposite were still the same as before. But there were a lot of weirdos gathered here. They were all the weird employees living in the dormitory building, and they were all talking about it. I said, what happened yesterday? Such a big noise. Yeah, the explosion, the whole building shook a few times, and I was shaken off the bed. I was hunting outside last night, and then I met a patrolling security guard and fled back to the dormitory building, and then it exploded, and I was almost scared to death. It seems that the dormitory manager is fighting with a weirdo, and I don't know who won. A group of weirdos talked about it. When the door of room 301 was opened, it did not attract anyone's attention. Their attention was all on the room where the explosion occurred. These weirds didn't seem to be on this floor, they were either upstairs or downstairs. And the weirds living on this floor seemed to have gone to the cafeteria to eat at 5 o'clock. Make way, make way. Excuse me, please let me pass. Mu Rufeng said politely to the crowded weirds. Get out of the way, or I'll swallow you in one bite. A pig-headed weird shouted angrily. A living person? Not dead yet? If not dead, be honest, you're so crowded. Another weird shouted. Get out of the way. Mu Rufeng took out a kitchen knife and chopped it on the door of room 303. Bang! With a muffled sound, the knife chopped directly into the door panel. Mu Rufeng's move shocked everyone instantly. This is the door of the dormitory, even the dormitory manager Enti would find it difficult to break it, but it was chopped open so easily. Also, why does this kitchen knife look so familiar? Isn't this the knife on Daogui's head? Daogui was killed by this living person? In an instant, these weirdos thought a lot, and then they stepped back one by one, making way for a passage. You are so shameless when you are given face. You are really used to it. Mu Rufeng snorted coldly, received it, and strode towards the stairs. Mu Rufeng found that his temper seemed to have become irritable. Is it because of the blood sucked last night? Mu Rufeng murmured. Last night, he sucked so much energy and blood, and the influence of the zombie physique made Mu Rufeng's personality change a little bit. Not long after, Mu Rufeng went downstairs. It was at this time that a group of weirdos wearing safety helmets and uniforms entered the dormitory building from the gate. Mu Rufeng passed by the group of people. He guessed that these people might be here to deal with the things on the 3rd floor. A few minutes later, Mu Rufeng came to the cafeteria. It was 5:40, which was the morning rush hour, so the cafeteria was extremely lively. Most of the weirdos were discussing what happened last night. Even when Mu Rufeng entered the cafeteria, he only attracted a few weird eyes. Soon, Mu Rufeng came to the vending machine. The vending machine was turned on time at 5 o'clock, so when Mu Rufeng arrived, the vending machine shook all over. Hey, it recovered so quickly? And the sold-out goods have been replenished. Mu Rufeng said in surprise. At this moment, the vending machine was no longer damaged before, and even the goods that Mu Rufeng sold out were replenished again. Good morning, brother, come and see, what do you want to eat? There are instant noodles, bread, and fresh milk. The vending machine showed an extremely flattering expression. Both hands were stretched out, ready to take out what Mu Rufeng needed at any time. Well, go, make me instant noodles of each flavor, and a few more breads to fill my stomach, and the 1 liter milk. Mu Rifeng ordered. Okay, no problem. The vending machine successfully changed the topic, and then began to prepare breakfast for Mu Rifeng. By the way, bring me a bottle of water first. Mu Rifeng said again. Soon, a bottle of mineral water was unscrewed by Mu Rifeng. He poured a little on his hand, and then directly applied it on his face. He repeated this process, and rinsed his mouth, and half a bottle of water was gone. Mu Rifeng didn't waste it and drank the remaining half bottle of water in one breath. After eating 3 or 4 pieces of bread, the vending machine came over with instant noodles. Brother, your noodles are ready. The vending machine said with a coquettish look. Yet. Mu Rifeng responded. Just at this time, a tall and strong weirdo came to Mu Rifeng's table. Bang! There was a loud noise. A bowl and plate fell on the dining table. Yesterday I heard that another living person came. I thought he would not survive tonight, but I didn't expect you to survive. I haven't eaten enough breakfast yet. Seeing that you have such a good relationship with the vending machine, ask him to bring me a few packs of hand-torn dried meat and meat sauce bread. This weirdo is at least 2 meters tall, with a strong body and a body of tendon meat. But the head is not a human head, but a horse head. It is exactly the same as the legendary Yincha Mammon in the underworld. The horse-faced ghost sat opposite Mu Rifeng, and looked at Mu Rifeng with a pair of huge horse eyes. Mu Rifeng looked up at the horse-faced ghost and said lightly, I have seen many beggars, but I have never seen a beggar as tough as you. Go wherever you want. Hey! The horse-faced ghost's playful eyes were dull for a moment. After reacting, the anger in his heart rose. A small living person, an ant that is only worthy of being blood food, dared to talk to him like this. Hehe, the kid is very tough, but it doesn't matter, I like people who are tough. Hehehe. Chapter 30 Wang Kun was fired from his position. Please read on. You should be thankful that it is not time to get off work now. Mu Rifeng said. During work, as long as you are in the Scarlet Logistics Park, you must abide by the rule of not fighting. If you break it, you will not only be suppressed, but also be found by the security team, and then killed, becoming the security's nourishment. The security is very strong and has powerful weird weapons. It can be said that they are the most powerful weird in the entire Scarlet optimization. Of course, the order in the entire Scarlet optimization is also relatively clear. After get off work, although it is a disorderly state, there will still be security patrols in the park. As long as you are discovered by the security team during this period, they will definitely be regarded as prey and attacked. Most of the weird will honestly return to the dormitory building to rest. And in the dormitory building, the most powerful is the dormitory manager, and in the dormitory building, it is the dormitory manager's world. Of course, there are many employees in Scarlet Optimization, and there are 4 such dormitory buildings, named East, South, West and North. The East Dormitory building where Mu Rifeng lives is just one of them. Haha! The horse-faced ghost laughed loudly, as if he heard something funny. You are the loader of the wine warehouse, right? Hehe, I'll come to find you when you go to work. The horse-faced ghost smiled coldly and left with his tableware. It's not that he couldn't bear to part with his tableware, but the tableware belongs to public property and must be placed in the tableware area after eating, otherwise, it would violate the rules of the canteen. Mu Rifeng didn't care about it at all, just a clown-like weirdo. Brother, just leave it after you eat, I'll help you throw it into the trash can. On the side, the vending machine was very attentive. By the way, I almost forgot, how did your goods replenish so quickly? Didn't you say you didn't have money to buy more? Mu Rifeng suddenly asked. This. Brother, please be kind and let me go. I bought these goods on credit and I have to pay them back at the end of the month, and I have to add 30% interest. The vending machine said with a sad face. Seeing this, Mu Rifeng curled his lips and said, Stop crying, I didn't say I would take your goods to sell. Thank you, big brother. The vending machine said gratefully. At 5:50, Mu Rufeng finished his breakfast and looked 70% full. Give me another bottle of big scarlet eyeballs and a small bottle. Mu Rufeng said. Okay, big brother, are 2 bottles enough? Do you want to get another bottle? The vending machine said. 2 bottles will do, it's time to go to work. Mu Rufeng said. Soon, 2 bottles of scarlet eyeballs, one large and one small, appeared in front of him. Mu Rufeng picked up the small bottle of scarlet eyeballs and drank it all in one breath. It was because of this that his stomach was 80% full. He was used to eating 80% full every time he ate, because only in this way would he not be delayed when doing things. Otherwise, if he ate too much and went to work, he would definitely have a stomachache. Carrying a large bottle of scarlet eyeballs, under the strange gaze of the vending machine, he left the cafeteria. At 5:59, Mu Rufeng almost arrived at the wine warehouse on time. In front of the wine warehouse, there were already 2 employees standing there. They were an Lu, the loader, and Chun Ni, the receiver. The wine warehouse was not only staffed by them, but also had many delivery drivers, tally clerks, and shippers. However, these employees either worked inside the warehouse or at the other end of the wine warehouse. So, it was another supervisor who managed those employees, paid salaries, and held meetings. That is to say, the supervisor who managed them, Wang Kun, was not actually a real supervisor, but a deputy supervisor. He was specifically responsible for managing these little karami. All of this was learned by Mu Rufeng from Sister Chun Ni. As for why Wang Kun became the deputy supervisor, Sister Chun Ni did not answer, as if she was afraid of something. An Lu was very surprised to see Mu Rufeng coming. After all, he didn't think anyone could survive a night in the dormitory building. Hey, Xiao Mu, I'm glad you're okay. I almost thought you were dead. Sister Chunny came up and patted Mu Rufeng's chest. Mu Rufeng smiled at Sister Chunny. A few minutes later, it was time to go to work. Wang Kun then slowly walked over from a distance. Hey? I didn't expect you to be alive. Wang Kun was extremely shocked when he saw Mu Rufeng. It's not that easy for me to die. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Hee, you're lucky. Wait, Manager Lu will be here soon. Wang Kun said. Yet. Mu Rufeng responded and waited on the side. Wang Kun didn't leave either, standing on the side waiting. As for an Lu and Chunny, they didn't leave either. In fact, there is no work to do now. Manager Wang, you should be the 3rd person to enter this dungeon. Mu Rufeng asked out of boredom. Why are you asking this? Wang Kun glanced at Mu Rufeng and said. Just curious, you are the 3rd living person to enter. Although you are dead, how did you become a manager here? Like Chong Feng, he is just an ordinary truck driver. I haven't seen the 2nd person to enter the dungeon. Mu Rufeng said. The 2nd living person? Hee. Wang Kun smiled and his face became extremely cold when he heard this. You became a manager in an instant. Do you have any tricks? Mu Rufeng asked again. Humph, that's because I have outstanding skills and management talent. Otherwise, do you think a newbie like me can become a manager? Wang Kun raised his head slightly, looking proud. Oh? Really? Mu Rufeng said perfunctorily. Talent? Talent for cheating? Talent for embezzlement and bribery? Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of high heels stomping on the ground sounded. Mu Rufeng turned his head and saw Manager Lu, who was wearing a professional suit and had a curvy figure, walking towards him from a distance. Manager Lu, good morning. Wang Kun, who was standing aside, saw Manager Lu coming and immediately approached him in a very flattering manner. Yet. Manager Lu responded lightly. By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. Manager Lu said. You say, I'm listening. Wang Kun was overjoyed when he heard this. If he guessed correctly, it should be about his promotion. Why could he become the deputy director of the wine warehouse as a new employee? Of course, it's because he has a big leg. From now on, your deputy supervisor position is terminated and you will be transferred back to the wine warehouse as a tally clerk. Manager Lu said lightly. Thank you Lu Jinghui. Wang Kun thanked him subconsciously, and then quickly reacted and was shocked. Manager Lu, shouldn't I be promoted? Why do you want to terminate my position? Book friend 2021091518032805 500 points reward. Thank you, Ha 6s 200 points reward. Thank you for the 100 points reward from Kingsanan Lamo. Thank you for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, and thank you for your follow-up reading. Chapter 31, Clearance Conditions Achieved, Countdown to Return. Please read on. Your mistress died last night. Manager Lu said. Ah? Impossible. Jillian is so powerful, how could she be dead? Wang Kun said with a look of disbelief. Didn't you go back to the East Dormitory last night? Manager Lu did not answer, but asked. I had something to do last night and didn't go back. Wang Kun hesitated and said. Haha, there was a tragic battle in the East Dormitory last night, and the dormitory warden Li Jiao was killed. Moreover, 12 employees were affected and wiped out. I think this is not the number of employees who died in the end, right? What do you think, temporary worker Mu Rufeng? Manager Lu suddenly changed the topic and his eyes fell on Mu Rufeng. When Mu Rufeng heard this, she smiled and said, Manager Lu, I think I haven't violated the rules, right? No? Humph, you destroyed the walls of room 302, room 202, room 402, and room 304, and also caused a large number of cracks on the side wall of the East Dormitory building. Because of this incident, the East Dormitory building is temporarily uninhabitable and needs urgent repairs. Personnel placement, wall repair, all in all, you have caused tens of millions of losses to our group. Manager Lu shouted sternly. Hey? That's not right. Manager Lu, you said it was me. Do you have any evidence? There's another one. Strictly speaking, wasn't it caused by the dormitory warden's own explosion? I live in room 301. If the door hadn't been strong, I wouldn't be able to be here now. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Hee hee. It's all fake, you're lying to me, right? Wang Kun suddenly laughed, not believing this fact at all. Manager Lu glanced at Wang Kun, sneered, and said, You think what I said is false? Then why don't you take a look at your work badge yourself? You have been delayed here for a few minutes now. I think Director Lu will assign you work properly. When Wang Kun heard this, he quickly grabbed the tag on his chest. I saw it read. Employee Work Permit. Position, Liquor Warehouse Tally Clerk. Working hours, 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock to 1800 hours in the afternoon. From the original deputy director of the wine warehouse, he became a tally clerk in the warehouse. Although he was also a tally clerk before, how could he compare with this relaxed position of deputy director? Manager Lu, what is going on? What happened to Jillian? At this moment, Wang Kun's face was full of panic. I remember that Manager Lu didn't like late employees the most. Manager Lu did not answer, but reminded him jokingly. Wang Kun didn't dare to say more and ran towards the warehouse quickly. No matter what, his own life still matters. Manager Lu, the Jillian mentioned in Wang Kun's words is the dormitory manager. Mu Rufeng suddenly asked. After hearing this, Manager Lu turned to look at Mu Rufeng, but said nothing. The next moment, he saw her approaching Mu Rufeng and was in front of Mu Rufeng in the blink of an eye. A gust of fragrant wind came to Mu Rufeng's nostrils. I have to say that this smell is really good, even if there is a faint smell of corpse in the fragrance. Manager Lu, what are you doing? Mu Rufeng felt that Manager Lu was too close and quickly took 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, Manager Lu also bullied me, even more than before, and his whole face was close to Mu Rufeng's neck. Mu Rufeng could clearly feel Manager Liu's cool breath. Manager Lu, don't come here, I'm not that kind of person. Mu Rufeng took a few steps back again, pretending to be frightened. It's a very strong fragrance. You are definitely a living person, and your flesh and blood tastes great. There is no ghost at all. Although I don't know how you killed Li Jiao, there is no doubt that you still violated the rules. Manager Lu said slowly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Oh? Manager Lu, please explain which rules I violated. Mu Rufeng said calmly. First, you violated the rules against fighting and killed many employees. Secondly, you violated the rules not to damage public facilities and caused significant economic losses to our group. Manager Lu listed the rules that were violated one by one. When Mu Rufeng heard this, she smiled. First of all, it was already off-duty time. Why didn't I remember that there are rules against fighting during off-duty time? Secondly, it destroyed public facilities and caused heavy losses. Shouldn't it be the dormitory manager Li Jiao who did it? What are you looking for me for? Or do you have evidence? No, you don't have any evidence, right? Otherwise, how could Manager Lu talk so arrogantly to me here? Mu Rufeng said. You are very thoughtful. This is your work badge. You have become a regular employee. Manager Lu handed over a tag. Mu Rufeng was slightly startled and looked down at the temporary work permit on her chest. However, my chest is already empty, and there is no temporary work permit anywhere. When Mu Rufeng held the official work permit in her hand, a notification sounded in her mind. Congratulations to the player for successfully becoming a full-time official and starting the return mission of clearing the dungeon. Please earn 100 yuan of soul coins to meet the conditions for clearing the dungeon. Ding! It is detected that the player has earned 2,178 soul coins and has met the conditions for clearing the instance. Return countdown 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. You can also return immediately. A series of prompt sounds made Mu Rufeng's brain a little dazed. When Mu Rufeng reacted, he was overjoyed. Successfully converted to regular, as expected, there is a task to clear the dungeon. And the task of earning 100 soul coins was completed instantly. 3 minutes, after a 3-minute countdown, Mu Rufeng can return to the real world. Manager Lu, I'm curious, what is the matter between Wang Kun and Li Jiao? While there is still some time to return, Mu Rufeng hurriedly asked. Manager Lu didn't answer Mu Rufeng's words in the end. After giving her the work permit, she left. Xiao Mu, do you want to know? Hehe, that guy's backer is gone, I have nothing to worry about, I'll tell you. Sister Chunny came up at this time. Okay, Sister Chunny, you are still the best. Mu Rufeng's face immediately cheered up and listened attentively. Soon, Mu Rufeng knew everything clearly. It turned out that Wang Kun was the third living player to enter this dungeon. Wang Kun chose to be a tally clerk, which was also Wang Kun's job before he became a manager in the real world. At work, he did not make any mistakes, survived until the end of the get-off work day, and received his salary. Then, when the dormitory was assigned, he was assigned to share a dormitory with a brain ghost. At night, because of the sudden fright, he screamed and broke the rules, and was sucked out of his brain by the brain ghost. Wang Kun died because of this and became the weirdness of this world. Chapter 32 Relevant departments please read on. He was a new ghost, not very strong, and being bullied was a small matter. He was mainly afraid that other weirdos would seize the opportunity and eat him. So, he glanced at the powerful dormitory ant Li Jiao. With his shameless and sweet mouth, he took down Li Jiao in a short time and made her his mistress. After that, Li Jiao used her own connections to force a deputy supervisor position in the wine warehouse for Wang Kun. In one night, Wang Kun went from a weirdo with full vitality to a weirdo with serious ghost energy deficiency. The dormitory ant was really an existence that could sit on the ground and absorb steel. After Mu Rufeng learned about this, he was really full of admiration. Sure enough, as long as you are talented, you can eat well no matter where you are. It's a pity that Wang Kun's thigh was killed by him. Soon, 3 minutes passed. Mu Rufeng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Real world. Location, Jiaoxing Logistics Park. Time, 19 hours 7 minutes and 33 seconds, July 16, 2023. As usual, many trucks were coming in and out, loading and unloading, and many employees were walking towards the small vendors outside the logistics park. The only difference was that the area within a radius of 50 meters, centered on the canteen, was surrounded by a temporary wall. 1 meter outside the wall, there was also a cordon surrounding it. Every 20 meters, a sentry booth was built, and there were men in black suits standing guard inside. The fence was only 20 meters away from the nearest warehouse. From time to time, there were employees looking over here, as if they wanted to know what happened here and why it was fenced off. There was no one inside the wall, but there was a large tent at the edge. In the tent, there were many screens with surveillance images on them, and the surveillance area was exactly the situation inside the wall and the 3 gates of the logistics park. It's been a day, and this guy hasn't come out yet. I think he must have some skills. A man in his 30s said. Yes, if he didn't have some skills, the body would have come out long ago. A female college student who seemed to be only 20 years old nodded. This is a new dungeon. We must be prepared. It would be best if Mu Rufeng could come back alive. We can ask for some information and invite him to join our department. If it's a corpse that comes back, then we have to get the medium as soon as possible. It's just right that I should go to the dungeon. A man who seemed to be only 27 years old said slowly. I don't know how difficult this new dungeon is. Captain Zhou, don't capsize in the gutter. Otherwise, I will accept your captain's throne with a smile. Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Haha, even if Captain Zhou capsizes, it won't be your turn to be the captain. Anyway, I can rank ahead of you. Chu Lianhong said. Just you? An ordinary little girl. Cheng Yalan said disdainfully. Linda's why, if you dare, say it again. Chu Lianhong was furious. Chu Lianhong is very beautiful, definitely a school beauty. Fair skin, delicate facial features, and picturesque eyebrows. Slender figure, elegant temperament, exuding confidence and wisdom. However, the only flaw is that she has a pair of A. So, she hates it most when people say that she has a pair of A. Even the idiom ordinary can make her jump. What? Am I lying? Cheng Yalan said with a smile. Bang! A loud noise. Do you believe I will tear your mouth? Chu Lianhong was full of black air, and slapped the solid wood table in front of her. On the hard solid wood table, there was a deep slap mark. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Seeing this, Cheng Yalan pretended to be scared and raised his hands to surrender. Humph! Chu Lianhong snorted coldly, but he didn't do it after all. Okay, you two have met, and you really quarrel every day. Why do I feel that you two are just like the happy enemies in the TV series? Don't make you two fall in love with each other in the future. Captain Zhou said with a smile. Even if I jump off the building, I can't fall in love with this guy. Chu Lianhong said disdainfully. Cheng Yalan didn't care about it at all. I just need one more copy to upgrade, but I still hope he can come back alive. Zhou Wen said. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a rapid sound came from a strange instrument on the side. I'm back. Zhou Wen's eyes condensed, and he immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. Cheng Yalan and Chu Lianhong also changed their expressions slightly, and quickly followed Zhou Wen out of the tent. I saw a black smoke slowly emerging in the open space not far ahead. This kind of smoke is invisible to ordinary people. Only players like them who have entered the copy and the reserve players who have been selected to enter the copy can see it. The three looked at each other, forming a triangle, surrounding this position. A faint black gas also rose from the bodies of the three people. After a few seconds, the black smoke dissipated, and a man was replaced. A man covered with charred bandages, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Weird. Chu Lianhong was slightly startled when he saw this, then raised his hand and punched subconsciously. What's going on? Mu Rifeng regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw an extremely beautiful woman punching him. A scorched black bandage extended from Mu Rifeng's body, followed Chu Lianhong's arm, and wrapped around her body. Stop, stop, he is alive. Zhou Wen stepped lightly on his feet, and two black shadows extended out, directly connecting with their shadows. Mu Rifeng couldn't move, and Chu Lianhong couldn't move either. However, the bandage on Mu Rifeng's body was not affected. What's more, because Chu Lianhong couldn't move, Chu Lianhong's upper body was wrapped up in the blink of an eye, and it quickly moved towards his head and lower body. It stinks so much, so disgusting. Chu Lianhong was wrapped in the burnt and smelly bandage, and suddenly felt a chill. Hey? It's actually a prop. Boy, it seems you are very lucky. Seeing this, Zhou Wen smiled slightly, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a ball of flame emerged, with thick black smoke rising above the flame. After the flame appeared, he immediately approached Chu Lianhong. The bandage seemed to be afraid of the flame, and quickly left Chu Lianhong's body, and then wrapped around Mu Rifeng's body again. Hello Mu Rifeng, let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Wen, the operations captain of the Wancheng district branch of the relevant departments in Changsha City. These two are team members Cheng Yalan and Chu Lianhong. Zhou Wen released his ability and said. Chapter 33 Settlement Rewards, Rule Skill Cards and Rule Props please read on. Related departments? What related departments? Mu Rifeng felt that he had regained control of his body and breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had cleared the dungeon, the external zombie template had been uninstalled, which made him feel a little weak. It's the relevant department. Zhou Wen said with a smile. The department is called the relevant department. Mu Rifeng was a little stunned. Yes, it's the relevant department. As long as it is related to the dungeon, it is under the jurisdiction of our department. Zhou Wen nodded and said. I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and we also want to ask you some questions. However, now is not the time. The most important thing now is to settle the rewards. Zhou Wen said. Settlement rewards. Mu Rifeng whispered softly. The next second, a prompt sound appeared in Mu Rifeng's mind. Congratulations to the preparatory player for clearing the single-player dungeon, Scarlet selection. Your level has been upgraded to LV1 and you have become a formal player. Unlock the following permissions, item bar X3, contract slot position X1, open the character panel. The player successfully completed the conversion, earned 2,178 soul coins, 2000% completion, obtained a random rule skill card, obtained a rule prop blind box, and obtained 2,000 soul coins. Note, 100 basic soul coins can be obtained by clearing the copy. Calculation formula, completion x basic soul coins equals final coins. It is detected that the host has cleared the copy, the plugin has been uninstalled, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the plugin legacy attribute, bloodthirsty, All attributes increased by 10%. The information bombardment in his mind made Mu Rufeng's brain a little sore. It took him a while to recover. At this moment, Mu Rufeng already felt that he had an inventory. And, in this inventory, 3 things have been placed. Random Rule Skill Card. After use, you can randomly obtain a rule type skill. Rule Prop Blind Box. After use, you can randomly obtain a rule type prop. Item Bar X3. Only items from the Strange World can be placed in the item bar, and one item is limited to one item. Note, there is no upper limit on the storage of soul coins. Bloodthirst. After triggering this state, you will be irritable, forget fear, and reduce pain by 50%. Note, you need to suck blood to trigger this state. Personal Attribute Panel. Name, Mu Rufeng. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 14, 10 points for an ordinary adult male. Spirit, 11, 10 points for an ordinary adult male. Constitution, 14, 10 points for an ordinary adult male. Contract slot, none. Skills, none. Items, Smelly Bandage, Resentful Kitchen Knife, Secret Candles of the Dormitory, Anti-X2 Matches, Random Rule Skill Card, Rule Prop Blind Box. Soul Coins, 4,178. 2000% completion. Rule Skill Card and Rule Prop Blind Box. Mu Rufeng kept thinking in his heart. I have to say that Mu Rufeng was still a little excited. Let alone other things, the Rule Skill Card and the Rule Prop Blind Box are definitely not simple. The word rule is enough to explain everything. As for the last bloodthirsty attribute, the effect is also extremely powerful, which is of great benefit to Mu Rufeng. As for his 3 attributes, because of the zombie physique, they have been enhanced by 10%. In other words, his original values should be Strength, 12 points. Physical 12 points. Spirit 10 points. How is it? How is the completion of the copy? Zhou Wen asked, seeming to know that the settlement was completed. Can't you see my completion? Mu Rufeng did not answer, but asked them instead. Of course I can't see it. The completion can only be seen by you. However, the higher the completion, the higher the reward. Cheng Yalan said. Seeing that you not only came back alive in the first copy, but also got a good prop, I guess the completion should not be low, right? Chu Lianhong said. Our Captain Zhou's first dungeon was 300% complete, and he got a powerful contracted ghost directly. He was really lucky. Cheng Yalan said again. Okay, stop talking, let's Yao Mu talk. Zhou Wen stopped the two from talking nonsense. My completion is 200%. Mu Rufeng felt that if he said he had completed 2000%, they would definitely not believe him, so he lowered it a little bit. Wow, so amazing, my first completion was only 110%. Cheng Yalan exclaimed. You useless guy, if Captain Zhou hadn't entered the dungeon with you, would you have been able to pass the dungeon? Chu Lianhong said disdainfully. I'm too lazy to tell you, Xiao Mu, what reward did you get? Let your brother Lin see it. Cheng Yalan's gossiping heart instantly floated up. Chu Lianhong didn't say anything, but he also looked at Mu Rufeng, obviously wanting to know. But Zhou Wen said, you don't have to tell us about the reward you received. It's all up to you. Mu Rufeng heard this and thought to himself, hiding, of course, must be hidden, but you also have to show them something. After thinking for a while, Mu Rufeng said, I got a prop and a personal attribute. As he said that, Mu Rufeng took out the kitchen knife from the inventory. There are 3 slots in the inventory. Mu Rufeng took out the soul coin immediately and made it appear directly in the bandage without being discovered by them. He also put the kitchen knife and the bandage into the inventory. Hey? Knife. Zhou Wen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. My god, it's actually a knife-type strange weapon. This is also quite rare. Cheng Yalan exclaimed again. Chu Lianhong stepped forward and said, "Can I take a look at its properties?" "Of course, please." Mu Rifeng nodded. "It is actually very simple to know the properties. You only need to touch the item with your palm to know its properties. Whether it is your own props or someone else's props. You are lucky. This knife is very good. And your bandage is a treasure. Did you get this bandage in the copy?" Zhou Wen said. "Well, this is what I left after I killed a bandage ghost with a trick." Mu Rifeng said. Cheng Yalan also learned the properties of the two items, and immediately looked at Mu Rifeng with envy. You know, Cheng Yalan has already cleared 3 dungeons, and he only has one item, and it is a very useless item. How can he not envy Mu Rifeng? This is enough to prove that it is extremely difficult to obtain items. "Are you selling this knife?" Chu Lianhong suddenly said. "Ah!" Mu Rifeng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Chu Lianhong to ask this question. Xiao Hong. Knife-type strange weapons are indeed very important for survival in the dungeon. He is just a newcomer and has not even contracted the strangeness. He needs it more than you. Zhou Wen said in a deep voice. Chapter 34 I definitely didn't join for the benefit, please read on. Okay, I was rude, I'm sorry. After Zhou Wen said this, Chu Lianhong felt that he had indeed done something wrong. After she saw the attributes of Mu Rifeng's kitchen knife, her mind became excited and she wanted to buy it. After being told by Zhou Wen and awakened directly, I felt extremely ashamed. It's okay. Mu Rifeng said with a smile. Although Mu Rifeng was indifferent on the surface, she was already crying in her heart. "Ah, you tell me the price, I'll sell it, I'll sell it." In the end, Mu Rifeng still did not say these words. Zhou Wen was right. Attack weapons were indeed extremely important to newcomers. If he sold them directly, something might be exposed. By the way, you said before that you also gained an attribute. What attribute is it? Zhou Wen asked again. All attributes are increased by 10%. Mu Rifeng said. Naturally, he did not mention the attribute of bloodthirsty, but another attribute left by the plug-in. The attribute of bloodthirsty, at first glance, seems to be a negative attribute with irritability and irritability. However, fear will be forgotten later and pain will be reduced by 50%. In a strange world, the most intuitive thing to do if you want not to violate the rules is to stay calm and not have fear. The bloodthirsty attribute perfectly takes over this point. Compared with forgetting fear and reducing pain sensation, irritability and irritability are simply innocuous. The most important thing is that the bloodthirsty state can be triggered by sucking blood, which is extremely simple. All attributes have increased. I have to say that you are really lucky. Zhou Wen said. I cleared 3 dungeons and only received a reward that increased a single strength attribute by 10%. Chu Lianhong said enviously. Okay, now the settlement has been completed, and you have officially become a LV1 player. I believe you also have many questions to ask us. Now, I sincerely invite you to join our relevant departments. Zhou Wen said with a solemn face and a very formal invitation. Mu Rifeng did not agree directly, but instead asked, I would like to ask, do I have to join you? If I don't join you, what will you do to me? Zhou Wen smiled slightly and said, there are 2 types of dungeon players, and the official attitudes towards these 2 types of players are very different. The first type is to absorb and cultivate. This type is the official dungeon player, and we are the first type. As for the second type, dungeon players who are independent of the official government are subject to official supervision and control to prevent them from harming ordinary people. I'm sorry if you don't want to join. We will only tell you some basic information. Chu Lianhong said, our information is very important and can greatly increase your chance of survival in the dungeon. If I join the official, what do I need to do? What do I need to pay? Mu Rifeng asked again. It doesn't cost anything, just do some simple work, similar to what we do now. After entering the dungeon, if you meet official players who can help, just help. Of course, they will also help you. Zhou Wen said. Mu Rufeng didn't answer, as if she was thinking about something. When the rewards were settled previously, the plugin had been uninstalled. However, he knew that this plugin would only be loaded when he entered the instance. Moreover, it seems that every copy will have a new plugin template. The fact that he has cheats must not be known to others. At this moment, Cheng Yalan said, "Join the official company. The benefits are very good. As soon as you join the company, you will buy 9 insurances and 2 golds immediately. A house will also be allocated. As long as you become a LV2 player, it can be transferred directly to your name. The monthly basic salary is 10,000 yuan, plus bonuses and commissions, plus various subsidies. The average monthly salary is at least 15,000 yuan. For each level, the salary, bonuses, commissions and subsidies are doubled. If you have children, your tuition and fees will be free. If you upgrade to LV2, you can be admitted to the best school in the city. University is not included." When Cheng Yalan mentioned these benefits, Mu Rufeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, Mu Rufeng said directly, "Okay, I will join the relevant department." Mu Rufeng swore to Deng that he definitely did not join for the welfare. "Welcome to join our branch." Zhou Wen stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Mu Rufeng also smiled and shook his hand. How big is the house? How many bedrooms and living rooms is there? What is the area of the public pool?" "Haha, don't worry about this, someone will contact you later. Now you download an app first, and I will give you an invitation code." Zhou Wen said. "App?" Mu Rufeng was non-committal. At this moment, Zhou Wen's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Minister." "What? Are you sure? Lao He and the others are also there?" "Okay, I'll bring someone over right away." "Yes, he has cleared the dungeon and has joined our relevant department." "Okay, I'll tell you the details later." Zhou Wen hung up the phone and his expression became a little solemn. "Team Zhou, what's wrong? Is there anything going on?" Chu Lianhong asked. "Ouch, I wanted to take a break, but I have to work overtime again." Cheng Yalan complained. "You two, follow me, Xiao Mu, you just finished the dungeon, you must be very tired. I'll arrange for someone to take you to our safe house to rest. The person who takes you there will tell you about the dungeon. This is my number. If you have anything, just call me." Zhou Wen took a business card and handed it to Mu Rufeng, and then hurried away with Chu Lianhong and Cheng Yalan. Mu Rufeng looked at the 3 people who left, scratched his cheek, and was a little at a loss. Looked at the business card, well, it's very high-end. The dark card, without any fancy names, only a name, plus a phone number. And on the back, there is a starry sky. Mu Rufeng saved the number in the contact, and then subconsciously searched it on WeChat. "I am a salted fish." Mu Rufeng looked at this online name, and then looked at the very strange salted fish avatar, and couldn't believe that this was the WeChat account of the serious Captain Zhou. Just like this, a man in a suit walked in. "Hello, Mr. Mu. My name is Zhao Daong. I am an employee of the relevant department. I will take you to our department's safe house to rest. As for some information you want to know, I will tell you one by one when we arrive at the safe house." Zhao Daong said. "Okay, let's go." Mu Rufeng nodded. Chapter 35 Weird Forum, The Secrets of the Dungeon World. Please read on. It must be said that Zhao Daong is very well-mannered. He didn't change his expression when he saw Mu Rufeng, who was covered in bandages. Soon, Mu Rufeng followed Zhao Daong out of the area surrounded by the wall. "The car is here." Zhao Daong led Mu Rufeng to a small car parked not far away. This is also a new energy vehicle. Mu Rufeng sat in the back seat, and soon the car drove out of the logistics park. In less than half an hour, a team of engineers arrived here. It took less than half an hour to dismantle the temporary wall. In total, it took an hour to restore this area to its original appearance, without leaving anything behind. What happened here was naturally seen by people in the nearby warehouse, and they all talked about it. It even began to spread in their work group and friend group. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Mu Rufeng came to the safe house of the relevant department. It is called a safe house, but in fact, it is a self-built building built in the countryside. This building is not high, only 5 floors, but it covers a large area and is built in a modern style. There is also a large courtyard with a 3-meter-high wall. There are quite a few people inside, at least a dozen people are busy. Mr. Mu, the first, second, third and fourth floors are office halls, and there are 4 floors underground. The first floor is the meeting room, and the second floor is the safe house, where players can take a break temporarily. As for the third and fourth floors, they are not open to the public, and I don't know. Zhao Daong said. Well, by the way, this place seems to be quite remote. Mu Rufeng said. The work we are responsible for is not convenient to disclose to ordinary people, so the office location must be more hidden. Zhao Daong replied. That's right. Mu Rufeng nodded. By the way, I have joined the relevant department. Do I have to come here to work every day? Mu Rufeng asked again when he went upstairs. Yes, work starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. 3 meals are provided and there are weekends off. Of course, the mobile phone needs to be turned on 24 hours a day because sometimes there will be emergencies. Zhao Daong said. Oh, that's good. Mu Rufeng was happy. Such relaxed working conditions are really his ideal job. Soon, Mu Rufeng was led by Zhao Daong into the office hall on the first floor. First, it took a few minutes to enter Mu Rufeng's information into the system of the relevant department, and then a pass was made for him. Although this is a branch of the relevant department, it is still strictly managed. No matter where you go, you need a pass. Soon, Zhao Daong took Mu Rufeng to a room. Mr. Mu, take a shower first, I will prepare clean clothes and dinner for you. Some things about the copy information will be sent to your mobile phone. Half an hour later, Mu Rufeng sat on the dining table in a clean nightgown. At this moment, there were 3 dishes and a soup on the dining table. They were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef and stir-fried pork with peppers, plus cabbage and tofu soup. Mu Rufeng ate his meal while checking the mark of the black umbrella on his left forearm. This mark appeared since he cleared the dungeon and returned to the real world. In Zhao Daong's words, this mark is the medium for Mu Rufeng to enter the dungeon next. Mu Rufeng clicked on an app called Weird Forum. According to Zhao Daong's previous reminder, clicked on Register, entered his name, and ID number. Then, he filled in the invitation code sent by Zhou Wen and completed the registration. Congratulations to Mu Rufeng for successful registration. Because you are a visitor, you can only view posts, but cannot reply or post. Please complete the player authentication as soon as possible to fully unlock the permissions. 2 prompt boxes appeared on the screen. Mu Rufeng took a photo of the medium mark on his hand according to the prompt and completed the authentication. Congratulations to LV1 player Mu Rufeng for completing the authentication. Your status has been upgraded from a visitor to a LV1 user. To prevent identity leakage, please set a nickname. Set a nickname. Mu Rufeng thought for a while and chose a nickname called Zombie King. This nickname has been taken. Please choose a new nickname. Mu Rufeng changed his nickname again. I am the Zombie King. I am a big player. I am a big dungeon player. Kill through the dungeon world. This nickname has been taken. Please choose a new nickname. Mu Rufeng was speechless. Are there so many dungeon players? In the end, Mu Rufeng took a nickname called Salted Fish Zombie King. At the same time, he used WeChat to inform Zhao Daong and Captain Zhou Wen of his nickname. Soon, Mu Rufeng figured out how to use this weird forum. At the same time, he also knew the origin of this weird forum. The weird forum did not belong to the country, but appeared with the dungeon world. There are many sections in the weird forum, as many as there are countries in the world. Mu Rufeng entered the Huaxia section. Ordinary users cannot cross regions to other countries. Only when the player's level reaches LV3 can they have cross-region permissions. Weird Forum, as the name suggests, is a forum for communication. In the public area, anyone can post and it cannot be blocked. If the level reaches LV3, you can create a community in the forum. The community is highly confidential. No one can enter except the creator and the joiner. The Huaxia official community is the largest community in the entire Huaxia. Ding dong! You have new messages, please go to check. Ding dong! You have new messages, please go to check. All of a sudden, 2 messages came to the forum. The first one was a visitor named Daong, sending a document. The second one was a community invitation message sent by a user named I am a salted fish. Looking at this username, Mu Rufeng didn't know that the former was Zhao Daong and the latter was Zhou Wen. Mu Rufeng accepted Zhou Wen's invitation, joined the Huaxia community, and became an official member. Take a rest first. I'll submit your information. I'll take you to the headquarters tomorrow. There's a bad situation right now. It may take some time. After I take you to the headquarters tomorrow, you'll have to get back to work. You should be okay with that, right? On WeChat, Zhou Wen sent 2 messages. No problem. Mu Rufeng replied immediately. I'm kidding. With such good treatment, how could he be lazy? Not to mention, as long as he works overtime, he will get double the salary. How could he not be willing? Chapter 36 Rules and Skills, Life and Death ask for monthly votes. He was originally a loader, with only 1 day off a week. Not only was he exhausted, but he also had to work overtime sometimes, and he didn't get overtime pay for the overtime. Not to mention the 9 insurances and 2 funds, he didn't even buy Social Security. The dormitory environment was not a bit worse, it was full of smoke and dust, but here, they directly provided a house. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't continue to send messages, Mu Rufeng ate dinner with peace of mind and began to check the relevant information sent by Zhao Daong. First, the origin of the weird copy game was introduced. About 5 years ago, in 2018, the weird copy game suddenly appeared in countries around the world. At first, the number of people was very small, and although the mortality rate was high, they were all classified as ordinary cases, and the weird copy was basically unknown to the official. Even if someone cleared the copy and returned to the real world, they would not inform the official. Later, as more and more people entered the copy, there was also a person with a high position in the system who entered the copy. When this player came out of the dungeon, he reported it to the country immediately. Since then, the dungeon game has been paid attention to by the country. Finally, with this player as the center, the relevant department was directly established, and a lot of resources were tilted here. The relevant department is not subject to the jurisdiction of any department and is only responsible to the highest existence. To date, it has been 5 years since the establishment of the relevant department. In the past, there were fewer players entering the dungeon, which was easy to control. As time goes by, more and more players enter the dungeon game. Even, the above speculation may appear. The era of the whole people entering the dungeon game. In the final analysis, it is just a guess, no one dares to be sure, the only thing that can be confirmed is that the number of players entering the dungeon is indeed increasing. As for the origin of the weird dungeon, no one knows. At the same time, these weird dungeons still exist even if they are cleared, allowing the next batch of players to enter. In this way, the dungeon strategy was born, and the one who has the most dungeon strategies is naturally the official. In this way, it is not false that it can increase the survival rate of players in the dungeon. Of course, not all dungeons have detailed dungeon strategies. For example, dungeons that have never been cleared, or even if there are strategies, there is a great risk of death. The most important thing is that every once in a while, there will always be new dungeons. The appearance of new dungeons means that players have to use their lives to find strategies. The Scarlet selection that Mu Rufeng cleared is a new dungeon. Zhao Daong also said that when Mu Rufeng is free, he should write down the strategy for the dungeon. Every 7 days, you need to enter the next dungeon, not too early or too late, because it is mandatory for you to enter the dungeon. If there is a specific medium, you can enter the dungeon directly without complying with the 7-day time limit. At the same time, when the level reaches level 3, this time will become once a month. Of course, there are ways to delay the time to enter the dungeon strategy. However, only LV1 and LV2 can do this. As long as you consume 100 soul coins, you can postpone it for 1 week. Of course, even if you have enough soul coins to postpone, you must go to the dungeon once a month. For example, you enter the dungeon on the 5th, and you want to spend 400 soul coins to postpone it for 4 weeks, that is, 28 days. But 28 days have already arrived in the next month, so you can only spend 300 soul coins to postpone it for 3 weeks at most in that month. In other words, as long as you have enough soul coins, you can enter the dungeon world once a month. If your level reaches LV5, you only need to go once every 2 months. If you reach LV7, you can go to the dungeon once within 3 months. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the higher the danger of the dungeon you enter. It has been 5 years. Am I lucky or unlucky? Mu Rufeng touched his chin and thought. Mu Rufeng continued to check the information. The background and origin have been introduced. The next is some basic knowledge about the dungeon level system. First of all, the player level system is the lowest LV1 and the highest LV9. When ordinary people enter the dungeon for the first time, they are not real players, but only preparatory players. Only after clearing the first dungeon can they become LV1 official players. The level here does not count the experience points, but the number of dungeons cleared. If LV1 wants to upgrade to LV2, it needs to clear 2 dungeons again before it can upgrade to LV2. If LV2 wants to upgrade to LV3, it needs to clear 3 dungeons again before it can upgrade. The following levels are analogous. If the first batch of players who entered the dungeon did not die, then it seems that they can only reach level 7 at most. When he checked the official information, the player who founded the relevant department seemed to be still alive. Although the higher the level, the stronger the strength, but the dungeon you enter will be more dangerous and the probability of death will be higher. Mu Rufeng does not know what the highest level is in China now, because it is not in the information. LV1 level, you can open the contract slot and the inventory. The contract slot can make a contract with the weird, so as to have the weird power. The contract slot plays an important role in the survival rate of players in the dungeon game. With each level increase, the contract slot and the inventory can be increased. LV2 level, you can have 2 contract slots. LV3 level has 3 contract slots, and so on. As for the inventory, every level up, you can add 3 inventory slots. Is it a contract weird? In that case, the previous restriction of my body by Captain Zhou Wen, and the flames that forced back the bandages, should be the power of the contract weird. Mu Rufeng thought to himself. This time, he used 2 abilities. Does it mean that Zhou Wen is already a LV2 player and has contracted 2 weirds? What level are Chu Lianhong and Cheng Yaolin, and what weird is the contract? Mu Rufeng continued to check the information. I also have a better understanding of the dungeon world. The dungeon game is divided into 2 modes. They are single-player mode and multiplayer mode. Single-player dungeons are naturally the Scarlet optimization. Multiplayer dungeons are when multiple players enter the same dungeon. I heard from Chu Lianhong that Cheng Yalan's first dungeon was a multiplayer dungeon, and Captain Zhou Wen also participated in it. If he was in a multiplayer instance, then the fact that he had a cheat would be exposed. Forget it, once we really enter a multiplayer instance, we can only take it one step at a time. At worst, we will be exposed directly. What's the point of being afraid of a hammer? Mu Rifeng was too lazy to think too much. If it really came to the most dangerous moment, at worst, he would be a brave man again in 18 years. Chapter 37. A Mouth That Loves to Sing. Monthly Ticket Request. He looked at the description of skills and props again. There are many types of props. His kitchen knife and bandages are tricks and belong to props. There are also candles and matches like the ones he got from the dungeon, which are ordinary props, but not tricks. Of course, the most precious and rare ones are undoubtedly rule-based props. As for skills, they are similar to those in online games. There are 3 categories in total. The first is auxiliary skills, similar to healing, perception, and gain skills, which are all auxiliary. The second is attack skills, which, as the name suggests, are skills that can attack and have lethality. The third is rule skills. It can be said that as long as they are rule skills, they are extremely precious. Even powerful weirdness cannot resist rule skills. These 3 types of skills are undoubtedly the rarest and most powerful rule skills. And Mu Rifeng just got a random rule skill card and a rule prop blind box. When he thought of this, Mu Rifeng didn't have the heart to continue reading the information. Push the finished bowl aside. He saw that his mind moved, and the random rule skill card and rule prop blind box in the inventory appeared on the table in front of him. The random rule skill card is an exquisite card with complex runes and an inexplicable aura, which looks extremely weird. As for the blind box, it is a fist-sized, square red box with a big black question mark on several sides of the box. Mu Rifeng picked up the card and tore it up directly. The next second, the torn card burst into a white light. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rule skill, Life and Death. Life and Death, rule skill, when the enemy dies, the attribute of the self doubles. Note, it can be stacked up to 10 times. Hey? Life and Death? It will only work after the enemy dies. Mu Rifeng was a little stunned. Mu Rifeng, who reacted later, showed a happy look on his face. On the surface, the enemies are all dead, what's the use of doubling the attributes? Although in the real world, it may not have much effect. However, in the dungeon world, it is quite useful. Those encountered in the weird dungeon are not living people, they should be considered dead. As long as Mu Rifeng regards those weirds as enemies, he will most likely trigger the rule skill Life and Death. Mu Rifeng is not very sure, so he can only try it next time he goes to the dungeon world. In reality, I am timid, but in the dungeon world, I strike hard? It's a bit like this. Mu Rifeng calmed down and then looked at the rule prop blind box. I wonder what I can draw. Mu Rifeng prayed in his heart that he could draw a powerful rule prop. He immediately reached out and crushed it. The blind box was easily crushed by Mu Rifeng, and a strange musical note appeared from the blind box. This musical note gathered in the palm of Mu Rifeng's hand and finally formed a mouth. Yes, it was a mouth. Mu Rifeng recognized at a glance that it was a woman's mouth. The plump lips are slightly upturned, and are covered with lipstick of unknown color, like tempting cherries. Inside the lips, there is a row of white and neat teeth, which makes people unable to stop. What the hell? A mouth. Mu Rifeng was a little stunned. Singing mouth, the owner of the mouth is a girl who loves singing and is very talented. Her singing deeply touched the people of the whole city. Later one day, the girl disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already a corpse. Strangely, her mouth was cut off. Effect, Rule type props, you can specify a target and force it to sing a song loudly. Note, after each designated target sings, within 3 hours, the user must also sing a song sung by the target. If the time limit is exceeded, it will be enforced. This should be okay. There is one thing, this prop actually has a price, although the price is not too high. Speaking of which, rule type props are actually divided into 2 types. One is that after using it, you need to pay a certain price, and the other has no restrictions. It is difficult to tell the difference between the two. We can only say that we should look at the specific effect. Mu Rufeng opened his mouth and checked it. I have to say that this mouth that loves to sing is really like a real person's mouth, soft and sticky, that is, a little cold. A bold idea flashed through Mu Rufeng's mind. Just kidding, Mu Rufeng is such a serious person. Immediately, Mu Rufeng put the mouth into the inventory. Mu Rufeng browsed the forum again. Most of the posts above are about some copy-related information. There are also chats, or scolding each other. After browsing many posts, Mu Rufeng also knew that there are many player organizations in the real world. These player organizations are not official, but there are some capital forces behind them to support them. Some player organizations can maintain close cooperation with the official. Of course, there are also those who hide in the dark to do things. However, Mu Rufeng doesn't care much about these, anyway, he has joined the official. Hey, how come this Scarlet optimized app can still be opened? After Mu Rufeng exited the strange forum, he suddenly found that the Scarlet preferred app on the desktop was still lit. You know, his phone is still a ghost system, and the app downloaded in it should not be usable in the real world. Mu Rufeng directly clicked on the Scarlet preferred app. It was still the same as when he first opened it in the copy. There are many products in various sections. Can I place an order? Mu Rufeng suddenly had a sudden idea, and immediately clicked on one of the products and clicked to place an order. Soon, he came to the payment interface. The next second, a pop-up window popped up. Dear user, you have not selected the address for placing an order, please select the address you want to place an order. Mu Rufeng clicked immediately, and the page jumped instantly. Sorry, dear user, there is no address for placing an order in your world. In order to facilitate your shopping needs, you can become the leader of the community group purchase and select a location as a self-pickup point. Hey? Can I become the leader of the community group purchase? Can I also set up a self-pickup point? Mu Rufeng was shocked. As a loader who has worked in Yuxuan for 2 years, Mu Rufeng naturally knows what being the leader of a community group purchase means. Let alone anything else, after establishing a self-pickup point, Mu Rufeng can place an order directly, and he doesn't know whether the goods can be delivered. But the app says that a self-pickup point can be established, so the goods can definitely be delivered, although, I don't know in what way the goods will be delivered. If it can he become a second-hand dealer? Things in the weird world should be very popular in the real world, right? Chapter 38 The Blocked Train Station. In the end, Mu Rufeng still did not choose to pick up the points. After all, this is not his territory. You definitely need to give a lot of thought to the location of the pickup point. At the very least, you can't choose it here. I'm so sleepy, let's take a nap first. Mu Rufeng yawned. He fell asleep in the copy world and woke up not long ago. But he only slept for less than 5 hours, and since he no longer had a zombie constitution, he naturally needed more rest. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng thought of something and immediately turned off her phone. After booting again, I directly chose to enter the normal system. As soon as you enter the normal system, the Scarlet Preferred app becomes grayed out and cannot be opened. However, the weird forum is still lit and can be used. When he turned on the phone, several missed calls and WeChat messages appeared on the notification bar. The missed calls were all from Uncle Lu and Uncle Wang, who were very familiar colleagues. As for the WeChat message, it was sent by a college roommate with whom he has a good relationship at noon, asking him to borrow money. The two have a relatively good relationship, and they both borrow and repay money. If he asks, Mu Rifeng will basically lend him money. After thinking about it, Mu Rifeng sent him a message back, "How much do you want?" The guy replied immediately, "No, I have a credit card." "Why did it take you so long to reply?" "I just got off work and didn't check my phone." Mu Rifeng said. "Okay, it's my birthday next Friday, come to my house for a meal in the evening. Are there any crayfish?" Mu Rifeng asked. "Yes, there must be." "Okay, I'll come over on Friday night. By the way, don't buy the cake. My girlfriend bought it for me. You can just come." "Is that so? Let me bring some drinks." Mu Rifeng said. "Okay, the drinks are included, so don't bring the wine." Brother Chiang said he would bring it. After closing WeChat, Mu Rifeng thought for a moment and called Uncle Lu again. 5 minutes later. "Hey!" Fortunately, Uncle Lu didn't ask any questions, otherwise it would have been hard to say. Mu Rifeng hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. When Uncle Lu answered Mu Rifeng's call, he immediately transformed into 100,000 reasons. Mu Rifeng didn't know how to explain it. It was impossible to tell Uncle Lu about the copy world. Therefore, Mu Rifeng could only speak vaguely, saying that the people above had issued a hush-hush order and signed a confidentiality agreement, which prohibited him from speaking out. Uncle Lu seemed to know the seriousness of the matter and did not ask further questions, so he hung up the phone after knowing that Mu Rifeng was safe. "I almost forgot, I have to write down the dungeon guide." Mu Rifeng thought of another thing. Immediately, I opened the document on my phone and started editing. Mu Rifeng sorted out everything she had done in the copy. Then he eliminated the fact that he had a zombie physique and advanced the time to obtain the bandage. In this way, he could say that he only used the bandage to successfully complete his work. In the following article, Mu Rifeng suggested that players who enter this dungeon should give priority to shippers, talisman, and receivers. In particular, it is mentioned that you should never choose a stevedore because the probability of death is extremely high. When Mu Rifeng finished writing the guide, it was already half an hour later. Sleep. Wait, did you forget something else? Ah, by the way, the bandage is still soaking in the bucket. Mu Rifeng stood up suddenly and quickly walked into the toilet. He came to a plastic bucket, reached out and took out the contents. It was a wet bandage with lots of bubbles of shower gel on it. Wet bandage, it was originally a stinky bandage, but after washing it, it no longer smells bad, but it is still wet and needs to be dried. Effect, it has extremely strong toughness and extensibility, is not afraid of sharp blades and flames, can extend up to 20 meters, and can speed up recovery when wrapping wounds. At this time, the bandage has almost healed itself, and it is completely invisible that it was still scorched black before. Mu Rifeng took a clothes drying rack, wrapped the bandage on it, and hung it on the head of her bed. Sleep. Mu Rifeng fell on the bed, closed her eyes, and felt sleepy. After a while, Mu Rifeng's breathing became even. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and it was extremely hot outside. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the room, so Mu Rifeng would not wake up from the heat. As time went by, it came to 12 o'clock in the morning. Mu Rifeng slept extremely soundly. However, in another part of the city, it was already in dire straits. Location, train station. Time, 2023, July 17, 12 o'clock in the morning. Kick them all away, don't let anyone stay. An angry voice sounded in the square of the train station. Minister Tian, those are reporters, and there are many people watching outside, taking videos with their mobile phones. If we forcefully expel them, it will have a huge impact. The director of the Public Security Department said quickly. Influence? Do you think I care about the impact? Don't you know how big the matter is? Give you 3 minutes to expel everyone, including the onlookers. Your people are not allowed to step into the train station, otherwise, you just don't wear the hat. Tianlin scolded loudly. Yes, 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 I will arrange for the eviction right away. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly complained in his heart. At this moment, the unique sound of a drone came from the sky. Tianlin looked up and was immediately furious. He raised his foot, grabbed his shoes, and threw them violently. With the sound of breaking through the air, the leather shoes instantly hit the drone that was tens of meters high in the sky. Damn it, go and arrest the guy who drove the drone for me. He will be detained for a week to wake him up. Tianlin said very angrily. I'll go right away. The director of the Public Security Bureau dared not say anything more, and turned around and left quickly. At this moment, the square has been surrounded by temporary walls. Not only the square, but also the entire train station has been under martial law. Outside the train station, there are people from the Public Security Bureau and the army everywhere. I don't know what method the director used, but he actually expelled everyone within 3 minutes. No noisy sound came. At this moment, Minister Tianlin has returned to the ticket hall of the train station. What is the result of the calculation? How long will it take for the bloody train copy to arrive? Tianlin came to a very strange instrument that was 1 person tall and asked. Minister, according to the instrument's calculation, the blood train copy will come in 10 minutes at most. A woman sitting in front of the instrument said. Tanbu, the blood train actually came to our place. I don't know how many people will die this time. A dark-skinned man sighed and said. I remember that the blood train has always been in the north. This time, it actually came to our place. Zhou Wen on the side also shook his head. Thanks to Yishan Qiwan for being the leader. Thanks to Su Maria for the 250 points reward. We'll add more after it is put on the shelves. Chapter 39 The Fated. No matter what, we are going to go on a journey today. Tianlin said in a deep voice. Tianlin glanced around, and then said, the death toll on the bloody train is very high every time, and the strategies provided by the players who survive can only improve the survival probability a little. I won't talk about you old players. Everyone present is a trained elite. Except for not entering the dungeon, you can already be considered as a reserve player. Let's go to the waiting room together. If we get the ticket, don't be nervous or afraid. Recall the previous training and strictly abide by the few rules we learned. Yes. A strong momentum burst out from all the employees. Except for some special technical personnel, those who can become employees of relevant departments have basically undergone rigorous training in order to one day enter the cruel dungeon. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. Bloody Train is a large-scale multiplayer dungeon that would only appear once every 6 months in the past. 2 years ago, it became once every 3 months. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If I remember correctly, the Bloody Train only appeared in the northern city of Harbin last month. In other words, the time between Bloody Train appearances has become 1 month. At the beginning of the month, the Occult Research Bureau located at its headquarters in Beijing developed a new instrument for detecting ghost energy fluctuations. As Hunan's branch, they were naturally assigned an instrument. It's just that because this instrument has just been developed, it can detect ghost energy fluctuations within a certain range. If the distance is too far, then only copies with extremely high concentration of ghost energy can be detected. Similar to the black umbrella that Mu Rufeng used to enter the dungeon world, it was not detected because it was too far away. Several people had died, and the tragedy was extremely horrific, and only then did they know about it. At first, when they detected it, they didn't know it was a copy of Blood Train. The reason why they discovered it was because after they determined that a strange copy was coming to the train station, they immediately mobilized manpower to block it and stop all trains entering the station and those that had not left the station. Then he began to gradually explore all the strange places. Finally, on the platform next to the track, I found an old stop sign stained with dark red blood. On this stop sign, there are 3 big characters written Changsha Station. When this was discovered, the copy of Bloody Train was instantly locked. Bloody Train is a multiplayer dungeon with extremely high difficulty and extremely high mortality rate. The way into Blood Train is also difficult to control. When the Bloody Train enters the station, tickets will be randomly issued to people in the entire city. The number of tickets is never fixed. The only thing they know is that as long as they are in a train station, they can increase their chances of getting a train ticket. This is why Tianlin blocked the train station and expelled all ordinary people, leaving only employees of relevant departments and players. At the same time, the copy of Bloody Train completely ignores the player's copy cooling time. Even if you entered the dungeon just the day before, you still have to get on the Bloody Train once the ticket is delivered to you. When 9 minutes passed, Tianlin, Lao He, and Zhou Wen seemed to notice something, and suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction of the platform. Whoa! A violent whistle sounded from a distance, reaching deep into the hearts of all the players. All the players in the train station heard it, but ordinary employees of the relevant departments could not hear it. Because they are just ordinary people, they cannot see or hear. Hey? Why is there a train whistle? At this time, an ordinary employee suddenly said. Is there a train coming into the station? But isn't this place already blocked? Another employee said. When Tianlin heard this, he suddenly looked at the 2 people. Did anyone else hear the whistle? The whistle? I didn't hear it. No, where did the whistle come from? What's going on? Could it be that the Bloody Train is coming? All the employees were talking about it. Okay, be quiet, you 2, get out of the queue. Tianlin shouted at everyone to quiet down, and then asked the 2 people who heard the whistle to stand up. You 2, feel your pockets to see if you have any tickets. Let's all look for them too, Tianlin said. After hearing this, everyone immediately started rummaging in their pockets. Do you have a ticket? I have it too. The 2 employees who stood up actually took out 2 tickets from their pockets. The ticket was of an older style and was stained with dark red blood. It exuded a strange aura that made people shudder. It seems that I have to work overtime tonight. At this time, Cheng Yalan raised his hand and said helplessly. I saw Cheng Yalan actually holding a ticket in his hand. I have one too. Chu Lianhong, who was beside Cheng Yalan, also took out a blood-stained ticket. All of a sudden, 4 people among the people here appeared and got tickets. Has anyone else got a ticket? Tianlin was not happy because his men got 4 tickets. Instead, he asked with a gloomy face. When everyone heard this, they all looked at me, and I continued rummaging in my trouser pockets. That. I have one too. At this moment, a weak voice sounded at the door of the waiting room. The person who came was the girl who had been sitting in front of the instrument and operating it. Ah! Xiao, how did you get the ticket? Didn't I ask you to leave the station? Tianlin was shocked when he saw it. Uncle, I don't know. I was just outside and suddenly found a ticket in my pocket, so I came here immediately. The girl named Xiao also had a look of fear on her face. Obviously, Xiao was still a little scared about entering the dungeon. Damn it, why is it you? You are obviously just a technician, Tianlin patted his head and kept thinking about what to do. Minister Tian, don't worry, I will definitely protect Xiao well. At this time, Chu Lianhong stood up and said. Yes, I will also protect your niece, Minister. Cheng Yalan said quickly. Uncle, I will be careful. Qian Xiao also said. Xiao, have you read the information and strategy of Bloody Train? Tianlin asked. Uncle, don't worry, I've already checked it. Okay, you must be careful in the dungeon. Cheng Yalan, Chu Lianhong, Xiao Ai, and the other two, I'm sorry to bother you. Tian Lin looked at them. Here, take this, it can save your life. Tian Lin took a prop and stuffed it directly into Xiao Ai's hand. Chapter 40 Multiplayer Dungeon, Bloody Train. Props are things that increase everyone's chance of survival in the dungeon world. They rarely lend them out because they are afraid that others will die in the copy, and the borrowed props will naturally be lost. This scene also caught everyone's attention. The other two employees who had tickets didn't think it was unfair, and Cheng Yalan and Chu Lianhong didn't even think so. Whoa! The whistle sounded again, this time, the sound was closer. At the same time, the temperature in the waiting room hall began to slowly drop, and the surrounding walls began to decay and become old at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figures of those around who did not have tickets began to blur. Remember, you must come out alive, otherwise, I won't be able to explain to your parents. Tian Lin took Jian Xiao Ai's hand and warned him again. Uncle, uncle. Tian Lin disappeared, and everyone around him also disappeared. Don't worry. The two of us are here and we will definitely protect you. Chu Lianhong came forward and held Jian Xiao Ai's half-raised hand. Well, thank you, Sister Hong. Jian Xiao Ai's uneasy heart calmed down a little. The waiting room at this moment has completely changed. At some point, this place turned into an open waiting hall. But only 20 meters ahead was the platform at the train entrance. At this moment, they were already in a copy of Bloody Train. Several figures holding tickets appeared around. One of them was the weirdest. The man was still sleeping on the ground, his body covered with bandages, and 2 bandages extended out. A kitchen knife was tied to the end of one bandage, and a blood-stained bus ticket was rolled up to the end of the other bandage. Mu Rufeng. Chu Lianhong recognized at a glance that the bandaged weirdo was Mu Rufeng. No, why is Mu Rufeng here too? Is he still sleeping? Cheng Yalan also looked at the bandaged man lying on the ground in surprise. Mu Rufeng? Is he the new player? Although Jian Xiao Ai didn't know Mu Rufeng, she learned about this new player from Zhou Wen. Where is this place? Aren't I at an internet cafe? What's the situation? This is, do I remember what I was at home? Husband, husband, where are you, Wivu? Suddenly, there was a lot of noise from the crowd. There were already dozens of people in the entire waiting room. Obviously, they were all passengers who were about to board the train. Cheng Yalan, the train is about to pull into the station. We don't have much time. We still have 2 of you. We should go immediately to appease everyone and tell them the basic information. Xiao Ai, go and wake up Mu Rufeng. No matter what, it would be good to have one more player. Chu Lianhong quickly made arrangements. Yet. Cheng Yalan nodded in agreement. The group immediately took action. Mu Rufeng slept a little uncomfortable because it was too cold and the ground was hard, making her feel dizzy. Could it be that the air conditioner was turned down? Wake up, take a breath like the wind. A voice sounded in Mu Rufeng's ears, and at the same time, a finger poked his face. Who? Mu Rufeng opened her eyes drowsily. Hello, I am Jian Xiao Ai, an employee of the relevant department. Jian Xiao Ai introduced herself. Jian Xiao Ai. Mu Rufeng rubbed her eyes and stood up from a sitting position. At this time, he noticed something was wrong. This didn't seem to be a safe house. Mu Rufeng woke up instantly. He stood up from the ground, then quickly glanced around and found the group of people not far away making a noise. What's going on? I remember not sleeping in the safe house. Mu Rufeng looked at Jian Xiao Ai. Upon hearing this, Jian Xiao Ai raised her finger and pointed to Mu Rufeng's left side. When Mu Rufeng saw this, he immediately turned around to look. Then, he saw the blood-stained ticket wrapped in a bandage. At this time, Even if Mu Rifeng was being stupid, she knew that she had entered the dungeon again. No, the dungeon has been entered again? Isn't there a cooling off period? Shouldn't it be entered after 7 days? Mu Rifeng was a little surprised. You probably haven't looked carefully. Some specific dungeons can ignore the player's dungeon cooldown period and allow players to forcibly enter the dungeon. Qian Xiaoai said. Hey, can't you just let me have a good sleep? Mu Rifeng sighed. Since he couldn't sleep, Mu Rifeng naturally had to make some preparations. It just so happens that he can also test out his newly acquired skills and props. At the same time, he is also looking forward to which plugin he will load. First, Mu Rifeng checked his props. In the inventory, Singing Mouth, soul coins, and candles are all there. As for bandages, on his body, the kitchen knife was wrapped in a bandage, and the matches were also wrapped in bandages. Great, everything is complete and nothing was missed just because he was sleeping. Wait, why did you wrap it up for me again? Quickly spread out, spread out. No wonder Mu Rifeng always felt weird. It turned out that bandages were wrapped all over his body again. The bandage was obedient and immediately spread out from Mu Rifeng's body, finally wrapping around Mu Rifeng's right hand. At this time, a gust of cold wind howled, making Mu Rifeng shiver unconsciously. Why are you only wearing a pair of underpants? Qian Xiaoai exclaimed and took a few steps back. Mu Rifeng realized at this time that he was completely naked except for a pair of black shorts. Yes, he was used to sleeping in shorts. Quick, wrap me up with a shirt and pants. Mu Rifeng was a little embarrassed and immediately gave an order. When Mu Rifeng's order was given, the bandage responded quickly. In just a few seconds, a set of bandage trousers and long sleeves were put on by Mu Rifeng. Well, sorry. Mu Rifeng apologized to Qian Xiaoai a little embarrassedly. It's okay, your style is quite unique. Qian Xiaoai praised. Mu Rifeng looked at his own style, which was as weird as it could be. If you say it's unique, it's really unique. Woo woo woo. Besides, what's more? A train came from the thick fog. The ground was shaking. The whole waiting room was quiet in an instant, and everyone's eyes were attracted. The train has arrived. Everyone must remember what I just said. Don't break the rules. Everyone, try to survive. At the same time, a reminder sounded in everyone's mind. Enter the dungeon, bloody train. Dungeon type, large multiplayer dungeon. Number of participants, 30 people. Zzz. Ding dong. The train has arrived. All passengers, please leave the waiting room and go to the platform to wait for ticket inspection and boarding. After a burst of electric sound, the old radio at the waiting station rang with a cold female voice. Chapter 41 Cheng Yalan and number 039, S contracted ghost, check the ticket and get on the bus. The train came at a high speed. When it approached the platform, its speed slowed down and it slowly entered the platform track. Gusts of cold wind roared in with ghostly aura, making everyone shiver unconsciously. Cold, so cold. It was obviously a high temperature of 37 or 8 degrees before, but now it made everyone shiver from the cold. Fortunately, this cold air came and went quickly, and the temperature suddenly warmed up a little, so that everyone would not shiver from the cold. Everyone, please leave the waiting station immediately, go to the platform, queue up to check in your tickets and get on the train. Cheng Yalan shouted loudly. Some people listened to the words of Cheng Yalan and Chu Lianhong and walked cautiously towards the platform. However, there are still some people who do not believe Cheng Yalan's words. They took out their mobile phones, tried to make calls, and even tried to go out through the other end of the waiting room. I'll say it again, go to the platform, check in your tickets and get on the train. Cheng Yalan said coldly, stopping in front of the people who wanted to leave. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to scare me with a broken ID? Get out of here, otherwise don't blame labor and management for their lack of discernment. A muscular man looked at Cheng Yalan with disdain. It was exactly what happened here that made the people on the other side who were about to go to the platform stop and look this way. Shameless! Before Cheng Yalan could say anything, he saw Chu Lianhong walking over in stride. Also following behind were Mu Rufeng, Qian Xiaoai, and two other employees, Xue Fan and Shen Yu. Leave it to me. Cheng Yalan said. Cheng Yalan raised his hand and spread his fingers. In an instant, 5 bloody threads shot out from his fingers. The horrified eyes of those 5 people were instantly wrapped around them. The 5 people immediately jumped into the air. Let's go to the platform. Cheng Yalan walked slowly towards the platform. The 5 people were wrapped in silk threads and floated in the air like several balloons. The other people were shocked when they saw this scene. This was completely beyond their knowledge. This time, they did not dare to stay where they were and quickly walked towards the platform. The 5 people floating in the air wanted to scream in fear, but their mouths were covered by silk threads, making them unable to make any sound. Brother Lin, your skills are so handsome. What's the deal with this contract? Mu Rufeng approached and asked curiously. Just as Cheng Yalan was about to speak, Chu Lianhong on the side said, the thread ghost he contracted likes to be a shady person and a good-for-nothing. Haha, do you think you can beat me? Cheng Yalan also mocked. Can't beat you? Come on, let's have a showdown. Chu Lianhong raised an eyebrow. I said, Sister Hong, Brother Lin, can you please take a look at the situation? Qian Xiaoai saw that the two of them were about to quarrel again and quickly dissuaded them. When Mu Rufeng saw this scene, he shook his head. Why did these two people enter the same instance? By the way, we may enter different trains in this dungeon, so everyone must be prepared to separate. Chu Lianhong said. Yes, I know, Sister Hong. Qian Xiaoai nodded. Separate. Mu Rufeng was overjoyed, it would be best if they could separate. After a while, everyone arrived on the platform. Wait, I suddenly remembered, Xiao Mu, although this is your second time entering the dungeon, you are still considered a newcomer. You haven't read the bloody train guide yet, right? Cheng Yalan said suddenly. No, just tell me. Mu Rufeng said. At this moment, the door of the already parked train suddenly opened, and one by one the flight attendants walked out of the door. Mu Rufeng looked at the Scarlet train. Excluding the locomotive, there were 10 carriages in total. Starting from the rear, a flight attendant came out of carriages number 10 to 2. These flight attendants are both male and female, and they all wear uniforms. They are not grotesque, they are all human, but their skin is relatively pale. There was no expression on their faces, and they all looked at the guests who were about to get on the bus, looking so weird. Being stared at by these flight attendants made all the passengers waiting for the bus shudder. Everyone, please check your tickets immediately. There should be corresponding carriages and seats on them. You must get on the bus within 3 minutes, otherwise you will violate the rules and you will die. Chu Lianhong reminded again. After hearing this, everyone immediately took out their tickets. Sure enough, the car and seat number were already revealed on the blood-stained ticket. At this time, Cheng Yalan also released the 5 balloon men. After the 5 people landed, they didn't dare to take a breath and carefully took out their tickets and looked at them. Mu Rufeng took a look and found that she was in carriage number 8, with seat number 20. I am in carriage number 8 and number 20. Is there anyone in the same carriage with me? Mu Rufeng asked. I'm in compartment 5. Xue Fan said. I'm also in carriage no 5. Shen Yu said as he waved his ticket. I'm in carriage number 10, Xiaoai, what about you? Chu Lianhong asked. I'm in carriage no 9. Qian Xiaoai's face looked a little pale. It's okay, Xiaoai, I'm in the same carriage with you. Cheng Yalan comforted. Time is running out. You must remember the rules I told you and act with caution. Cheng Yalan patted Mu Rufeng on the shoulder. Then he looked at Xue Fan and Shen Yu. The first goal of you two is to survive, clear the dungeon, and become players. As for those ordinary people, you can help them without endangering your own safety. Yes, Brother Linear. The two nodded heavily. Hurry up and check your tickets and get on the train. Chu Lianhong urged, and hurried to the number 10 carriage. Mu Rufeng still felt that it was good that he did not sit in the same carriage with the people from the relevant departments. Mu Rufeng held the ticket and came to the number 8 carriage. Carriage number 8 was at the back, and there were not many people on the train, only 2 people, plus Mu Rufeng, that was 3 people. The 2 people in front had already checked their tickets and got on the train. Ticket. The attendant stretched out his hand and spoke slowly. The attendant in the number 8 carriage was a female attendant, tall, wearing black lace stockings, and a beautiful face. If it weren't for those white and somewhat weird eyes, she would definitely be a super beauty. Mu Rufeng handed over the ticket. Get on board. The attendant nodded and returned the ticket to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng took the ticket and then boarded the train. As soon as he entered the train, Mu Rufeng felt a strong and strange aura. This aura flashed by. What a strong aura! The strength of this bloody train is higher than that of the Scarlet selection. However, why hasn't my plug-in arrived yet? Mu Rufeng said secretly. Speak of the devil, and the devil will come. A prompt sounded in his mind. The host has been detected to have entered the dungeon, and the plug-in has been loaded successfully. Please select one of the following 3 plugins from the host. Chapter 42, Get 1 trillion soul coins at the beginning. Ask for monthly votes. Host has entered the dungeon, plugin loaded successfully. Host, please select one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Unlimited soul coins. 1 trillion soul coins are obtained at the beginning, which can be spent at will. 2. 100-fold increase. You can increase your own single attribute by 100 times, and you can convert any attribute at any time. 3. Stone Man, you will become an ordinary stone with no sense of existence. You can pass this dungeon safely. Mu Rufeng paused, a little surprised. How can I say the 3 plugins this time? Great! Mu Rufeng thought about it carefully, and finally chose the first plugin, Unlimited Soul Coins. The reason for choosing this is naturally because he has learned how important soul coins are in the weird world. First of all, from the information, it is known that weird dungeons are basically connected, and these dungeons together form a huge weird world. The weird world is also orderly, and soul coins are the currency in the weird world. All items, props, and even contracted ghosts need soul coins. Most importantly, soul coins also contain ghost energy, and the face value of soul coins determines the concentration of ghost energy. The larger the face value of soul coins, the stronger the ghost energy contained in them. For example, after Mu Rufeng killed the 4 ghosts in dormitory 302, he only got 325 soul coins, because they absorbed the ghost energy in the soul coins to enhance themselves. Of course, they will also leave some soul coins to buy daily necessities. That's why they don't have many soul coins on them. Money can make ghosts push the mill, which is not only useful in the real world, but also in the weird world. 1 trillion soul coins. Mu Rufeng also wants to experience the godly rich system. As for the second plugin, 100 times amplification, even 1,000 times amplification, it is actually not very useful when encountering some weird ghosts. This second cheat was the first one Mu Rufeng passed. As for the third cheat, it is really interesting. The Stone Man and the Transparent Man attribute can safely pass this dungeon. If you want to pass the level, choosing this is definitely the best choice. However, Mu Rufeng does not want to get the lowest 100% clearance completion rate. Therefore, Mu Rufeng chose the option of getting 1 trillion soul coins at the beginning. After choosing the cheat, there was no movement. This made Mu Rufeng a little confused. Immediately, at the urging of the attendant, he slowly walked into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Mu Rufeng looked at the situation inside. It was found that there were not many passengers inside. There were only 2 living people who came in earlier, plus Mu Rufeng himself, and there were a total of 3 living people in this carriage. And there were only 10 weird passengers. You know, this carriage can seat more than 100 people. Therefore, the dim carriage looked empty and a little weird. It stinks. Mu Rufeng's heart was filled with ripples. As soon as he entered the carriage, he smelled a mixture of odors. There was the odor of dead fish and rotten shrimp, the odor of corpses, and the smell of blood. These smells were mixed with some unknown odors, which was really unbearable. Coupled with the environment, Mu Rufeng became a little nervous. After all, this was only his second time entering the dungeon. 2 days ago, he was just an ordinary worker. Mu Rufeng recalled his bloodthirsty attribute. Bloodthirsty, after triggering this state, you will be irritable, forget fear, and reduce pain by 50%. Note, you need to suck blood to trigger this state. He immediately bit his tongue with a ruthless heart. A bloody smell filled Mu Rufeng's mouth. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Fear? Panic? All disappeared, replaced by bloodthirstiness. A flash of blood flashed in Mu Rufeng's eyes. Sure enough, sucking one's own blood can also trigger the bloodthirsty state. As for the duration, Mu Rufeng has not tried it, but it doesn't matter, just have to make his tongue bitter. Soon, Mu Rufeng found his seat, which is on the left side of the carriage, with 2 seats in a row. Please give way, my seat number is 20. Mu Rufeng said politely. His seat is inside by the window, and next to him is number 19, by the middle aisle. An old lady is sitting in seat number 19. This old lady is certainly not a living person, but a weird one. The old lady glanced at Mu Rufeng and said, I don't like living people sitting next to me, go away. As she said that, the old lady opened the lid of the bamboo basket she was holding in her arms. A strong smell of blood hit her face. Inside was a human head, the head of a middle-aged man with 7 orifices bleeding and a peaceful face. Son, come out and get some fresh air. The old lady said, taking out the head. The eyes of the head suddenly opened, sensing the breath of a living person, and Chu Jinyan locked onto Mu Rufeng, and then stared at him intently. Mom, I want to eat meat, his meat smells so good, I want to eat it so much. The strange thing is that the voice of the head is actually the voice of a child. Son, be good, it's not time to eat yet, wait a little longer. The old lady said with a smile. Okay, Mom. Put me down. I need to move around. The head said again. Okay, I'll put you down. The old woman immediately put the head son on seat number 20. When Mu Rufeng saw this scene, there was no expression on his face. Although it was a bit scary, it was completely acceptable to Mu Rufeng at the moment. By the way, I can try out the rule skill. Mu Rufeng thought to himself. But how can I make this weird become his enemy? Mu Rufeng didn't think much about it, and directly tried to activate the rule skill, Life and Death. Life and Death, skill activation is successful, the enemy has died, all attributes are doubled, and the duration is 1 hour. Life and Death, skill activation is successful, the enemy has died, all attributes are doubled, and the duration is 1 hour. Almost instantly, Mu Rufeng felt that the power in his body had doubled. He quickly opened the personal panel. Name, Mu Rufeng. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Spirit, 33, 11 plus 11 plus 11. Constitution, 42, 14 plus 14 plus 14. Contract slot, none. Skill, life and death. Props, fragrant bandage, resentful kitchen knife, secret candles of the dormitory, anti-X2 matches, singing mouth. Soul coin, 1000000004178. Yes, the attributes have indeed doubled. As for the fact that it lasted for an hour, he was not surprised at all. After all, if there was no time limit, it would be a real magical skill. The train is about to start. Passengers who have not taken their seats yet, please take your seats as soon as possible. The train is about to start. Passengers who have not taken their seats yet, please take their seats as soon as possible. The train is about to start. Passengers who have not taken their seats yet, please take their seats as soon as possible. The train broadcast sounded 3 times in a row. Mr. Human Head, please give up your seat. Mu Rufeng held a kitchen knife in his hand, with a kind smile on his face. Hey, you want to fight? Come on, chop this old woman to death. The old woman was not panicked at all, and she stretched her neck for Mu Rufeng to chop. Yes, it was really stretched very long. The old woman's neck stretched nearly 1 meter, which looked very strange. The old woman turned into a long-necked monster, staring at Mu Rufeng excitedly. It seemed that she was looking forward to Mu Rufeng's action. Mu Rufeng naturally did not do it. Among the rules that Chu Lianhong told him, there is one: it is forbidden to attack living people in the train. The number of follow-up readings has not increased much in the past few days. I want to cry. Follow-up reading is an important indicator of a new book. So, I will update once a day these days. Please turn to the last page of the latest chapter every day, which is the page where you can see the ranking of the most popular chapters. Only when the ranking of the most popular chapters is high can this book continue to move forward. I can only rely on you all. By the way, I would like to ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Xiaoan would like to thank you all here. Chapter 43 Clearance Conditions. Arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm Station alive. Second update, please. Yes, this rule is used to protect these players. If the player attacks the weird, then this rule is useless, and the weird can counterattack the player. So the long-necked monster is looking forward to Mu Rufeng's attack. Just this rule, I don't know how many lives have been used to test it. The rules on the bloody train are not obvious, and players need to explore them by themselves. It is precisely this point that has created the terrifying death rate on the bloody train. The bloody train copy has appeared so many times, and even when the death rate is the lowest, it has reached 50%. At the highest, the death rate of up to 90% is simply a real slaughterhouse. The long-necked monster seemed to see that Mu Rufeng did not want to take action, and immediately turned his eyes, stretched his neck again, and came towards Mu Rufeng's neck. Looking at this look, it seems to be ready to scare Mu Rufeng and make him take action. Just at this time, suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to stop moving. Whether it was the long-necked monster, the little boy hitting the ball in front, or the attendant who had just entered the carriage, they all stood still at this moment. What's going on? Mu Rufeng also noticed something was wrong. He found that even the clock on the bloody train had stopped, which proved that the bloody train was also affected. A ball of black fog appeared out of thin air in front of Mu Rufeng. A touch of golden light flashed out from the black fog. It was a black card, but around the card, there was a golden frame. On the front of the card, there were 3 big characters, Black Gold Card. And on the back, there were 4 big characters, Heaven and Earth Bank. A very strong ghost aura emanated from this Black Gold Card. Dear Black Gold Card user, sorry to bother you. I am Zhao Huanyu, the General Manager of TND Bank. Thank you for applying for a Black Gold Card in our bank. I am really sorry. I should have come here in person, but there is a powerful force that prevents me from coming here in person. I can only open a channel and send the Black Gold Card to you. You are the most distinguished super VIP user of our TND Bank. If you need it, you can go to the headquarters of TND Bank in the imperial capital. We will treat you with the highest standards. A voice came from the black gold card. Mu Rufeng was stunned when he heard it, and then he reacted and said quickly, "No need." As he said, Mu Rufeng reached out and took the black gold card in his hand. Black gold card of TND Bank, this card is the top super VIP card of TND Bank. The condition for obtaining it is to deposit 1 billion soul coins. Current bank card balance, 10 trillion yuan. Effect, you can withdraw cash from the black gold card at any time. Mu Rufeng looked at the series of zeros and swallowed his saliva. Dear guest, the power has increased. I am leaving. Please come to the general manager of TND Bank in the imperial capital. Zzz. The voice disappeared, and the black fog disappeared. Is that power the bloody train or his plug-in? Mu Rufeng thought to himself. I think it should be the power of the plug-in that prevents him from coming in person, and can only pass some information through the black gold card. TND Bank is definitely the top power in the weird world. Just the breath of the general manager of TND Bank can stop the bloody train and prohibit the space. The level of TND Bank can definitely crush the bloody train. At this time, Mu Rufeng also noticed that the clock above the carriage was shaking, and it seemed that it would jump soon. Looking at the black gold card in his hand that exuded a strong ghost aura, Mu Rufeng directly put it into the inventory. All the power disappeared, and the static space around him returned to its original state. The long-necked monster continued to come towards Mu Rufeng. It seemed that he had no idea what had happened before. Mu Rufeng didn't even look at it, raised his hand, and saw the bandages extending directly, and in the blink of an eye, the long-necked monster was wrapped up. The long-necked monster forced to sit down, and then the bandages quickly spread to the seat. Soon, the long-necked monster, who was still struggling violently, was tied to the seat and couldn't move. Should I ask you to leave? Or should I? Before Mu Rufeng finished speaking, he saw that the head jumped off the seat very quickly, and then accurately fell into the bamboo basket on the ground. There was no need to help, the lid of the bamboo basket automatically flew back and covered it. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Mu Rufeng shook his head, and then sat on the seat number 20. Not far away, the flight attendant who originally wanted to come over saw Mu Rufeng sitting down, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. In less than 30 seconds, the train will start, and the passengers who have not yet taken their seats will be her prey. Besides. The train started slowly. The old platform gradually disappeared from Mu Rufeng's eyes. After a while, the last bit of light also disappeared. The scenery outside the window became pitch black, and I didn't know where the road was. The bloody train seemed to be traveling in another dimension, which was really weird. Dear passengers, hello, the next destination is Kunshan Chicken Farm. Please don't make loud noises on the train. If you don't have a ticket, please buy one in time. The voice of the broadcast sounded again. At the same time, all the living passengers on the train heard a reminder in their minds. Large multiplayer dungeon, bloody train. Number of participants, 30. Current number of survivors, 28. Clearance condition, arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm alive, and the completion rate doubles for each additional station arrived. Arrive at Kunshan Chicken Farm alive. Mu Rufeng recalled the previous broadcast. The next stop was Kunshan Chicken Farm. It's only been a short time since we got on the train, and 2 people have died. Mu Rufeng looked at the current number of survivors and was a little surprised. You know, whether it's Chu Lianhong, Cheng Yalan, or Shen Yu and others, they all clearly told the passengers some basic rules. Unexpectedly, 2 people died. At this moment, Mu Rufeng finally saw how high the mortality rate was in the weird dungeon. Dear passengers, we still have 3 hours to the next stop. In order to better serve you, we have carefully prepared some food for you. The attendant had been pushing a small cart and slowly walked over from the carriage connection. On the cart, there was a huge iron cylinder, and next to the iron cylinder was a plastic bucket that was half a size smaller, and next to it was a pile of bowls half the size of a football. The attendant stopped at the first row of seats. There happened to be a passenger there, but he was not alive. The appearance was quite disgusting, with a rotten face and a swollen body, and there were corpse worms and fat maggots drilling around. There will be one more update in the evening, and 3 updates every day. Please read and vote for me. Please reward me. Chapter 44. I report that someone evaded the ticket. What's the food today? This weirdo seems to take this train often. Hello, sir. Today's is heart and lung bone soup, which also contains blood ginseng and old corpse worms over 3 years old. The attendant said. Wow, then I'm in for a treat today, but the price should be high, right? The passenger asked. If you only drink heart and lung soup, it's 10 soul coins. If you add corpse worms and blood ginseng, it's 20. If you add a thigh bone, it's 50. The attendant answered while directly opening the lid of the big iron bucket. The lid was opened, the passenger looked out, sniffed fiercely, and a comfortable look appeared on his face. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Okay, it seems that the ingredients used this time are all top-notch. Give me a set meal of 20 yuan. The passenger said. Plop. There was a sound. But a maggot crawled out of the weirdo's eye socket and actually fell directly into the big iron bucket. The maggots fell into the iron bucket, and neither the strange nor the stewardess reacted. Soon, a large bowl of soup was delivered to the strange. Fragrant, too fragrant. He drank half of it in one gulp, and then chewed the ginseng whiskers and corpse worms in his mouth, relishing it. The stewardess continued to push the cart, this time to the 3rd row of seats. Auntie, I remember that food was always provided for free before, why do you want money this time? The child holding the ball looked up and asked. Because many passengers complained that the free food we provided was too unpalatable, so we launched a new service last week. The stewardess explained. So that's the case, Auntie, is the thigh bone inside a living person or a clone? If it's a clone, it's not worth the price. The child asked again. Of course it's not a clone, yes, it's the same as those guys, otherwise, it wouldn't be sold so expensively. The stewardess pointed at Mu Rufeng and the other 2 and said. Well, then, Auntie, give me a 50 yuan portion to warm my stomach and have a big meal later. While the child was speaking, he looked at Mu Rufeng behind him with an innocent face. Mu Rufeng did not react at all, but the other 2 players were frightened and pale. A large bowl of soup was served, with a large bone in it, and a layer of corpse worms and ginseng whiskers floating on the soup. It was enough to see that the portion was really sufficient. The child grabbed the large bone, and then bit off a piece, chewing it crunchily. It seems to have been frozen. I still like to eat fresh food, but it's good to whet my appetite. The child said seriously. Soon, the attendant pushed the cart to the 4th train, which was Mu Rufeng's place. This passenger, what do you want? The attendant asked the tied-up old lady. The old lady struggled hard, but did not move at all, and could not even speak. Steward, I report that there is a ghost with a human head who evaded the ticket. Mu Rufeng suddenly pointed to the bamboo basket on the ground and said. Hey? Someone evaded the ticket. The attendant's eyes flashed blood in an instant. Yes, there is a ghost with a human head in this bamboo basket, and he didn't buy a ticket. Mu Rufeng said. The attendant didn't say anything, but reached out to grab the bamboo basket. At this moment, the lid of the bamboo basket suddenly opened, and the ghost with a human head jumped out directly from it. I'll buy a ticket, I'll buy a ticket. The ghost with a human head spoke immediately. Buy a ticket? Okay, a good deal, 100 yuan. The attendant said with a little regret on his face. The attendant's prey is not only living passengers, but also weird ones. What? 100 yuan? Isn't the ticket only 50 yuan? The ghost with a human head was shocked. You can choose not to buy a ticket, the attendant said coldly. As a steward, it's normal to make some money. As for complaints, it's not a distinguished VIP, so ordinary complaints are useless. Okay, I'll buy the ticket. My money is with my mother, and my mother is trapped by him now. You ask him to let my mother go. The human-headed ghost gritted his teeth and said. The flight attendant looked at Mu Rifeng after hearing this. Mu Rifeng smiled at the flight attendant but didn't say anything. The flight attendant's eyes flickered, and she slowly said, Mr. Human-headed, please buy the ticket immediately, otherwise. My money is with my mother, you ask him to let my mother go. The human-headed ghost was shocked. Woo woo woo. The old lady struggled frantically, and a strong ghost aura emanated from the gap in the bandage. However, even so, it only made the bandage wrap a few more times. If you can't pay for the ticket, then you are mine. The flight attendant grinned and reached out to grab the human-headed ghost. No, I'll bite your bandages. The human-headed ghost bit the bandage. The sharp teeth in the mouth kept rubbing, trying to bite the bandage. If the bandage could talk, it would definitely say, what else can you do besides spitting on me? This is indeed the case. The sharp teeth of the human-headed ghost can't bite through the bandage at all. The main reason is that the elasticity of the bandage is too good, or in other words, the teeth of the human-headed ghost are not as sharp as imagined. I caught you, you belong to me. The flight attendant said with a grim smile. Before the human-headed ghost could speak, the flight attendant pressed it towards her abdomen. At the same time, the belly of the stewardess was split in the middle. A twisted ghost baby appeared there. Ah! The human-headed ghost screamed and disappeared. The stewardess's belly closed again, and then she put down the uniform she had taken up. You can let this passenger go. The stewardess looked at Mu Rifeng and said. I'm happy to do that. Mu Rifeng smiled indifferently, waved his hand lightly, and took back the bandage. As soon as the old lady got out of trouble, she stared at the stewardess like a mad tiger. A terrifying weirdness permeated, which made people tremble with fear. The strength of this old lady is very strong, at least, stronger than the stewardess in front of her. This passenger, what do you want? Pure soup is 10 yuan, adding human blood ginseng and corpse worms is 20 yuan, and the Grand Slam is 50 yuan. Faced with the old lady's malice, the stewardess was not panicked at all. On the train, she was not afraid of others attacking her, or no one dared to attack the attendant. 50 yuan. The old lady said word by word. This journey is still very long. The old lady sat on the seat and looked at Mu Rifeng with a gloomy face. Yes, it is very long. Mu Rifeng nodded in agreement. Your soup is ready. The attendant brought a bowl of bone soup. After the old lady took it, she slowly ate it. Which set meal do you want, passenger? The attendant looked at Mu Rifeng. Current number of survivors, 25. Suddenly, a bloody screen frame appeared in front of Mu Rifeng's eyes. Another player was eliminated. Chu Lianhong said that the train would provide free food, which could not be refused. If you refused, I would use this as an excuse to attack. Although the free food provided by the train was a little unpalatable, nothing would happen as long as you ate it. And there was no need to worry about contamination or anything, at most it would be a little disgusting, unless you drank 5 bowls in one go. But if this is the case, let alone pollution, I'm afraid I would have died of bloating long ago. Sorry, I forgot the timer, I just remembered it. Chapter 45 The Great Power of Tipping Monthly Vote Requested. However, the service has changed now, from free to paid food. After thinking for a while, Mu Rifeng said, your train provided free food before, don't you provide it now? Sure enough, the contractors who are like stink bugs are all poor. The attendant looked disdainful, and then took out a piece of black paste from a bucket that was one size smaller next to the iron bucket and handed it to Mu Rifeng. Mu Rifeng could clearly see that there were some hair and some unknown insects mixed in this black paste. And the disgusting smell, it is hard to imagine where this free food came from. Stinky, stinky, how can you eat this kind of thing? This is the only food provided by your train. Mu Rifeng said in a deep voice. Hey? So, you don't want to eat it? The attendant said coldly. Is this for human consumption? Is your service attitude like this? Mu Rifeng scolded. Is there anything wrong with my service attitude? The attendant licked her tongue and looked at Mu Rifeng with a hint of blood. Look for yourself. I won't say anything about the hair in the free food. Look at the paid food you provided. There is such a big maggot still wriggling in it. If I'm not mistaken, this should have fallen out of the mouth of the previous passenger, right? Even in this state, you still want to continue selling this food. You still say that your service attitude is fine. Mu Rifeng stood up and scolded coldly. So, what's the matter with this? The stewardess tilted her head and looked at Mu Rifeng with a wooden face. What? These foods are not for human consumption at all. I want to eat in your dining car. Mu Rifeng said. Dining car? The stewardess sneered, and a terrifying malice emanated from her body. The ghost energy visible to the naked eye dissipated. Want to go to the dining car? Passenger, don't you know that the minimum consumption in the dining car is 1,000 soul coins? Since you asked to change the car, I will satisfy you, but if you can't take out the soul coins, I don't mind twisting your head off to calm my anger. The stewardess licked her tongue and said with a bloodthirsty face. Mu Rifeng communicated with the black gold card with his mind, and a black light flashed in his hand, and 100 yuan bills appeared in his hand. Is this money enough? Mu Rifeng said calmly. Looking at the stack of banknotes in Mu Rifeng's hand, the stewardess was obviously stunned. Pa! There was a sound. Mu Rifeng threw the stack of banknotes on the stewardess's fair face. This is a tip for you. Can I go to the dining car now? Mu Rifeng said. 100 yuan soul coins fell in all directions. The people around had already noticed the weirdness here, and their eyes were wide open when they saw the soul coins scattered all over the ground. Especially the old lady sitting next to them, her face was full of disbelief. There are soul coins. This living person actually has so many soul coins. 1,000, that's 1,000 soul coins. The stewardess finally reacted, she squatted down at the first time, and began to quickly collect those soul coins. When she stood up again, she had put on a smile. Dear sir, please forgive my previous rudeness. You can go to the dining car now, the dining car is located in car no 1. The stewardess became extremely enthusiastic at this moment. The ghost energy released before was also taken back at the first time. Then why don't you move your black silk legs and make a way for me? What, do you want me to fly over? Mu Rifeng said calmly. Sorry, sir, I was negligent. The attendant immediately pulled the cart back a few steps and made way for Mu Rifeng. By the way, sir, this is your meal card. With this certificate, the attendants in other carriages will not attack you. The attendant took out a meal card and handed it to Mu Rifeng. Yes. Mu Rifeng nodded, came to the aisle, and walked towards carriage number 7. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy has died, all attributes increased 3 times, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy has died, all attributes increased 4 times, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy has died, all attributes increased 10 times, lasting for 1 hour. In this carriage, all the weird passengers showed strong malice to Mu Rifeng. It also allowed Mu Rifeng to successfully max out his rule skills. At this moment, Mu Rifeng felt full of power and his mind was clearer than ever before. Mu Rifeng is now certain that if he wants to confirm that the other party is an enemy, it is very simple. As long as he has ill will towards himself, he can determine that the other party is an enemy. Moreover, as long as he has ill will towards others, he can also determine that the other party is an enemy. Sure enough, in this weird world, all the weirdness belongs to the death state, which is simply a paradise for his rule skills. Mu Rifeng opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Mu Rifeng. Age, 24. Level, LV1. Strength, 154, 14 plus 140. Spirit, 121, 11 plus 110. Constitution, 154, 14 plus 140. Contract slot, none. Skill, life and death. Items, fragrant bandage, resentful kitchen knife, secret candles of the dormitory, anti-X2 matches, singing mouth, black gold card. Soul coin, 10000000000003178. Looking at the series of zeros in the soul coin, it was really comfortable. Tipping, he had never given it in the real world, but he didn't expect to give it to the weird lady in the weird world for the first time. However, to be honest, the feeling of tipping was still quite pleasant, haha. At this time, Mu Rifeng came to the two new players and stopped. It was not that Mu Rifeng didn't want to leave, but the two stood up and stretched out their hands to stop Mu Rifeng. Your name is Mu Rifeng, right? You should be an official, you have to save us. Yes, yes, that black stuff is too disgusting, I don't want to eat it. I see you seem to have a lot of soul coins, can you lend us some? We will also go to the dining car to eat. These two people, one man and one woman, the man is about 40 or 50 years old, fat, dressed in messy clothes, with some lipstick marks on his face, and a smell of alcohol. It is obvious that they were just pulled into the dungeon from a bar. The other woman is about 25 or 26 years old, dressed very coquettishly, and the powder on her face can print a face shape on the black cloth. How much do you want to borrow? Mu Rifeng asked. Borrow. 1,000. The coquettish woman was about to speak, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Borrow 10,000, lend me 10,000, I promise to pay you back soon. 3 more updates for follow-up reading, monthly tickets, I just want to go to Sanjiang. Chapter 46, If you have money, you can be arrogant, please give me a monthly ticket. The charming woman was slightly shocked when she heard this. She wanted to borrow 1,000 yuan, but she didn't expect the man to ask for 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Haha. Mu Rifeng didn't say anything, but a weirdo beside him couldn't help laughing. Is 10,000 yuan a lot? The middle-aged man was a little confused. Mainly because he saw Mu Rifeng spent 1,000 soul coins, he naturally thought that the value of this soul coin was about the same as RMB, or even lower. So much so that he felt that 10,000 soul coins were nothing. After all, he spent more than 10,000 yuan every time he went to a bar. Haha, 10,000 soul coins can buy dozens of guys like you with a high meat rate. The weirdo sneered. You can stay here with peace of mind. Remember what my colleague said before, be bold and careful. Miss Stewardess, please give them 2 free meals, and the portion can be a little smaller. Mu Rifeng turned to look at the stewardess and said. Okay, no problem, sir. The stewardess nodded in response when she heard this. Although she still wanted to eat these 2 living people, she couldn't refuse the tip of 1,000 yuan. She could refuse, but if the gentleman saw it when he came back, he might complain about her. Customers who can consume in the restaurant are all distinguished VIP customers. She will be punished for such complaints. Humph, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. You still say it so nicely. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and sat on the seat. The coquettish woman wanted to get close to him, but after seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, she hesitated for a moment and sat back. Mu Rifeng laughed and walked straight out of the number 8 carriage. It seems that the information Qian Xiaoai told me is still very important. The reason why Mu Rifeng knew about the dining car carriage was naturally told by Qian Xiaoai. It's a pity that even with this rule, no player would go to the dining car carriage. 1,000 soul coins, I would feel distressed, let alone players. Players will only have less soul coins than I. Of course, Mu Rifeng is an exception. Now he has temporarily gained financial freedom. Mu Rifeng came to carriage number 7. There are more passengers in carriage number 7. There are not only many players, but also many weirds. There are 6 new players and more than 20 weirds. At this moment, carriage number 7 is not calm. There is a lot of blood on the ground. The attendant in carriage number 7 is mopping the floor with a mop. At the same time, there is a thin weird with a mouth like a suction cup, lying on the ground sucking blood. Looking at the shivering appearance of the 6 new players, Mu Rifeng knew that a living person seemed to have died here. When Mu Rifeng appeared in carriage number 7, all the weirds, including the 6 living people, looked at Mu Rifeng. Hey! The attendant saw Mu Rifeng coming, and his cold face actually smiled weirdly. It is forbidden to leave your seat while the train is running, and you have violated the rules. The attendant stretched out his long tongue, licked the tip of his nose, and walked towards Mu Rifeng with a grim smile on his face. He threw away the mop in his hand, and it seemed that only Mu Rifeng was left in his eyes. Mu Rifeng took out the meal card slowly and shook it in front of the long-tongued attendant. Meal card. The attendant squatted in place, looking at Mu Rifeng and the meal card in his hand suspiciously. Do you want to get out of here yourself, or do you want me to throw you out? Mu Rifeng said lightly. Boy, you are very arrogant. The attendant was furious when he heard it. Arrogant? I can be more arrogant, do you want to try it? Mu Rifeng sneered. Okay, I want to see how arrogant you can be. The attendant also sneered. But Mu Rifeng took out a stack of soul coins. Each one is 100 yuan, a total of 100, a total of 100, a total of 10,000 soul coins. Mu Rifeng pinched one end, and then directly slapped the attendant in the face with the banknote. A muffled sound of slap spread throughout the entire carriage number 7. Slap! 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 Mu Rifeng used all his strength to slap the attendant's face 5 times in a row. At this moment, Mu Rifeng has superimposed 10 times the attribute. Even if he slapped the banknote, he directly smashed the attendant's face. Disgusting flesh and blood mixed with dark red blood splashed out. This scene, not only the attendant was confused, but even the other passengers looked at Mu Rifeng in shock. What do you think? Am I arrogant enough? The attendant reacted, and his anger soared, but he didn't dare to attack because of the 10,000 soul coins in Mu Rifeng's hand. The existence of taking out 10,000 soul coins casually, even if it is a contractor, is definitely an extremely distinguished guest. If the conductor knew that he had neglected the distinguished guest, he would be punished cruelly. All these things made the attendant's facial expression very interesting. At this time, Mu Rifeng took out 10 soul coins and threw them at his feet. This is your medical expenses. Mu Rifeng said lightly. Hearing this, the attendant was stunned at first, then shocked, and finally overjoyed. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The attendant showed a happy expression on his face, squatted down directly, and started picking up the money. My shoes seem to be stained with the rotten flesh and blood from your face. Wipe them off for me. Mu Rifeng said again. No problem, I promise to clean them for you spotlessly. The attendant did not feel ashamed at all, but felt that he was really lucky today. 1,000 soul coins, even he needs to save for half a year to have them. For the Moonlight Weird clan like them, getting 1,000 yuan in savings for free is definitely a lot of money. Not only did the attendant not feel ashamed, but the weird passengers in the number 7 carriage also looked at the attendant with envy. As if to say, why weren't they the ones wiping shoes there? Their eyes also fell on Mu Rufeng unconsciously, and their eyes were full of greed and fear. Obviously, a living person who can have so many soul coins must be a high-level contractor. After the attendant had polished his shoes, Mu Rufeng left another 200 yuan in tips and left in the attendant's flattering eyes. From beginning to end, the new players did not dare to come forward to talk to Mu Rufeng, let alone stop him. Soon, Mu Rufeng came to the 6th carriage. What was strange was that the 6th carriage was actually peaceful. There was no smell of blood. The 5 new players in the 6th carriage were sitting in their seats intact. They were sleeping. And those weird passengers were also sleeping on the seats. And the attendant was not seen. No, that's not right. The attendant did not disappear, but sat in the first row on the left. 3 more updates for follow-up reading, monthly tickets. I just want to go to Sanjiang. Chapter 47, Conquer people with virtue and crush them with money. Ask for monthly votes. This stewardess was also a beautiful female stewardess, also in a coma. Next to the stewardess, there was a fat greasy ghost wearing a white vest. This greasy ghost looked at the stewardess with a squinting face. The greasy ghost's hands kept rubbing in the air. His nose kept sniffing the corpse odor emanating from the stewardess, with a look of enjoyment on his face. That's right, it was the corpse odor, he just had such a heavy taste. When he saw Mu Rufeng appear, the greasy ghost showed panic on his face. But when he realized that Mu Rufeng was a player, he was relieved immediately. Boy, I'm in a good mood today, get out of here quickly. The greasy ghost scolded. Mu Rufeng glanced at this guy and walked silently to the front. I think the peaceful sleep in this carriage is all thanks to this greasy ghost. Mu Rufeng didn't bother him, so let this carriage number 6 continue like this. When the greasy ghost saw Mu Rufeng walk to the connection with the number 5 carriage, he was relieved. This guy is a first-level contractor who doesn't even have a contract with weirdness, but he can go to other carriages at will. He is a ruthless person. But it's none of my business, he. The greasy ghost's original thoughtful look suddenly turned into a pig brother, staring at the beautiful stewardess with lustful eyes. Ugh! As soon as Mu Rufeng entered the number 5 carriage, he heard a sound of dry retching. It was a woman wearing a JK skirt and a small vest. She can't be said to be very beautiful, but she is also a beauty with makeup, and because of her generosity, she is definitely the most beautiful among the new players. However, this JK beauty seemed to have turned into real vomiting because of too much dry retching. However, because she didn't dare to spit the contents of her stomach on the ground, she could only cover her mouth. All of a sudden, the cheeks of the JK beauty bulged on both sides. After a long time, JK beauty made a major decision. She swallowed the vomit again. Hey! After swallowing the food, JK beauty breathed a sigh of relief, and her stomach felt much better. Ugh! Seeing this scene, several other new players could not suppress the churning in their stomachs. Fortunately, their endurance was still relatively strong, and they did not vomit in the end. Mr. Mew Mew, why are you in the 5th carriage? Shui Fan, who was sitting in the back, also noticed Mu Rufeng's sudden arrival and was shocked. Mr. Mew. Shen Yu also found Mu Rufeng at this time, and he could not believe his eyes. Although they were also new players, they had received professional training. Even if they ate the free and disgusting food, they did not feel vomiting at all. After all, they had eaten the most unpalatable things. Haha, it seems that you also asked the flight attendant to provide free food. Did you think of it yourself, or did you see other weird people asking for free food? Mu Rufeng asked with a smile. I just tried it. I think that although they provide paid food, the free food may not be revoked. Shui Fan said. Well, not bad. Mu Rufeng nodded. Bug, you dare to come to me instead of staying in your own compartment? You are out of luck. At this time, the flight attendant in the aisle of the last row looked at Mu Rufeng with a grim smile. He put down the big spoon in his hand, and then kicked his feet and flew directly over. Of course, it was only his head that flew over. His body fell directly to the ground because he stepped on something unknown. The head squatted in the air, looked at the fallen body, and then ignored it. The broken part continuously sprayed out strong ghost energy, quickly approaching Mu Rufeng. Why do you have to force me? Mu Rufeng sighed and took out a stack of banknotes. Great force makes miracles happen. The banknote carried a huge force and hit the left cheek of the head accurately. The head flew back at a faster speed. Bang! A loud noise. The head hit the wall directly, and then plop. It actually fell directly into the big barrel of bone soup. This scene directly shocked the passengers around. This contractor is so arrogant. My God, this is the first time I have seen a contractor dare to attack a flight attendant. Hehe, let alone a contractor, I have never seen a weirdo dare to attack a flight attendant. Hey? Wait, this guy is holding soul coins. My God, so many soul coins, how many are there? The originally surprised weirdos, when they found the soul coins in Mu Rufeng's hand, greed flashed in their eyes. Even, they are already ready to move. If the flight attendant hadn't been here, they would have definitely swarmed over. You dare to hit me? The strange head with black smoke flew out of the barrel. It seemed to sense something in its mouth and was about to spit it out, but it found that it was ginseng beard, so it was reluctant to spit it out. After chewing it a few times, it swallowed it directly. Immediately, it flew back to the body that had stood up again. Mu Rufeng didn't say anything and walked slowly towards the flight attendant. You dared to attack me, unforgivable, unforgivable. The flight attendant was already furious at this moment. After a while, Mu Rufeng had come to the steward. Mu Rufeng took out 10 bills with a few swipes. I'm in a bad mood today, how about 100 yuan for a slap? Mu Rufeng said lightly. What? The steward who was about to take action was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Sir, hit me, I'm willing. A weird suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. Mu Rufeng looked up and found that it was a weird with tentacles all over his body, and he couldn't even see his face. Sir, a slap doesn't cost 100 yuan, just give me 50, and I will definitely slap you until you are satisfied. Another weird reacted very quickly and shouted. Silence. The steward finally reacted at this time and immediately scolded the noisy passengers. In an instant, these weirds became quiet. Unless you have a certain status or worth, the identity of a flight attendant is still quite intimidating. Sir, you have violated the rules by attacking me. But God has the virtue of loving life, and I can't bear to kill. So, you just need to compensate me with the stack of soul coins in your hand. I won't bother with you so much. The flight attendant said with a smile. Compensate you? I violated the rules? Are you sure I violated the rules? Mu Rufeng said with a faint smile. What? Are you going to not compensate? Don't think that you dare to act recklessly on the train just because you are a contractor. The flight attendant sneered. 3 more updates for follow-up reading, monthly tickets, I just want to go to Sanjiang. Chapter 48 The Kind-Hearted Firefighter. He was not afraid of Mu Rufeng at all. If he met an enemy he could not deal with, he could call the conductor. On the bloody train, the conductor was the king, an invincible existence. Although the attendant could not be sure whether Mu Rufeng had a contracted ghost. But he must have been a contractor who had a contracted ghost. Is this how the attendants on your train treat guests? I just want to go to the dining car for dinner, and you attacked me without saying anything. Call your boss, I want to see how dark the service on your train is. Mu Rufeng took out the meal card and made an indignant expression on his face. The moment the meal card appeared, the attendant's face changed instantly. If Mu Rufeng just came to their carriage privately, then there would be no problem for the attendant to deal with Mu Rufeng. But now that the meal card appeared, it changed. If the conductor is really called, he will probably be stuffed into the furnace as fuel for the train, right? Sir, I'm sorry, I'm rude, please forgive me. The attendant's face changed instantly and he hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. The same thing, 1 slap, 100 yuan. Mu Rufeng said lightly. No problem, sir, do you like to hit the left or the right? The left, I'm a nostalgic person. Okay, sir, please. The attendant turned his head and tried to face Mu Rufeng with his left side. Mu Rufeng immediately took the stack of banknotes and threw it hard on the attendant's face. The huge force instantly made the attendant fly to the left. However, the next second, a bandage flew out and pulled the attendant back again. This is not the end, it swept directly to the surroundings and fixed the attendant firmly on the aisle. Papa. Papa. Sorry, I hit you a few more times. Don't worry, you won't lose money. Mu Rufeng took out a dozen bills, threw them on the ground, and then strode towards the number 4 carriage. When he passed Xuefan and Shen Yu, he paused and said, "You two stay here, nothing will happen." After Mu Rufeng finished speaking, he disappeared directly at the connection between the carriages without waiting for the two to speak. Shen Yu and Xuefan looked at each other, and they really had 10,000 questions in their hearts. Because Mu Rufeng left, the bandage naturally went with him. The attendant was also freed. But the entire left cheek had been beaten to pieces, and even the bones inside were broken. The whole head rotated countless times. It was also good luck that Mu Rufeng's last blow hit the attendant's head straight again. The moment Mu Rufeng started, the passengers in the carriage, whether they were new players or weirdos, did not dare to breathe. Even after Mu Rufeng left, those weirdos only dared to discuss it in a low voice. It was really because Mu Rufeng had too much momentum when he hit people with banknotes before. Not only was he powerful, but he was also strong. He could even smash the face of the attendant with soul coins. If he used his fists, or the kitchen knife on his waist, wouldn't he kill them in a few minutes? The attendant installed his head, and then quickly collected the soul coins scattered on the ground. "Everyone, is there anyone who needs to eat? If not, I will put the food away." The attendant returned to the cart like a weirdo and asked the passengers. Carriage number 4. As soon as Mu Rufeng came in, he felt the extreme coldness in the carriage. The temperature in other carriages was about 17 or 18 degrees. Although it was a bit cold, it was still bearable. Here, it is absolutely no problem for water to freeze. Even though Mu Rufeng's physique has been strengthened tenfold, he still felt the strong chill. At this time, a gust of cold wind blew, causing Mu Rufeng to shiver unconsciously. There are many new players here, 5 in total, and each of them is shivering with cold, curling up completely in their seats. It seems that only in this way can they resist the severe cold. In addition to the new players, even those weirdos are shivering with cold. The attendant of carriage number 4 is sitting in an empty seat in the first row. Seeing Mu Rufeng coming, he doesn't want to pay any attention to him, because he is also very cold and doesn't want to move at all. "I say, why is the air conditioning here so low?" Mu Rufeng looked at the cold air blowing out of the air outlet above the train and asked. He had to ask, those weirdos could still bear it, but those 5 new players, I'm afraid they can't hold on for too long. Mu Rufeng didn't see it, and it was none of his business, but since he saw it and had the ability, he naturally didn't mind helping out. "Old rat, you have nothing to do here, leave immediately or I don't mind eating you to warm myself up," the attendant said. Mu Rufeng ignored the attendant because his eyes were attracted by a strange passenger. It was a strange person with a charred body. There was black smoke all over his body, and Mu Rufeng could vaguely see a little fire under his charred skin. The charred ghost seemed to have noticed Mu Rufeng's gaze. He raised his head, looked at Mu Rufeng, and said slowly, "Sorry, I was really too hot, so I asked the flight attendant to turn down the air conditioner. If they can't bear it, they can change seats and come to me." Mu Rufeng said nothing and stared at the burnt ghost. Suddenly, Mu Rufeng said, "Are you a firefighter? The thing on your head is a melted fire helmet, right?" When Jiao Gui heard this, he was slightly startled, and then nodded slowly. "It costs 50 soul coins to change seats. It's nothing to me, but I'm sorry, I'm a little tight lately. I'm injured. If I don't use air conditioning to suppress it, I will lose my mind." Jiao Gui said again. "It's okay, I've paid. Flight attendant, come here." Mu Rufeng shouted. The flight attendant ignored it, but when the burnt ghost released a trace of ghost energy, the flight attendant came over reluctantly. Mu Rufeng nodded towards the new players, and then changed their seats to the positions in front, back and left of Jiao Gui. The 5 players were too cold to move, but Mu Rufeng carried them to their seats one by one. Really, if Mu Rufeng had come a few minutes later, these 5 players would have frozen to death. "You have solved a headache for me. You should be able to return when you reach the next station, right? As long as you stay here, I can ensure that you return safely," Jiao Gui said. "Thank you for being the leader of the Tool Master. Today is still the 3rd update. Chapter 49. If you want to contract with me, come back when you reach level 5. "Excuse me, where are you going?" Mu Rufeng asked. "Horror Hospital," Jiao Gui said. "Are you going to treat your injuries?" Jiao Gui shook his head and said, "My injuries are completely cured, and I need a lot of soul coins. Recently, my investment failed and I owed some foreign debts. I have to take this train on credit, and I really can't afford the extra money." Jiao Gui was a firefighter before his death. Even after his death, it seems that there is faith in his heart, which magically allows him to retain some rationality. He was ready to ask the flight attendant to pay on credit, or to borrow money from those weird players to let the new players change seats. And what Mu Rufeng did solve a headache for him. Failed investment? How much is the total debt and treatment costs? Mu Rufeng asked. Jiao Gui didn't want to answer, after all, the number was too much. However, facing Mu Rufeng's question, Jiao Gui finally raised his hand and stretched out a charred finger. 10 million? Okay, what's your card number? I'll transfer it to you. Mu Rufeng said. Ah. Several question marks appeared on Jiao Gui's head. One of his fingers represented 1 million. He failed in investment some time ago, or rather, was cheated by Gui. He lost his 200,000 yuan of savings and owed TND Bank a loan of 500,000 soul coins. Later, he went to seek revenge on the Gui who cheated him. Unfortunately, the Gui had many accomplices. Although he killed many of them, the main one did not die, and he was also seriously injured. The investment money was not recovered, and it would cost 300,000 yuan to treat the injury. All in all, his shortfall was 1 million. 1 million, this is an extremely terrifying number. Although, in his heyday, it only took about 2 or 3 years to make 1 million. However, there is a world of difference between making 1 million and saving 1 million. In his current injured state, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to save 1 million. Card number, give me your card number. Mu Rufeng's voice awakened Jiao Gui, who was lost in thought. You have so much money. Jiao Gui tilted his head, looking suspicious. Just tell me your card number. Mu Rufeng continued. Okay, my card number is 671 times 1808. Jiao Gui said. Mu Rufeng immediately contacted the black gold card and tried to transfer money to this card number. The next second, a rest appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind. Please confirm whether to transfer 10 million soul coins to the TND bank card number 671 times 1808 under Zhang Ziajia's name? Are you Zhang Ziajia? Mu Rufeng asked Xiao Gui. Yeah, not bad. Xiao Gui was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, it should be in the account, take a look. Mu Rufeng said. Yeah. Zhang Ziajia just thought Mu Rufeng was joking. However, at this moment, suddenly, he found that there was something strange about him. Soon, Zhang Ziajia took out a card with a white glow from his body. How did my card become a platinum card? Zhang Ziajia looked dazed. Soon, he thought of something, and immediately took out his mobile phone and clicked on the text message. Then, he saw a text message that shocked him. Your card with the last number 1808, transferred 10,000,000 yuan at 12:21 on July 17, and the balance is 9,500,000.00 yuan. You really transferred 10 million soul coins to me. Zhang Ziajia was extremely shocked at this moment. I couldn't believe it was true. 10 million, a full 10 million soul coins. Because he still owed TND Bank 500,000, so when the money was credited, it would be deducted immediately. This is also the reason why only 9,500,000 was left. None of this is important. What is important is why this contractor can have so much money. 10 million, with his strength, it can really be said that it is difficult to earn it in a lifetime, unless his strength can be further improved. Zhang Ziajia's heart was filled with various emotions, which had not appeared for a long time since his death. Is there anything wrong with you? Zhang Ziajia calmed down and spoke slowly. You look very powerful, can you make a contract with me? I haven't made a contract with a weird one yet. Mu Rufeng said. Coincidentally, Mu Rufeng's current contract slot is still empty, and he met a powerful and kind firefighter ghost. Mu Rufeng thought that it would be good to contract him. Wait, you said you haven't made a contract with a weird one yet? You are a first-level contractor. Zhang Ziajia was shocked again. Zhang Ziajia was a little surprised that such a rich contractor had not made a contract with a weird one yet. Yes, that's right. Mu Rufeng nodded. Zhang Ziajia shook his head and said, if you want to contract me, come to me when you are level 5. Don't worry about these soul coins, I will definitely return them to you, I promise. Level 5. Mu Rufeng was slightly surprised. Mu Rufeng also knew from the information given by Zhao Daong that not only players are divided into levels, but also weirdness is naturally divided into levels. There are 9 levels of weirdness, from low to high, namely Wandering Soul, Red Ghost, Evil Ghost, Fierce Ghost, Red Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor. These 9 levels are just the levels of the players. You should know that the contractor cannot contract a level higher than his own level if he wants to contract something weird. For example, Mu Rufeng can only contract a red ghost of LV2 at most. This also means that Zhang Ziajia is actually a red ghost of level 6. Are you a level 6 ghost? Mu Rufeng felt a little dry in his mouth. I stole this from my enemy. It's useless to me. I'll give it to you as interest. Zhang Ziajia took out a card from his body and handed it to Mu Rufeng. Mu Rufeng took it subconsciously, and when he checked the properties, he was shocked. Flame Vehicle Card. Stick this card on any vehicle to release hellfire, activate the vehicle, and give it incredible abilities. The duration depends on the user's ghost power. Note, at least 2 levels of ghost power are required before it can be used. Although it requires 2 levels to use, I have injected ghost power into it. It can be used about 10 times, and each time can last for 2 hours. Zhang Ziajia said. This card is great, I like it very much. Mu Rifeng was very happy and immediately stuffed the card into the bandage and put it away. He asked again, by the way, how many stops are there to the horror hospital? Zhang Ziaja heard this and replied, after the Kunshan chicken farm, it is the horror hospital. Well, I still have to go to the dining car, so I won't bother you. Mu Rifeng nodded and then spoke. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 50 Weird headlines. Please give me a monthly ticket. There are more weird things in the dining car. Haha, I was wrong. I wonder if you can leave me your contact information. Originally, Zhang Ziaja was going to persuade Mu Rifeng not to go to the dining car, because with his strength, going there would be a death. But then he thought of Mu Rifeng's strong financial resources. Maybe there are some cards he doesn't know. Okay, my number is 177XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX you can save it. Zhang Ziaja pointed to the phone and said. Mu Rifeng soon noticed the vibration of the phone. Took it out of the bandage and saw that there was a number calling. Mu Rifeng also saved Zhang Ziaja's number immediately. By the way, there is one more thing, I almost forgot, do you know Scarlet Optimum? Mu Rifeng suddenly asked. Scarlet Optimum? I know, the things sold are quite cheap, I often buy things there. Zhang Ziaja said. Mu Rifeng was about to speak, when he suddenly noticed that the new players seemed to be about to wake up. Zhang Ziaja immediately understood, and the ghost energy in his body shook. In an instant, all the passengers in the carriage, including the new players and the crew, fell asleep. Only Mu Rifeng and Zhang Ziaja were still awake in the carriage. Mu Rifeng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. And Zhang Ziaja seemed to see Mu Rifeng's shock and said, it's just some tricks. After a while, they will wake up. Is this ghost power? Mu Rifeng asked. Well, when you contract the first ghost power will be born in your body. Zhang Ziaja said. Well. Mu Rifeng nodded. Okay, you can talk about the next topic now. Zhang Ziaja said. The reason why Mu Rifeng mentioned Scarlet optimization was naturally because of the self-collection point in the real world. Mu Rifeng told Zhang Ziaja about this matter. I don't know much about this. If you want to set up a pickup point in the real world, you still need to make careful considerations. However, before I got on the car this morning, a piece of news happened to be pushed over, which should be helpful to you. Zhang Ziaja took out his mobile phone, and then opened an app, calling up the news to show it to Mu Rifeng. Mu Rifeng took it and looked at it, his eyes slightly condensed. This is a news app called Weird Headlines. There happened to be a title that took up a small half of the space. Shock. Scarlet optimization had a huge explosion, causing heavy casualties, suspected to be caused by a new contractor. Mu Rifeng immediately clicked on the article. Text. In the early hours of this morning, a huge explosion occurred in Scarlet Logistics Park. More than a dozen employees are suspected to have died, including a third-level evil ghost. According to insiders, this incident was caused by a level 1 contractor in the real world. The reason is that the Scarlet Group cannot recruit enough employees, so it turns to the real world to recruit contractors. According to the editor's analysis, the Scarlet Group may also take this opportunity to spread the market to the real world, thus breaking the situation of being attacked from both sides by the Undead optimization and Zixi optimization. As we all know, most of the top groups in the weird world have reached their upper limit. If they want to continue to break through, they must either destroy the same type of group companies and complete the monopoly. Or, they can only develop another market in the real world. With more and more contractors, this is also a huge market that cannot be underestimated. Unfortunately, the real world is ultimately 2 worlds from our weird world. And our weird residents feed on them, which is also an important reason for the difficulty in development. Some experts have said that the real world is merging with the weird world, which can be seen from the increasing number of contractors. Many top groups have tried to put the market in the real world, but obviously, no group has succeeded. Will Scarlet optimization be the guide to lead this dynasty? Let's wait and see. This article, Mu Rufeng, read it word by word. It must be said that this news brought a lot of information to Mu Rufeng. I didn't expect that the dormitory manager was actually a third-level evil ghost. Mu Rufeng only realized at this time how much luck he had in killing the dormitory manager. Even if Mu Rufeng had a zombie template, it would be absolutely difficult to kill the low-end version of the slippery fruit ability user. Because of the slippery fat, Mu Rufeng's huge strength was useless. Even if he sucked blood with zombie teeth, he only bit the fat. In addition to sucking a belly of oil, he couldn't suck any blood and energy at all. I didn't expect that there would be real-time news in the weird world. Mu Rufeng was still a little surprised. Thank you, this news is helpful to me. Mu Rufeng returned the phone. It's useful, but I just saw that your mood seemed to have changed. Could it be? Well, excuse me, I am the first-level contractor who caused the riot. Mu Rufeng scratched his cheek and said. Haha, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Oh, no, this happened yesterday, and then you entered the bloody train again. Obviously, Zhang Ziaja also knew that there was a cooling-off period for contractors to enter the dungeon. I almost forgot that the bloody train is not included. It is also one of the few special vehicles that can directly enter the real world. Zhang Ziaja said. Excuse me, how strong is the train conductor? Mu Rufeng asked curiously. Well, although I have seen the train conductor, I have not fought with him, so it is difficult to tell his strength. But I guess that the train conductor's level must not be lower than mine, and he may even be a level 7 ghost general. The bloody train should be a level 8 vehicle. Zhang Ziaja said. Level 7 ghost general. Level 8 vehicle. Mu Rufeng suddenly felt a little unreal. He is only level 1, not to mention that 2 days ago, he was just a loader with a salary of several thousand yuan. It does feel a little unreal to suddenly come into contact with these things. Okay, you can go to the dining car. They will wake up soon. If you have any questions, you can call me. Zhang Ziaja said. Yes. Mu Rufeng nodded and said goodbye. I have to say that it only took 10 million to gain the friendship of a level 6 red ghost. This is a sure win. Of course, it is a pity that I didn't make a contract with him. Level 5, when Mu Rufeng reaches level 5, he still has to clear 14 copies. Thank you Bai Lan Tianlong for the 500 points reward, and thank you Qingzi Nan Luo Mo for the 100 points reward. There are no more drafts in reserve. I will resume updating twice a day tomorrow. After the article is put on the shelves, I will start to update more. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.